Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The students were silent for a while, as if they were chewing Aris' words carefully. After a while, a Ravenclaw girl timidly raised her hand. "Senior Shafik, your armor looks very different. Can you tell us more about it? That elemental energy? I think many people will be interested in that." "Yes, that golden light is so cool. Is that elemental energy? Would the elemental energy be difficult to understand? After all, we have never heard of it before. The addition of gold energy caused the iron armor curse to undergo this kind of change. It's amazing." Suddenly, sounds spread from below, and the whole classroom was buzzing again. Aris smiled kindly. "This is what I've been waiting for." He had planned to promote elemental magic in Hogwarts a long time ago. This club is undoubtedly a very suitable time, and now it seems that the effect is very good. On the side, Hermione glanced at Aris, a little surprised. It seemed that he didn't quite understand why the boy suddenly mentioned elemental magic. Aris' voice sounded again. "Of course, if you're interested, I will explain it in detail, and you can rest assured that elemental energy is not difficult to understand. As long as you have perseverance, you can peek into the secrets. In today's class, we will use the iron armor spell as an example to explain to you." He walked over to a dummy target. The iron armor spell is also called the armor protection spell. It is enough to resist ordinary offensive spells. This magic can be divided into full coverage and selective coverage, and the difficulty of each is different. Selective coverage can reduce mana consumption, but it requires precise timing. Full coverage is much simpler. It is also the most basic way to summon Jushin to cover the whole body. You might as well try to cast a few evil spells on this dummy. Aris looked at the little wizard in the audience again and smiled invitingly. Several boys who were eager to try immediately rushed forward and fiercely fired stunning spells and barrier spells at the dummy. After the spell hit the dummy, it was instantly offset by a thin layer of golden light. Moreover, during the pauses in the spell, the golden shield did not exist. This will undoubtedly greatly reduce the output of magic power. Moreover, the few spells I cast on the armor protection barrier just now had no effect at all. Is this the effect of selectively covering the armor? This effect seems to be no worse than the complete iron armor spell, right? Golden light again. Does this spell also incorporate the element of gold? It's incredible. Shafik is so powerful. No wonder he was able to defeat Professor Quirrell and the soul of Voldemort. All the students watched Aris's demonstration excitedly, and they couldn't wait to learn the spell. Aris nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. It has aroused their interest. Next, it depends on their enthusiasm and understanding of learning." He cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. "Okay, now Aris's lecture is about to begin. I will demonstrate the steps of casting the armor protection spell. Everyone, please watch carefully." Everyone held their breath and stared at him intently. Even Hermione's eyes lit up, and she quickly scratched the parchment with her quill pen, afraid of missing a single detail. Aris raised his wand, looking solemn. "The key to wearing armor is to focus your mind, keep your wrist steady, and pronounce the words accurately. Remember the formula. Sincerity will work, steady hands will be accurate, and the pronunciation will be accurate. All three are indispensable," he said calmly. "Armor protects me." A faint golden light burst out from the tip of the wand and quickly condensed into a translucent shield in front of him. "See? Cast with the wand pointed straight forward and the wrist flicked sideways in one smooth motion. It's pronounced protego with a stress on the second syllable, and it shouldn't be spoken too fast." The students watched attentively, chanting the mantra silently in their hearts. "Okay, now please ask a few students to come up and try. Remember the formula I told you." Several students who were eager to try came forward and raised their wands towards the dummy target. "Go." A red-haired boy pronounced the spell incorrectly and blushed. "Armor protects me." One girl stuttered and her wrist shook violently. Some faint white light emerged from the tips of their wands, but it dissipated before it could take shape. Don't be discouraged. This is normal. Aris comforted. It's like this at the beginning. Just practice a few more times and it will be fine. With his encouragement, they tried a few more times and gradually saw improvement. Although the shield is not strong enough, it can finally form a barrier like light. However, most people's barriers are broken with a slight poke and cannot be sustained at all. Naturally, they cannot withstand the real, evil curse. Well done, that's it. Aris still applauded enthusiastically. But why do our spells emit white light instead of golden light? A young wizard asked a question, and immediately, more people stopped what they were doing and looked at Aris. Of course, since you haven't comprehended the elemental energy yet, this is not an easy task. Aris saw that the groundwork was almost done, so he put away his wand leisurely and stood on the stage. Today's demonstration ends here. You can go back and practice casting the Iron Armor spell. Of course, if anyone wants to know how to comprehend elemental energy, you are welcome to pay attention to the club's next activities. Next time, I will focus on explaining how to make your Iron Armor spell shine with golden light, and how to make you truly comprehend the elements. As he spoke, Aris winked at Hermione, then turned and walked down the podium. Behind him, all the little wizards were stunned. They originally thought Aris was going to start his speech, but he just slipped away. What about elemental energy? Where's the golden armor spell? This professor is so irresponsible. Wait, he's not really a professor. It's not like he's obligated to teach a full class period. How can this be possible? It's really keeping people on suspense. A group of little wizards immediately scratched their heads. Their curiosity had been aroused, and they couldn't wait to have the second club activity. And this is actually Aris's original purpose. If you want to comprehend the elements, you must carve out the formation, but today the conditions are obviously not there. This is also the reason why he wanted to arouse the curiosity of the young wizards and wait until next time to announce it. Aris, you use it so well. Hermione quickly caught up and whispered excitedly in the boy's ear. But why did you suddenly mention elemental magic? Are you really going to teach them? Why? Is there a problem? Aris smiled. Of course not, it's just, I thought you would be more cautious. Hermione shrugged. Although it was unexpected, it seemed to be expected. As early as when Aris taught Harry and the others elemental magic, Hermione knew that this day would come. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Aris' mind. Ding! Complete the tutorial task. Armor protection. As the club president, you explained the armor protection spell brilliantly and inspired the students' enthusiasm for learning. Task evaluation. Perfect. Your mastery of spells is amazing. Rewards. Points plus 1,000. Personal reputation plus 50. Number of lottery draws plus 3. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Aris smiled knowingly. Well, the first lesson was a complete success. Will there be any surprises next? Sure enough, the system prompt sounded again soon. Ding! Trigger the special main quest. Ancient Heritage. Elemental Magic. Task content. Please pass on the elemental magic and restore the glory of elemental civilization. Phase 1. Teach 50 wizards to successfully sense elemental energy. Rewards. 100,000 points, 5,000 personal reputation points, and 1 guaranteed gold lottery. Aris' heart trembled slightly, and he looked at the system panel in surprise. Main quest? There's actually a main quest? Moreover, the reward for this main quest are too rich. 100,000 points. How many times can I draw rewards with this? Also, 5,000 points of personal reputation. Although I don't know what this thing is used for yet, Aris has a hunch that it will definitely play a very important role in the later stage. And the golden guaranteed prize draw. This is the first time that there is an additional guaranteed prize draw. Golden Legend. I don't know what it will be this time. Now it seems that this task is not difficult. With the help of the Elemental Magic Circle, it will basically take about half a month for the 50 young wizards to successfully sense the elemental energy. In other words, this matter can be settled before the holiday. At this moment, Aris suddenly felt extremely excited. In the Gryffindor common room, Ronald and Harry were discussing this morning's transfiguration with great interest. Did you see that? I turned that mouse into a porcelain cup. Harry, I finally learned it. Ronald shouted excitedly. Ever since Aris showed off his skills in front of him last time, he has been thinking about it, and has been trying hard to learn transfiguration, so that if Aris changes his mouse into a wine glass again next time, he can change it back. And today, he finally succeeded. Even Professor McGonagall praised him, which was unprecedented. That's great, Ronald. I told you you could do it. Harry congratulated sincerely, his eyes sparkling with pride for his good friend. Just then, Aris pushed the door open and walked in, with the hem of his windbreaker fluttering behind him, looking very excited. Hey guys, looks like you had a good morning. He greeted with a smile, and Hermione followed in with a smile and greeted Harry and Ronald. Hey Aris, you actually came to the Gryffindor common room. That's not common. Ronald immediately came forward excitedly and began to show off his achievements. Aris, you can't believe it. I also successfully turned Banban into a porcelain cup in Professor McGonagall's class. Aris raised an eyebrow in interest. Really? That's a remarkable improvement. It seems you have a good talent for transfiguration. Upon hearing the praise from his idol, Ronald's face immediately turned red, and he became incoherent with excitement. Of course, I've put in a lot of effort in practicing. However, compared to your magic, my little trick is nothing. At least, when you turned Banban into a wine glass, you didn't leave a beige coaster. Aris waved her hand disapprovingly. Don't underestimate yourself. Everyone has their own strengths and talents. The key is to be willing to work hard and persevere. Just like today in the Defense Club, although everyone is not very proficient in learning armor and self-defense at the beginning, as long as you are willing to practice, you will definitely be able to master it. Ronald nodded, as if he had found a treasure. Yes. I will also practice hard and try to conjure up a tea set next time. Harry couldn't help laughing. Come on, Ronald. Don't eat yourself into a fat man in one go. Just turn the saucer of the porcelain cup back to normal color first. Aris also laughed. Harry is right, but does he really have any objection to you using scabbers as a prop? He glanced meaningfully at the mouse in Ronald's hand, with a strange look in his eyes. By the way, I just went to the kitchen to get some food. How about we have a celebration party later? At this time, Ronald suddenly changed the subject, seeming a little guilty, and then focused on touching the fur of the mouse in his hand. Well, Banban is hungry too. To make it up to him, let's make him some midnight snack. Great! Harry's eyes lit up. You always have these brilliant ideas. I'm starving. Actually, I came here to look for the Weasley twins. Are they here? At this time, Aris finally stated the purpose of coming to the Gryffindor common room and started talking. Then, with a flick of his wand, he conjured up several goblets and a bottle of pumpkin juice on the table. Well, one of the goblets was made from Ronald's rat. This made Ronald and Harry stunned for a moment, and then silently turned their eyes to the beautiful Banban brand goblet. Didn't you say you wanted to get something delicious for Banban? Harry looked at Ronald strangely. Ronald glanced at Aris, then tried to wave his wand to change Scabbers back. But obviously, there was no way he could break Aris's transformation. Finally, he could only shake his head helplessly. I believe Banban will understand. After all, at this time and in this atmosphere, we need a wine glass, right? Oh, Aris was so thoughtful that he even changed it into pumpkin juice. I like this the most. As he spoke, Ronald seemed to have completely forgotten that Banban had turned into a cup again, or perhaps he had become accustomed to it. I never thought about how devastated the mouse must be right now. Poor Tail. Fred and the others don't seem to be in the lounge. I haven't seen them all day. Harry answered Aris' question and then looked at the pumpkin juice on the table. Yeah, it's okay. Aris nodded. He originally wanted to find the Weasley twins to get the Marauders map back, but the map had been borrowed by the twins. There was nothing he could do. These two guys were too clingy. Even Aris couldn't bear it. However, now that Quirrell is dead, Voldemort's plot has been destroyed. There is no need to be so anxious to get back the Marauders map. In that case, let's raise our glasses. Aris smiled and took the lead in raising the glass. To escaping death, to our friendship, to the magical Hogwarts, and to the end of the semester. Cheers to Gryffindor. Harry and Ronald also raised their glasses with great enthusiasm. The four of them clinked glasses, drank, chatted. The next day, the atmosphere in school suddenly became a little subtle. When Aris walked in the corridor, he was often pointed at and talked about by many people. Have you heard? It seems that this Shafik has set up some kind of defensive club. What a joke. He's only a freshman. How dare he start a club like this? I don't know why the professors agreed to this. I heard it was because of the battle that happened in the basement 2 days ago. There are all kinds of rumors now, and I don't know which one is true. Most people in the school didn't know the truth about Aris and Harry Potter's battle for Quirrell and Voldemort's souls in the basement, and most people thought it was too exaggerated. How could a first-year student possibly defeat Quirrell? After all, he was the defense against the dark arts professor at the school. Listening to these voices, Aris' eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly again. Ding! Random mission released. Exciting duel. Due to your outstanding performance in the defense club, you have caused fear and dissatisfaction among some people. Next, someone will challenge you to a duel with the intention of humiliating you. Please fight with all your strength. Show your strength in the duel and intimidate your opponent. Rewards for completing the mission. Personal reputation plus 50. Points plus 300. Number of draws plus 1. Aris smiled knowingly. The system was now issuing 390 tasks more and more frequently. But it's better this way. He has long felt that the speed of earning points is too slow. Moreover, he just needed some clowns to test the power of elemental magic, so that those young wizards would be more willing to learn elemental magic from him and better complete the main tasks of the system. In the morning, Aris went to the laboratory of the Room of Requirement as usual, and everything was normal. It was not until lunch in the hall at noon that Marcus Flint from Slytherin suddenly came to the door. Shafik, I heard you say something in the defense club that everyone can learn armor protection. The boy with black hair, buck teeth, and a ferocious look on his face said sarcastically, his tone full of disdain. Iron armor is a spell that can only be learned in the 3rd grade. You are misleading the students. Do you really think those little wizards in the 1st and 2nd grades can learn it? Do you think we senior students are daifus? The surrounding Slytherins burst into laughter, obviously supporting Flint. Aris said calmly, just because you can't learn it doesn't mean others can't either. Why? You look very unconvinced. Flint was so angry that his face turned blue. Don't put on airs here. If you have the guts, let's have a real duel to see who is stronger. Tonight, if you have the guts, come to me. Not tonight. Let's do it this afternoon after class. Aris still kept smiling. You better have the guts to come. Flint snorted coldly and walked away, surrounded by Goyle and Crabbe. After losing Malfoy as their boss, Goyle and Crabbe seemed to have found a new boss. Aris looked at their backs with a playful smile on his face. As he expected, now it all depends on his performance in the afternoon. Time passed quickly. After class in the afternoon, we went to the top of the astronomy tower. Flint stood on the platform at the top of the tower with a haughty look on his face. In addition to Goyle and Crabbe, there were quite a few students from Slytherin and other colleges behind him. During this period, many people who had already joined the defense club were arriving one after another. Most of them followed Hermione's arrangement and came to participate in the second club activity. That's right. This time Aris chose the astronomy tower as the venue for the event, in order to better demonstrate elemental magic through the duel with Flint and arouse the interest of more young wizards. As more and more people arrived, Flint's brows unconsciously frowned slightly. On the side, Goyle and Crabbe were quietly complimenting Flint. Shafik, that arrogant guy, should be taught a lesson. Humph, Gryffindors are the best at boasting. I think that guy is the same. He may not have the real ability. Don't underestimate him. I heard that he's a tough guy who even defeated a mysterious man. Another voice came from the side. Come on, that's just a rumor. The mysterious man died a long time ago. Goyle sneered disdainfully. That's right. If the mysterious man really appears again, the entire wizarding world will probably be shaken. There were more and more discussions, and the entire astronomy tower was bustling with activity. Just when Flint was getting impatient, Aris walked up the stairs, followed by Hermione and Harry. To Goyle and Crabbe's surprise, Malfoy was also following Aris. This situation left both of them confused. But when they thought about how Malfoy had secretly informed Aris and the others, they couldn't help but sneer. Malfoy, they felt, had changed. Having lost the honor of the noble, pure-blood wizard family, he is no longer qualified to be their boss. This is why the two of them are now Flint's younger brothers. Aris was wearing a dark green wizard robe, which made her look tall and slender. Her expression was calm and stern. Her graceful and natural movements attracted the attention of all the little witches. "Sorry, I'm late." He smiled sincerely. "Principal Dumbledore just wanted to see me about something." Aris did come from Dumbledore's side. The old headmaster was obviously afraid that he would make things too big, so he gave him some special instructions, but he did not stop Aris's actions, especially after hearing that Aris was going to teach the kids elemental magic. Obviously, Dumbledore had tacitly agreed with his approach. After hearing what Aris said, Flint became furious. "Don't use the principal to pressure me. I'm fighting you fairly. Even the professors won't say anything." Believe it or not, Aris shrugged, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. "Aren't we here to duel? Why are we still dawdling?" Flint sneered and drew out his wand. "Don't worry, I'll let you taste the power of senior magic now." As he spoke, he raised his wand, without any pre-duel rituals, and cast the spell directly without any martial ethics. There are so many obstacles. A red light shot towards Aris like lightning, about to hit him. Iron armor protection. Aris waved his hand casually, without even pulling out his wand, and a golden light suddenly flashed around him. There was a loud bang, and the red light was completely blocked by the golden shield, and then bounced back directly. Flint was hit by the rebound of his own spell and stumbled, falling to the ground and flying backwards several meters. He barely sat up and looked at Aris in amazement. This is impossible. How can your armor spell be able to deflect spells so accurately?" The students around were in an uproar. Aris and Flint only fought once, and the difference in strength between them was immediately apparent. "Oh my God, is this Shafik's strength? I've never seen such a golden armor protecting my body." Flint's spell is very powerful. I've seen him use it before. I didn't expect that he would be defeated with just one move. This must be a coincidence. If Shafik can really control the spell's rebound accurately, that would be too unfair. Aris smiled, looked at Flint with interest, and asked, "How is it? Do you want to continue?" Flint's face turned red. He stood up from the ground in a rage, and then raised his wand again menacingly. "Don't be complacent. I was just showing mercy just now. This time, I'm going to use all my strength." Fainted. Another red light came whizzing over. Aris remained calm. The golden flash appeared again, and once again, he used the armor to protect himself. The spell was deflected again, and then hit Flint accurately again. "No, impossible." Flint muttered to himself, his face pale. He was already a senior student, and his magic power and skills were far superior to those of ordinary first-year students. But just now he had clearly tried his best, but there was still no solution, because the rebound of the spell inevitably weakened a lot of magic power. Flint did not completely faint at this time. He insisted on supporting his body and looked at Aris with disbelief on his face. "Why, that's not enough." Aris smiled slightly, speaking calmly. "I thought a Flint would give me more of a challenge. It seems that you still need to study for a few more years, kid." "Brat? How dare you call an 11-year-old kid a brat?" Flint was shaking with rage and gnashing his teeth. But facing Aris's calm and composed gaze, he could no longer say anything arrogant. After all, it turns out that he is indeed inferior to Aris in spellcasting ability, and even his magic power is the same. Well, the duel has been fought, and you have seen the power of the armor. Aris put away his wand and said meaningfully, "I hope you can understand that you should be down to earth and stop showing off and pretending. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be defeated by your own vanity." Aris said this earnestly, but he didn't know whether it was meant to be educational or sarcastic. Aris still remembers that one of Flint's relatives, or his father, had troubled him at Malfoy Manor. Although the man's fate was not good, Aris has not forgotten this incident. I don't know what's wrong with this Flint. He actually dares to cause trouble. Didn't he know how his father died? Or he knew that, so he came to cause trouble? Looking at Flint's resentful and fierce eyes, Reese glanced slightly. Should we just kill this guy? He won't cause trouble again in the future. But think about it. If we kill him openly now, there might be more trouble. After all, this is Hogwarts, known as the safest place in the entire wizarding world. If he kills someone here, he will probably be wanted by the entire wizarding world in an instant, and he won't be able to go to school anymore. Even Dumbledore won't be able to save him at that time. Forget it. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Aris shook her head. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Flint had no idea that he had been through a near-death experience. He glared at Aris hatefully, then fled in public with the help of Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle and Crabbe's hearts were trembling at this moment. After watching the whole duel, their impression of Aris's strength changed greatly. They no longer had their previous arrogance and followed Flint tremblingly, fearing to provoke Aris. After Flint retreated, there was another round of exclamations and buzzing at the scene. Merlin, Shafik is so amazing. He defeated Flint so easily. He is indeed a legendary genius. He can skillfully use the armor to protect himself in his first year. This must be one of the most outstanding students in Ravenclaw, right? I suddenly want to enter this house too. Perhaps those rumors are true. With such strength, maybe he can really defeat Quirrell. That golden armor spell is so cool. How'd he do it? The students were talking to each other, their faces full of awe and speculation. Aris didn't care at all and just smiled faintly. He stood alone on the top of the tower, looking at the gradually falling night and the bright starry sky, deep in thought. At this time, the system's voice sounded at the right time. 0 request flowers. Ding. Complete the random task. Exciting duel. You defeated Marcus Flint brilliantly, shocking everyone present. Rewards. Personal reputation plus 50, points plus 300, lucky draw chance plus 1. Aris nodded with satisfaction. Although the reward is not much, a small reward is still meat, and the task is too simple. So it's still a good harvest. He glanced at the system points, 23,200 points. In addition, an additional number of draws was accumulated, 4 times. However, Aris did not start the lottery directly. Instead, he closed the system and turned his attention to the little wizards who were still looking at him with admiration and fanaticism in their eyes. Today was supposed to be the second big event of the Defense Club. I didn't expect something like this to happen, but everyone should be able to find some problems from today's duel. Aris looked at the little wizards with a slight smile on his face. Only when you become strong enough can you protect yourself and your family and friends. Regardless of whether you can use the ability to duel in the future, you all need to learn it because you are all wizards with God-given abilities and talents. You shouldn't waste them. There is another round of discussion below, and many young wizards nodded, obviously agreeing with what Aris said. However, some people in the crowd did not take it seriously. Perhaps they feel that dueling with others and living a dangerous life are too far away from them. After all, the entire wizarding world is relatively peaceful. Apart from Voldemort and the 50 wars started by Grindelwald a few decades ago, there have been almost no major incidents. Many wizards have even become accustomed to a comfortable life. With magic providing convenience in their daily lives, they are indeed too lazy to learn how to fight. It's the same in the Muggle world. Most ordinary people don't want to learn any self-defense skills. In fact, the defense against the dark arts in the wizarding world is the same as learning gun combat and fighting skills in the Muggle world, and is also divided into ordinary and proficient levels. Aurors are actually equivalent to special police or powerful warriors in the Muggle world. Mr. Shafik, can you tell us about elemental energy? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from below, which caught Aris' attention. Can you tell us about the elements? Yes, we are all here for the elemental energy. I just want to know how to cast that golden armor spell. Professor Shafik, please tell us about the energy of the gold element. More and more voices were heard from below. Of course. Aris nodded gently after hearing this, then smiled and said, I just spoke out my feelings just now, and next I will introduce you to the elemental energy and elemental magic in detail. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently. A blue light suddenly appeared and landed on the ground at the top of the sky tower. Along with the appearance of blue light, an elemental magic circle is rapidly taking shape. In fact, this is Moss drawing the element detection array and energy gathering array. Aris is going to show the little wizards the charm of elemental magic in a moment. This is the elemental magic array of 960. It can allow you to feel the elemental energy more clearly. It can also activate or detect the elemental properties in your body. Only by understanding your elemental properties can you feel the elements more intuitively. Next, please enter the magic circle one by one if you are interested. I will test you. Every wizard has unique elemental attributes. This is the basis for you to learn elemental magic. So who goes first? As Aris finished speaking, the blue magic array on the ground was completed. A faint blue light flickered on the ground, carrying a mysterious and unknown atmosphere, which also made the little wizard feel a little uneasy, with hesitation and doubt in his eyes. They have never heard of elemental energy, let alone elemental magic. Human beings always instinctively resist unknown things. Even wizards are no exception. And this magic circle is their elemental enlightenment circle, which leads them to the path of elemental magic. Just when the scene was at a stalemate, two figures suddenly jumped out of the crowd. Aris, is the elemental magic you mentioned really that magical? Can the light of the iron armor spell be turned into a cool golden color? The Weasley twins asked one by one. Seeing the two of them, Aris nodded slightly and said, of course, it can not only make the color of the armor spell cooler, but also make the defense stronger and make casting easier. Aris said, so you guys want to try it? It's such a fun thing. Of course I have to try it. After saying that, the twins walked into the magic circle one after the other without any hesitation. Then, lights of different colors lit up above the magic circle. Fire element attribute. You two are both fire elements, so you can learn fire magic. As for the benefits that the fire element energy can bring to you now, to put it simply, as long as you successfully establish energy perception with the fire element, then from now on, all your fire-related spells will become more handy. Moreover, the power will become even stronger. Aris gave the Weasley twins a brief and shocking introduction. At the same time, he also introduced it to other Master Lou present. I believe that with the Weasley twins taking the lead, there will be many people who want to come up and try it out. Aris, the fire magic you're talking about is the one Ronald showed off to us before. Fireball. The Weasley twins' eyes lit up slightly, as if they remembered something. Some time ago, Ronald showed off in front of them the magic spell that could create a fireball on his hand. They originally thought it was just some rare spell, but they didn't expect it to be elemental magic. The two had asked Ronald before, but because Ronald had not been authorized by Aris to tell others about elemental magic at that time, he kept his mouth shut and did not reveal the origin of Fireball. That should be it. George was almost certain. He looked at Ronald not far away and got a positive answer from Ronald. We want to learn too. Without any hesitation, the Weasley twins came to Aris, their eyes full of desire. Of course, if you are willing. Aris smiled and turned to look at the other little wizards. So, what about you? At this time, Ronald, Harry, Hermione, and Qiuzhong, who had just arrived here, all came out. The four of them didn't say anything, but stretched out their hands and began to condense fireballs and whirlwinds, using this method to support Aris. When elemental magic appeared in the palms of the four people at the same time, Aris didn't need to say anything else. The young wizards almost didn't hesitate and surrounded Harry and his friends and began to ask questions one after another. Harry and his friends were obviously well prepared and began to patiently answer the questions for others. Isn't it too early for you to make this decision? At this moment, a voice came to Aris's ear. Dumbledore arrived at the top of the astronomy tower at some point and stood next to Aris. One can tell that there is a hint of hesitation in his tone, as well as a hint of uncertainty about the future. I don't know if it's too early, but if you want to do something, you don't need to think too much about it. I just think now's a good time. Isn't it? Aris said calmly, with a hint of certainty and casualness in his tone. I hope so. Dumbledore said nothing more. At this moment, only the old headmaster knows best what kind of impact Aris's step will have on the future of the wizarding world, and even the whole world will be changed because of it. And the little wizards below obviously didn't think that far. Maybe they just think that holding a fireball in one hand and a whirlwind in the other is particularly cool and handsome. But once they also learned elemental magic, something changed. It's like stepping into a brand new world. After seeing the different scenery, it is hard to go back. Late at night, Ravenclaw Dormitory Tower. After Aris finished washing up, he entered the system space and called up the lottery interface. After accumulating 3.0 points, it's time to draw a prize. If all the more than 20,000 points were used for the lottery, 1,000 points at a time, and he could draw more than 20 times. But Aris planned to keep some points in reserve to redeem items in the mall, so he planned to draw 20,000 first. Let's get started. As Aris pressed the button for 10 consecutive draws, the gorgeous golden turntable began to spin slowly. Areas of different colors quickly passed by Aris, and then the entire turntable turned into a colorful vortex, like a mysterious, unknown passage to another dimension. After a few seconds, rays of light jumped out from the roulette wheel. First 10 draws in a row. For white, 3 green, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 gold. Gold. The first round of 10 consecutive draws. It turned out to be golden. Aris' heart beat. The golden light gradually dissipated, and a crystal-like, diamond-shaped crystal appeared in front of Aris. Then, the explanation of rhombus crystals emerged. Anchor of space-time. Gold. This is a magic crystal that records the mysterious forbidden magic of space-time. After learning it, you can use this skill under certain circumstances, locate a certain time node, and travel through space-time. Note: to learn the space-time anchor, you must have the talent to travel through time and space. Otherwise, you cannot learn this skill. Aris' eyes widened as he looked at the golden legendary item that was pulled out in front of him. A time-space anchor? A magic that allows people to travel through time and space? Is it so powerful? Is this kind of skill really something humans can possess? It's simply a magical skill. Time and space talent. Aris frowned slightly, then decisively chose to use the crystal. Do you want to learn the anchor of time and space? Yes. As the system's voice sounded, a golden light instantly merged into Aris' soul. It feels like a perfect blend of beauty. Everything comes naturally. It is extremely comfortable and wonderful. After the golden light disappeared, the information and usage of the space-time anchor seemed to be engraved in Aris' mind 30, and he completely formed the instinct of using and remembering it, and absorbed and understood it. This person is the only one who has learned a god-level magic. Sure enough, I have the gift of time and space. Aris felt relieved. He had originally guessed that the so-called space-time talent should be the same as his space-time element talent, so he chose to learn the space-time anchor without hesitation. It is possible to locate a certain point in time and travel through time, but the conditions seem to be a bit harsh. It is not possible to travel through time and space at any time. It also requires extremely strong magic power to support it. With my current magic power, I want to cast this magic. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Aris could also understand that such a heaven-defying skill, which almost completely violated the laws of time and space, could actually transcend the long river of time and travel between the past and the future at will. This is not a normal magic skill. I don't know where the system got this kind of heaven-defying thing from. Aris took a deep breath and then put the space-time anchor aside temporarily. He hadn't figured out how to use this skill yet. However, if he could really travel through time, perhaps he could find out the truth behind the disappearance of the Shafik family members and witness the rebellion of the former great demon Grindelwald. Thinking of this, Aris couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. In short, the space-time anchor is extremely powerful, but with Aris' current strength, he cannot use it easily. We'll have to talk about time travel later. What's the purple one? Next, Aris looked at the purple prop. Parcel tongue. Purple talent allows the host to learn the language of snakes and gain affinity with snakes. This talent can even be used to control snake-like creatures. Seeing this thing, Reese was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Parcel tongue is a pretty good skill. Although Aris doesn't really like snakes, it's always good to have more skills. Maybe it will be useful in the future. For example, visit the secret room? Merlin's natural language talent only allows him to understand the language of animals, which is completely different from being able to speak the language of animals. In fact, he can only understand the language of some creatures, which Aris had noticed before. Not all creatures' languages can be understood. Now that I have learned parcel tongue, it can be considered a complementary skill. I didn't expect that I would win 1 gold and 1 purple by just randomly drawing. It seems that the goddess of luck is still on my side today. As the purple talent merged into Aris's mind, he felt a strange power surge into his body. Then an inexplicable enlightenment came over me. From today on, he is also a parcel tongue. I wonder what it will be like to meet Voldemort again and have the two of them communicate in parcel tongue. Aris actually feels a little excited about it, but I don't know why. Next, Nyrus continued to draw 10 times in a row 19 times. It turns out that good luck only happens once a day. Any more would be a bit unrealistic. In the next 19 draws, the items drawn were all very ordinary. There were no gold items, and most of the purple items were enlightenment potions and magic crystals that had been drawn before. There were also 2 skill books. A book called Theory of Black Magic. There's also a mastery-level fire curse. Both of them are related to black magic. The system wants me to learn black magic. Aris couldn't help but say something rude, but when he thought about it, he felt that it was indeed necessary to delve deeper into the knowledge related to black magic. Otherwise, he would not be able to solve any problems in this area in the future. This is inconsistent with his image as a top student. Therefore, he used the 2 skill books without much hesitation, gained a wealth of theoretical knowledge of black magic, and mastered the fire curse. Well, this spell should be very useful if I want to destroy a corpse or something in the future. After a round of lucky draws, the proficiency in each subject increased significantly. Aris looked at the remaining 2,000 points and exited the system with satisfaction. Another night of good sleep. The next morning, Aris came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, hoping to find some snakes to practice his spoken English. 6:30, he was quite interested in this new animal language. I don't know what it feels like to communicate with snakes. How is it different from communicating with people? Speaking of which, Harry Potter should have a say in this regard. As soon as he entered the woods, Silas heard a sinister rustling sound. Aris walked cautiously towards the source of the sound and drew out his wand in his right hand. Although this was just the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there were still many magical creatures. Who knows? Some of them might jump out at any time. Just after walking less than 100 meters, Aris looked up suddenly. Behind an ancient oak tree, a huge green python was coiled on it, staring at him with its yellow vertical pupils and spitting out scarlet tongue. "Who are you, and how dare you trespass into my territory?" The python hissed, his voice low and dangerous. This is snake language? Aris didn't feel anything wrong at all. It's like communicating with people normally. This ability feels amazing. Moreover, Aris did not expect that he would encounter such a tough opponent in his first experience of parcel tongue. This big snake doesn't look like someone you would easily mess with. Aris quickly calmed down, looked at the big python in front of him, and said naturally in snake language, "Hello, I am Aris Shafik, a student of Hogwarts. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me." The python obviously didn't expect that the human in front of it could speak snake language, and its yellow vertical pupils shrank noticeably. A parcel tongue? How rare. It looked Aris up and down, and its tone softened. "What is your purpose, young wizard?" Aris said calmly, "I just haven't communicated with snakes yet, so I'm a little curious. I don't mean any harm. Please forgive me if I'm offended." The python stared at him for a while, as if trying to determine his true intentions. "I don't sense any malice from you." It finally spoke. "For Salazar's sake, I can forgive your recklessness. But you should know that there are not many people in the wizarding world who can communicate with us snakes. If others see you doing this, it might bring you trouble." Aris nodded calmly and said calmly, "I understand, but I think since you have such a talent, you shouldn't waste it because of fear, right?" "Well, little guy, you are very brave." The python stuck out its tongue and looked at Aris with a softer gaze. Next, the python and Aris chatted in snake language about what they had seen and heard. They talked about everything, just like two friends chatting about everything under the sun. It was quite magical. The python even corrected Aris's pronunciation of some of the serpent language, from the most basic cavity resonance to some snake slang. The python knew everything, and Aris also found it very novel and had a deeper understanding of Parseltongue. "It's a pleasure chatting with you," Inglesi said sincerely when leaving. "Go, young man." The python's tone was rarely kind at this time. At the same time, its eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Hogwarts. "There is one more thing I must remind you. Do not use snake language casually in that castle, because there's a very difficult fellow, a very ancient creature, which even we snakes are extremely afraid of. It was once called a monster by humans, a basilisk. It is there, and the snake language will be the key to awakening him. Once the basilisk revives, the castle will be in danger. As for you, I'm afraid this will cause you a lot of trouble." Aris' eyes flickered slightly. It turns out that even the giant python in the Forbidden Forest knows about the existence of the snake monster in the secret room. It seems that the origin of the basilisk is really unusual. "Thank you for your reminder." Aris bowed slightly. Afterwards, the python did not speak again and swam into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Watching the python swim away, Aris stared at the direction where it disappeared for a long time, with a smile on his face. It feels good to communicate with magical creatures. It is a completely different experience from communicating with humans. Many things that happen in the Forbidden Forest have a different perspective from the magical creatures. It feels very wonderful. For example, the python mentioned the previous unrest in the spider's nest. In the eyes of the python, some mysterious power came to punish the ever-expanding Spider King. There are also the reactions and speculations of some magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, all very interesting. Back at the castle, Aris met Anthony and Ronald of Ravenclaw in the auditorium. Why did Aris disappear again? He's been acting mysterious all day. Did he do anything dangerous again? Anthony was holding a second-grade spells textbook in his hand and chatting with Terry while reading it. The first semester was about to end. With Aris, the test-taker, the young Ravenclaw eaglets studied very hard. Anthony had basically mastered the first-grade textbooks by 2/3 of the way through the semester. Even though the holidays are coming soon, I'm still working hard to prepare for the second-grade courses. It seems that he wants to give everyone a surprise after school starts next year. Terry was also holding a book, but it was a second-grade Transfiguration textbook. He had a deep obsession with Transfiguration, perhaps because he had seen Aris fly with a sword before. In his words, one day he would be able to use Transfiguration and the levitation spell to fly on a sword, which would be much more fun than riding a broom, and he wouldn't have to worry about the broom suddenly malfunctioning. However, he may not know that flying with a sword is much more dangerous for a first or second-grade wizard. After hearing what Anthony said, Terry shook his head and said indifferently, "I don't think so. Anyway, in Hogwarts, I can't think of anything else that can be called tech for him. After all, he defeated a professor, and there was a mysterious..." At this point, Terry subconsciously lowered his voice. "You said, did the mysterious man's ghost really come to the school and fight with Aris? This sounds too outrageous." "I think so too." Anthony nodded in agreement, but soon he frowned slightly. However, Aris seems to have never lied before, since he didn't come out to explain. This is probably true, but fortunately, the remaining soul of the mysterious man has been destroyed. This is good news. I can't imagine it. If Aris loses, The whole Hogwarts will probably be in chaos. The two looked at each other with lingering fear and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Forget it. Why bother talking about this? The final exam is next week, and I must get full A's this time. Otherwise, it will be a waste of all my efforts this semester. Anthony raised his eyebrows at Terry confidently. But no matter how hard we try, we won't be able to get the same results as Aris. Terry suddenly sighed. Little wizards like them actually have pretty good talents. Unfortunately, when they were at their most high-spirited, they encountered something too amazing. Therefore, I am destined to be only a small supporting role. Hey, I think I heard someone talking about me. Aris walked behind the two of them with a smile, suddenly patted them on the shoulders, and then sat down. Aris, Terry, and Antonin jumped up as if their hair had exploded. Seeing how Aris was frightened by this action, he said, "If someone scares someone, it will kill them." The two little wizards looked at the boy with dissatisfaction. Well, what's wrong? You don't have confidence in the test. Aris was not embarrassed at all and picked up a piece of dessert and started eating. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just, I feel like having you around is too discouraging. Terry curled his lips. Anthony also nodded in agreement, and both of them had a somewhat resentful expression. Why are you competing with me? Aris raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, "This is not pure and makes me uncomfortable." The two little wizards originally thought that Aris would at least say a few words of comfort. But what he heard was such inhuman words, and he immediately fell into autism. At this moment, an owl suddenly flew from the direction of the auditorium door. Aris looked up, and his eyes moved slightly. He had a feeling that the owl seemed to be coming for him. Sure enough, the owl quickly flew in front of him and dropped a letter. Aris gave the unknown owl 2 bites of food, and then the owl quickly flew away again. Sending a letter at this time? Anthony came over curiously. Aris, who is looking for you? The boy pushed Anthony's head aside unhappily, then looked at the letter in his hand with some surprise. This letter was if other people in the school saw this, it would probably cause a sensation. The former Dark Lord actually wrote a letter to Aris. Grindelwald? Aris muttered, looked around, then looked at Anthony and Terry, then put the letter away. What's up, Aris? Looking at the boy's actions, Anthony and Terry asked in surprise. Nothing. I'm full. Let me go back to the dormitory first. Having said that, Aris stood up and walked towards the Ravenclaw lounge. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so mysterious? Terry scratched his head, confused, as he watched Aris leave. I just seemed to hear Aris say, Grindelwald. Anthony swallowed uncertainly. What happened to Grindelwald? Terry obviously didn't know the man's name and looked at Anthony with some confusion. You haven't heard of Grindelwald? Why? Haven't you heard it's weird? Then you must know a certain dark wizard who is as famous as Professor Dumbledore, right? Then Grindelwald wouldn't be. Yes, it's just what you think. But why did Aris suddenly say that name? Anthony and Terry's eyes widened suddenly. Could the contents of that letter be related to Grindelwald? That should be the case. 823, it's impossible that the letter was sent by Grindelwald. Terry shrugged. This Aris is always mysterious. The two shook their heads and then concentrated on dealing with the food on the long table. Ravenclaw lounge entrance. What on earth does this guy want to do? Aris had just finished reading the letter from Grindelwald. The old man actually said he would give him a surprise during the summer vacation. Anyway, Aris doesn't know what the surprise is. Maybe it could be a shock. After all, the former Dark Lord's methods and thoughts cannot be guessed by common sense. However, Grindelwald's tone seemed very confident, as if Aris would be very happy, even surprised, as long as she saw his so-called surprise. This made Aris feel excited. Aris! At this moment, a voice interrupted Aris's thoughts. He looked up and saw Hermione standing at the door of the Ravenclaw common room, looking like she was waiting for someone. Have you been waiting for me here? Aris asked in confusion. What could the little witch want from me at this time? The final exam is coming up soon. Shouldn't Hermione be studying all night in the library? Coming here now doesn't seem like a top student style. I'm still a little unsure. After all, I haven't been studying hard during this period because of the incident in the basement, so I want to talk to you, or what do you think will be the questions in this final exam? Seeing Aris coming back, Hermione hurried over to him. Oh, so that's what it is. Aris now understood. No wonder Hermione was waiting here on purpose. It turns out that he wanted to predict the topic. The difficulty of the first grade final test was actually not high, and the little witch didn't have to worry at all with her strength. What's more, she had been trying hard to keep up with Aris for the entire semester. Now, even if I give the little witch second grade questions, I guess there won't be any problems. This little girl is so anxious because she is too nervous. I'll give you a test paper later. Will you do it? Aris did not offer comfort directly, but chose another way. Examinations were not something that could ease one's nervousness with just a few words of comfort, especially since this was Hermione's first final exam at Hogwarts, so she naturally took it very seriously. Aris prepared a test paper to let the little witch have a clearer understanding of her own strength. This way she might be more confident and calm. Okay, I have no idea what to do right now. It's great that you can give me a test paper to practice on. Hermione nodded quickly without any hesitation. Then shall we go to my dorm? Aris asked Hermione for advice. Dormitory? Hermione was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly and said, Won't your roommate have any objections? If you do a whole set of test papers, it should take a long time, 89. I don't have a roommate. Aris shrugged, then turned around and asked the question raised by Eagle Ring. The door to the lounge opened, and the boy walked straight in. No roommate. Before Hermione could react to what Aris meant, she saw that the door of the common room was about to close, so she didn't care about anything else and hurriedly followed. I've always lived alone, Aris explained to Hermione as they walked up the spiral staircase. Living alone? You live alone in such a big dormitory. Hermione blinked in surprise. Well, it's a lot quieter. I still prefer to be alone. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the door of Aris' dormitory. As if sensing the arrival of someone, the dormitory door opened automatically. Seeing this, Hermione blinked in surprise again. This door has the function of opening and closing automatically? Hermione was a little confused at this point. Are Gryffindor dormitories different from Ravenclaw dormitories? Also, the layout of Aris' dormitory is obviously different from that of ordinary dormitories. It is like a small suite with a bedroom at the innermost part and a study outside, which is filled with books. There is also a luxurious desk in the center of the study. I bought all these by myself. The dormitory at school was too simple. There was nothing but a bed and a closet for clothes, so I bought some furniture. Some of them were created by transfiguration, of course. For example, that little sofa is actually a wooden stool. As he spoke, the single person in the corner suddenly jumped and then quickly turned into a wooden stool. That's very convenient. Seeing Aris's transfiguration skill inadvertently revealed, Hermione looked at the boy helplessly. She always felt that this guy seemed to be showing off something. Even senior students may not be able to perform such advanced transfiguration. But for the boy, it was so relaxing and comfortable. Hermione knew very well that she would never be able to catch up with the boy's strength. Aris smiled and then waved gently. A quill on the desk began to move, writing the topic on a piece of parchment. Wait a moment. Your paper will be ready soon. The quill on the desk was producing questions very quickly. After a moment, Aris seemed to think it was too slow and waved his hand to make the second feather pen move. Two quills kept writing down questions on the parchment with a rustling sound. In just about 10 minutes, 2 test sheets of about 20 questions were completed. Okay, let's see how much you can accomplish. Aris handed the parchment to the stunned little witch and smiled. Is this difficult for first graders? After Hermione took the sheepskin test paper, she first looked at the questions carefully. Then he looked up at Aris with some confusion. Of course, it shouldn't be too different from the final exam in terms of difficulty. Maybe there are some questions in here that will be used for the exam. Of course, they should just be the same question types. After all, I didn't write the exam questions. Aris casually picked up a book titled Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells Dash from the bookshelf. But these questions don't look that difficult, do they? Hermione stared. She thought that the questions Aris asked would be very difficult, but the results were different. Do you have any misunderstanding about the difficulty of first years? Ollie looked at Hermione strangely. Is there? The little witch tilted her head and frowned. Okay, let's do the questions first. Looking at Hermione's adorable appearance, Aris couldn't help but reach out and touch the girl's hair. The fluffy feeling, well, I can only say, very comfortable. Don't touch my hair, it's messed up. The little witch's face turned red all of a sudden, and then she ran to the small desk on the other side with the test paper and started doing the questions. Aris looked at the little witch who ran away and shook his head in amusement. I don't know when I became so shy. I never saw it like this when I touched it before. He took the book, sat down at the big desk, and made 2 cups of tea. One for himself, and the other floated towards Hermione. The 2 of them were like this, one doing exercises and the other reading a book. The hot afternoon sun shone on the balcony, and it was very hot outside. But there was a gust of cool breeze in the study, which was the wind attribute magic circle set up by Aris in the room. It doesn't have any offensive power, it just lowers the temperature in the house, like an air conditioner. An hour later, Hermione stood up as if on cue. Finished. Aris didn't seem surprised. He knew that a test of this difficulty would not be difficult for Hermione. If he were to do a test of this level, he would probably finish it in half an hour. Of course, this is when using an automatic quill pen. I'm done. Hermione took one last look at the test paper and handed it to Aris. I'm not sure if the explanation for the second to last question is accurate. Maybe I missed something, but I can't remember it. She seemed a little annoyed. Aris guessed that if it weren't for this question, Hermione would have finished it long ago. Let me take a look first. Aris didn't say much, and just looked down at the test paper in his hand. The test paper was filled with words, and Hermione's handwriting was beautiful, just like her, pleasing to the eye. The first test paper consists mostly of multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. All right, Aris only took a glance and was sure it was correct. Then came the second test paper, where I basically got all the answers right, except for some of the big questions which were not answered perfectly. For example, the second to last question Hermione asked, list the effects of Bezoar in detail. The perfect answer should have 4 points, but Hermione only wrote 3, which is not wrong, because the 4th function of Bezoar is not actually part of the first-year curriculum, but has already been involved in the 3rd year. It can be used as a material for a more complex potion. And what kind of magic potion it is definitely unknown now. How is it? After a few minutes, the little witch looked at Aris with anticipation and a little uneasiness in her eyes. Yes, 100% accuracy. Aris looked up and smiled. How is that possible? I clearly got the answer to the second to last question. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. You did write a little less on the second to last question, but that's already 3rd grade content. Judging from the 1st grade exam content alone, there's nothing wrong with your answer. Aris said affirmatively. Really? Hermione could hardly hold back the smile in the corners of her eyes. Of course, Aris praised generously. I can guarantee that even if the professors were to do this test, they couldn't do better than you. I always thought. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Hermione suddenly paced back and forth quickly in the study, looking very excited and couldn't stop being happy. Aris smiled, then his eyes softened. You have to know that you are definitely one of the smartest students in the entire 1st grade. If even you can't pass the exam, then all the students in the entire school will probably fail. So, you really don't have to worry too much. I'm just a little unsure. After all, I'm just a witch born in a muggle family. I don't have the deep background of those pure-blood families, nor do I have the common sense of magic cultivated since childhood. I'm just afraid of being worse than others. 0 request flowers. As she spoke, Hermione's eyes suddenly turned red, as if she had thought of something unfair. You are no worse than anyone else. Aris affirmatively placed the test paper in front of Hermione and said seriously, like this test paper, in my opinion, you are even better than most pure-blood wizards, and you are smarter and work harder. All you lack is a little confidence. Hearing this, Hermione finally felt relieved and burst into laughter. If it's really as you said, I'll be relieved. The little witch took a deep breath, then turned and walked outside. Okay, afternoon classes are about to start. I should go. Well, I might go to the lab in a while. If you want to find me, you can go there later. Aris replied casually, and did not get up to see Hermione off. Anyway, the dormitory door would open by itself. 0. Aris, thank you. When Hermione reached the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at the boy, smiling broadly. Looking at that cute and innocent face, Aris smiled and nodded slightly. As long as you can feel at ease, what I do is valuable. Go ahead, you're going to be late. Well, I'm leaving. The little witch seemed to blush again and hurried out of the dormitory. Aris could even hear her thumping down the stairs. After Hermione left, Aris took out a map from the drawer under the desk. That's right, the Marauder's map has been taken back by Aris. He glanced at the headmaster's office and saw Dumbledore was there. Apparently he had not left. After thinking for a moment, he put the map back into the drawer, then tidied himself up, stood up, left the dormitory, and walked straight to the principal's office. He had some things to do in the afternoon. However, doing that might require Dumbledore's help. Or you can bring the old man along. And there is the Philosopher's Stone. He is very interested in that thing. He had always thought that if he let the magic light brain moss analyze the Philosopher's Stone, perhaps he could completely crack the secret inside. Then, could he then mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone? This has not been verified yet, and Aris is not sure. What is possible after all? The House of Requests. Aris's laboratory. Dumbledore was currently touring the equipment in the laboratory, especially the magic array platforms, looking at them very carefully. Is this the teleportation magic circle you mentioned? When Dumbledore came to a magic circle emitting light blue magic light, he asked with interest. That's right. Aris nodded. However, this magic circle cannot be used now because of some permission issues. Because of the Hogwarts restricted authority? Dumbledore seemed to know something. That's right. I've never figured that thing out. Aris nodded. This castle is too old, and I've never seen many of the forbidden magics contained in it. So I'd like to ask the professor for some advice. Or maybe the professor can give my magic circle permission to run it. The principle of the teleportation magic circle is actually similar to the 527 shape of apparition, but it is more complicated and involves more comprehensive space teleportation rules. It can even be regarded as a multi-person apparition device. Therefore, Aris must obtain permission to apparate within the castle before the teleportation magic circle can truly operate. This is why he must ask Dumbledore to come here. I may not be able to do what you ask. Dumbledore thought for a while, then shook his head gently. As you said, this castle has a very long history. There's so much magic in it. As the principal of this school, I have the authority to apparate within the school, but it is not up to me to grant you this authority. You need to obtain the castle's approval yourself. Hearing this, Aris' eyes showed a hint of surprise. In other words, this castle actually has some kind of self-awareness? It's not impossible for you to understand it this way. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Aris was even more surprised. I really didn't expect this. A castle could actually develop self-awareness. This is too incredible. In fact, strictly speaking, it can't be considered self-awareness. Dumbledore weighed his words and explained, you can think of it as a kind of rule. As long as you are in the castle, no matter who you are, you must abide by this rule. Otherwise, you won't be welcome in this castle. As he spoke, Dumbledore drew out his wand and tapped lightly in the air. The next second, a scene that surprised Aris appeared. An invisible ripple seemed to appear in the air, and then a faint light suddenly appeared in the room. The light quickly filled the entire room and then slowly rotated around Aris. The boy was a little confused. Dumbledore smiled and said, don't be nervous. This is the castle's rules observing you. In other words, it is testing whether you are qualified to use the castle's rules. If you pass the test, your magic circle should be able to operate normally. As he spoke, Dumbledore walked up to Aris and gently touched the boy's forehead. The faint white light spots around him quickly gathered and poured into Aris' forehead. Then an indescribable feeling emerged from Aris' mind. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Aris's mind. The power of rules has been detected. Is it integrated into the system? Aris was startled, and consciousness instantly entered his mind. At this moment, the white light spots that had just flooded into his mind condensed into a virtual projection of a castle, like a three-dimensional figure floating quietly in the sea of Aris. The power of the system has already penetrated into it and seems to have taken control of this power. The system can actually integrate the power of the castle's rules. Aris never thought that this situation would happen. But looking at the current situation, it seems that there will be no harm in integrating this force of rules. Thinking of this, I made a decision in my heart. Confirm the fusion. As soon as this thought came to mind, the castle in the sea of consciousness was suddenly enveloped by a golden light. A sense of enlightenment also emerged in Aris' mind. The golden light is the power of the system, which is currently receiving the power of the castle's rules. As the two continued to merge, Aris could clearly feel that everything in the castle seemed to have merged into his mind, whether it was the basement where the Philosopher's Stone was previously stored, or maybe it's a basilisk hidden in the complex sewers beneath the castle. For Aris, this castle no longer has any secrets. Perhaps even Dumbledore did not expect that Aris could completely control the rules of this castle. This is something that even he cannot do. At most, Dumbledore obtained some of the rights that belong to the headmaster, such as being able to apparate within the school, communicating with the portraits on the wall, and other relatively simple rights. And Aris has completely taken over the rules of this castle. As long as he wants, this castle will no longer have any secrets for him, including but not limited to the castle's protective measures. Aris can activate them at any time, and he can do whatever he wants in the castle. There are also some ancient secrets that are gradually revealed to Aris. It's amazing. Looking at the castle projection that gradually turned into a light golden color, Aris couldn't help but feel surprised. This castle is really like what Dumbledore said. It has formed a kind of collective consciousness with the magical power of self-maintenance and self-evolution, just like the legendary paradise. Or maybe it's similar to the immortal palace mentioned in some fairy tale novels. This castle hides too many secrets. After a moment, Aris opened his eyes. How about it? Dumbledore spoke at the right time, but there was obviously a hint of surprise in his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something. I have earned the castle's approval. Aris did not hide anything and answered directly. Just as I thought. Dumbledore nodded, but the confusion in his eyes did not disappear. He continued to ask, "What else? You should have gained more than this just now, right? I feel that the rules of this castle seem to have become more powerful, and there seem to be some unknown changes. Are those changes related to you?" Hearing this, Aris smiled. This castle has many secrets, especially those about the rules in 4.9. Even you, the professor, may not have fully explored them. Fortunately, we still have a lot of time, right? Indeed, there are many things that even I don't understand. Dumbledore looked at Aris seriously, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. But maybe I can get the answers to those questions from you in the future, right? I think this castle may have a real owner in the future. It's true. I can't hide anything from you. Aris shook his head helplessly. After getting the exact answer, Dumbledore's eyes lit up, and then he exclaimed softly, "Merlin, what an incredible thing. You actually did it. I think the 4 former owners of this castle probably didn't expect this day to come." Aris, Professor Dumbledore, what are you going to do with the Philosopher's Stone? After gaining access to Hogwarts, Aris was able to quickly perfect the teleportation magic circle, and teleportation could be performed using only magic crystals. So he turned the topic back to the Philosopher's Stone, his eyes filled with inquiry. I have obtained the permission of that old friend. He agreed to destroy the Philosopher's Stone to prevent other accidents from happening in the future. Dumbledore's tone was somewhat serious. Destroy. Aris frowned. The plot was indeed the same as the original. Dumbledore did not plan to keep the Philosopher's Stone. But if this happened, Nicholas Flamel would surely die. After all, he was too old and his body had long lost its vitality. The old alchemist was able to survive entirely due to the power of the Philosopher's Stone. I don't think this is the best option, is it? Oh, do you have any other ideas? Dumbledore looked at Aris, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. Of course, why don't we keep it? Voldemort probably doesn't have the energy to look for this thing now. Song wants us to keep it well. Reese said calmly. But you can't guarantee it, can you? Dumbledore was obviously still worried. But Nicholas Flamel's life is more precious, isn't it? Without him, the wizarding world would be like losing a living fossil. This is definitely a huge loss for the entire wizarding world. Aris looked at Dumbledore seriously. Of course, he is my old friend. How can I watch him die without doing anything? It's just... Dumbledore hesitated and finally sighed softly. Perhaps the long years have made my old friend indifferent to many things. This is his choice, and I can't change it. No, we can change, believe me. Aris still looked at Dumbledore persistently, without any retreat in her eyes. You know, in this world, besides you and me, the only one who studies elemental magic is perhaps Nicholas Flamel. His existence will definitely bring us more help. If we give up on letting him live just for Voldemort's possible plans, it would undoubtedly be a cruel and cowardly act. Professor, you should also know the connection between alchemy and elements. Of course I know that. Dumbledore nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. In that case, leave the Philosopher's Stone here. I promise to protect it well, and no one can take it away from me. Aris looked at Dumbledore with sharp eyes. You will protect it? You mean I will give you the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore was stunned. That's right. With the power of Aris and I, no one can take it away from me. Not even you, the professor. Aris said this with great confidence. Dumbledore fell silent. He certainly knew Aris's strength. He was surprised more than once by the power of the little red dragon and the boy in front of him. What do you want to do with the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore looked at Aris with some confusion. Of course, to do research. Aris answered without any hesitation. So, what is the purpose of the research? Dumbledore continued to ask. This little stone possesses a power that is unimaginable to ordinary people. The art of immortality has always been a difficult problem that the magic world cannot overcome. Only Nicholas Flamel has achieved it. Isn't this worth studying? Aris said as a matter of course. In his opinion, the significance of the Philosopher's Stone is far greater than preventing Voldemort from resurrecting. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore would think of destroying the Philosopher's Stone to prevent Voldemort from resurrecting. This was clearly a case of throwing away the big picture to pick up the sesame seeds. Aris even thought it was a bit silly. Of course, maybe he felt that Voldemort was not a threat. But in Dumbledore's view, Voldemort is the one who stirs up the entire magical world. Preventing his resurrection is the most important thing for the entire magic world, and the Philosopher's Stone that can make people immortal is just a slightly valuable stone in his eyes. After hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent again, and no one knew what he was thinking. Although the art of longevity is very meaningful, it is also the root of human disasters. Are you sure you want to do this? At this time, Dumbledore's expression was very serious, staring straight at Aris. Everything has two sides, and I think the existence of the Philosopher's Stone is the same. Aris pondered for a while, and said slowly, I can't guarantee that the research on the Philosopher's Stone will not cause trouble, but I can guarantee that these troubles will be handled well. Professor, please rest assured. Are you sure? Dumbledore still frowned. This is more difficult than you think. It's just a small stone. How can it be more complicated than elements, magic, and magic circles? Aris smiled, with absolute confidence in his smile. Or maybe he had never thought that a small magic stone could stump the magic light brain moss, which was the crystallization of the magic technology of the brilliant magic civilization of another world. It's just used to deal with a small magic stone, so of course there won't be any problems. In that case, Dumbledore waved his hand gently, and the Philosopher's Stone appeared in his palm. I can give this little thing to you, but I hope you can make good use of it. And remember what you said, Never forget your original intention, and use it to do something meaningful for the magic world. Of course, Aris looked serious and solemnly took the small stone from Dumbledore's hand. Okay, so what should we do next? Dumbledore smiled again and continued to look around the laboratory with interest. Well, let me think about it. Aris pretended to think, and then a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps, before that, you might want to try the 14th effect of dragon blood wine. No, I have improved the dragon blood soup and researched many different ways to make it. Now the dragon blood has more than 14 effects, at least 20. Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly lit up. You really made dragon blood curd? Merlin's beard. This is incredible. Let me taste it. This is really good news for me. The silver-haired old wizard was as excited as a child and couldn't wait to walk in front of Aris. In fact, what surprised him the most was Aris. He actually remembered this incident all along. I actually made a delicious dish using the blood of a fire dragon. Well, that's not right. The boy seemed to have just said that he had developed several delicious recipes for cooking dragon's blood. At this moment, Dumbledore was really looking forward to it, and his whole face. After the weekend, the little wizards of Hogwarts ushered in the most dreaded week, because the final test would be held the next week. Some small stories about how they study hard and seriously at ordinary times. Fortunately, they are now full of confidence and ready to show their talents. But those little wizards who usually don't work hard and like to play around are now in a miserable situation. They want to buy a full set of cheating tools, and they still hold on to luck until the exam. But if they thought about it, they would know that there is no way that the professors at Hogwarts were unaware of those cheating methods. No young wizard could cheat in front of them, not even the Weasley twins. Aris, you have to save us. In the auditorium early Monday morning, Inan found Reese in a panic. Following behind him was Harry. Both of them looked a little nervous and uneasy. It was obvious that they were all worried about the potions exam they were going to have today. What's wrong? Rune, you seem a little too nervous? Aris glanced at the little wizard and shook his head with amusement. I feel like I'm going to fail the course. I felt like Professor Snape glared at me fiercely last night. He's going to make things difficult for me today, Ronald said with a sad face. Snape glared at you. What? Aris was a little surprised. If Snape really wanted to glare at someone, it should be at Harry Potter, right? After all, there was hardly any young wizard in the entire Hogwarts who didn't know about Professor Snape's targeting of Harry Potter. I think he's glaring at the two of us. Harry took a deep breath and said helplessly, because he knows that we've always suspected him. But how did he know this? Aris was stunned. If you hadn't blown up yourself, there would be no way for Inpu to know about this from other sources, right? It's so painful right here. Ronald seemed like he was about to cry. Last night at dinner, Harry and I were talking about the past, and Snape seemed to have heard our conversation. Hearing this, Aris was speechless. No, you two are usually quite cautious. Why are you discussing this kind of thing in the auditorium? At this moment, Aris recalled the incident of Hagrid hatching the dragon eggs. The reason why Snape rushed over seemed to be because Harry and the others were discussing that matter in the hall and were heard by Goyle and Crabbe. Don't they know how to learn their lesson? I think as long as you study hard, Snape won't be able to do anything to you in the final exam. He can't just give you 0 points, right? Hermione's voice sounded at the side with a hint of indifference. Perhaps in his opinion, the tension between Harry Potter and Ronald was completely unnecessary. Not everyone is as good at their studies as you. I feel even worse when I hear you say that. Ronald looked at Hermione deeply, and his mood seemed to be even worse. Okay, the time is almost up. Let's go to the potions classroom. Hermione ignored the two of them and stood up with the quill she would use for the exam and walked toward the potions classroom. Aris shrugged, stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, and followed. He had reached an agreement with the professors at the beginning of the semester. Although Aris did not have to attend classes with the first-year students, he had to take the final exam. This is also to ensure that Aris does not neglect his studies throughout the school year. Although this kind of exam didn't mean anything to him. Let's go. Lou in. Otherwise we will really be late. If we are late for the exam, Snape will probably kill us. Thinking of that result, Harry Potter couldn't help but shudder. Why are we so unlucky? Ronald looked sad and stood up reluctantly. Potions classroom. Snape was already waiting there with the test papers in his hand. The young wizards walked into the classroom one after another to prepare for the exam. At this moment, his eyes turned to the door, and Aris was walking in from the door. After seeing the boy, Snape's face showed a meaningful look. Then he looked behind Aris, just as Harry and Ronald walked in. Let me remind you first, if I find any cheating in this exam, you will fail all your courses this semester. Snape's somewhat cold voice sounded in the classroom, but his eyes were looking at Harry and Ronald, and his tone was somewhat sarcastic. Especially for those guys who think they are heroes, taking exams requires not only mindless courage, but also daily accumulation and a smart brain. If you are smart enough, you won't be so self-righteous as to think that the professors in the school are all fools. Did you hear me clearly? Snape snorted coldly, glanced at all the young wizards in the classroom, and emphasized his tone. Understand. A uniform voice sounded from below. The young wizards were usually very afraid of Snape, and at this critical moment of the exam, no one would be the first to stand out. Okay, let's begin. The test papers on the podium floated up one by one, and then fell on the desks of the little wizards. Afterwards, the only sound in the entire classroom was the rustling sound of a feather pen writing on parchment. Aris glanced at the test paper and found it was just as he expected, not difficult. Some of the questions here were even the ones he had given Hermione before. Although they were not exactly the same, they were very closely related. With the previous prediction of the topic, Hermione's exam should be easier this time. Aris picked up the pen and quickly wrote on the test paper without any pause. Professor, I've finished writing. 15 minutes later, Aris raised his hand. Leave the test paper where it is when you've finished, and then go out. Snape glanced at him, Wong Hao, without the slightest bit of surprise. The other little wizards were not surprised at all when they heard Aris' words. After all, when Alex started school, he had already completed all the tests below the 5th grade. It's not surprising that there is such performance now, but most of the young wizards have envy and admiration in their eyes. They all thought to themselves, how great it would be if they were Aris. The world of top students is wonderful even if you only experience it for one day, especially on exam day. Not far away, Anthony and Terry looked at each other. A hint of determination flashed in their eyes, and then they began to write the test paper quickly. They had set a goal in advance, and they had to be in the top 10 in this exam. Otherwise, all the hard work this school year will be meaningless. They're dreaming about the day of the exam, thinking about how to make a big splash. In the morning, the young wizards took exams in 2 subjects, potions and charms. At lunchtime, the hall was filled with young wizards discussing their exam results, and Harry Potter and Ronald were no exception. Hermione, what's your answer to the third-to-last question in potions? Tell me quickly, I feel like I got that question wrong. Ronald just sat down and asked Hermione beside him hurriedly. There are 5 steps to configure the confusing water. It is clearly written in the textbook. I think you can go and look it up in the textbook. Hermione obviously didn't want to answer this question. She just kept taking small bites of the cookie bottle on the table. 5 points? I thought there were only 4 points. I will definitely lose points after finishing this question. Harry on the side showed a look of annoyance. Aris, I think the difficulty of this potion lesson is not much different from the questions you asked. Hermione then looked at the boy next to her. In fact, several of the questions are similar to the ones you asked. How did you do it? In fact, there's only so much content in the 1st grade. As long as you read the textbook carefully and understand the main content, you can basically guess what the exam content is. Aris shrugged and said, I don't have such ability, but I still think you are amazing. Hermione's eyes were full of admiration. 860, Aris. You should be able to get full marks, right? Chwanan looked at the boy with some envy. If nothing unexpected happens, even the professor may not be able to find any points to deduct from the test Aris did. Harry said with certainty, You guys are exaggerating. Alex smiled and said, I think my answer to the last question might be a little flawed. Well, I'll probably lose 1 or 2 points. Did you do that on purpose? Hermione obviously didn't believe that Aris couldn't answer that question. It's not intentional. It's just that my thoughts are a little different from what's in the book. Well, I think that answer might be more accurate. Aris explained. But exams all have standard answers, don't they? Is this the top student? Ronald stared at Aris with a strange expression. When he was taking the test, he was actually thinking about how to answer the question more perfectly, instead of thinking about the correct answer in the textbook. Ronald said to Harry with some resentment, "Perhaps this is the biggest gap between us and pressure for." Harry shook his head helplessly. While several people were discussing, Anthony and Terry's voices suddenly came. "Aris, we finished both DAC classes this morning in just half an hour. I think we're definitely the students who finished the exams the fastest except for you," Anthony said excitedly. "In fact, I turned in my paper about 10 seconds faster than Anthony," Terry said somewhat unconvinced. "Have you two forgotten Hermione?" Harry reminded. "It seems that she only took about 25 minutes to learn charms and finish the exam." Even Professor Flitwick was a little surprised. He probably didn't expect that Xiao Lu would be able to answer all the questions so quickly. "Of course, I almost forgot. Hermione is really good. He is just a little faster than us." Anthony and Terry shrugged at the same time. "It can be seen that your results this semester are very good. If you continue to maintain this, you may be able to catch up with Hermione next semester," Aris said encouragingly. "In fact, we have decided that we will not be idle this summer vacation. We have even planned which subjects we will study," Terry said with some pride. "Yes, I'm also ready to study for the entire summer vacation. When you come to school in September, just wait and see our results." Anthony looked at Ronald provocatively. "Do you have to be so curly?" Ronald was almost speechless. It's fine that they work so hard in school, but they have to let go of these bad habits during the summer vacation. Where do they come from? If we don't work hard, how can we keep up with Aris? Anthony shrugged and said firmly, "Okay, case solved." Ronald looked at Aris with resentment. "The reason why these people became so stubborn was because of this guy. I heard that Professor McGonagall has not stopped for a moment this semester. He goes to the library whenever he has time, and even hands over some of the school affairs to Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick. I heard that the vice president is currently working on some theoretical problems of magic, and is very persistent. Professor Flitwick also went to the library more often. Many young wizards could hardly see him even after class. He was so secretive that no one knew what he was doing. It seems that since Aris came to school, both professors and students have become more stubborn, and I don't know why. For this reason, Ronald even specifically asked Fred and George, and it was obvious that Hogwarts was completely different in the past. At that time, the young wizards even had the leisure to discuss which shops in Hogsmeade were more interesting. Now, not to mention the first-year wizards, even some of the second-year wizards rarely go to Hogsmeade on weekends and basically stay in a library. It's hard to imagine this being Hogwarts. "Okay, you guys eat. I'm going to the lounge." After Aris finished eating, he said hello to a few people and stood up. "The afternoon exam will start in about half an hour. Why are you going back to the common room?" Hermione asked curiously. "Of course, go take a rest," Aris said as a matter of course. "But is there enough time?" Hermione asked doubtfully, obviously thinking Aris might have other plans. "Well, that should be fine." Aris didn't explain any more and just stood up and left the auditorium. In fact, he was not going to the lounge, but to the principal's office, because there were some things he wanted to talk to Dumbledore about again, about Grindelwald. Time passed quickly, and the Hogwarts exam was soon over. But in fact, at most there are only 4 days. Next, the little wizards can choose to go back first. The school can send the test results back to the family as owl birthday gifts. But most of the little wizards don't want to do this because they are eager to know the results, and if they send home bad results, they will definitely be severely punished by their parents. But after Aris finished his exam, he decided to go back first because Luna was waiting for him at home, and the little girl couldn't wait to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Because in September, she will report to Hogwarts with Aris. Another reason is because of Grindelwald. The old man has sent 2 letters by owl, both asking when Aris will leave school. In addition, the letter also mentioned that Grindelwald had prepared another surprise for Aris. This made Aris even more confused. What on earth has the old wizard been doing all this time? Why do you seem very busy? Welcome home, Master Aris. When Aris appeared at Shafik Castle, the maid Shirley had already been waiting for him at the castle gate, and standing next to him was Henry Barton, who was now the castle's butler. Master, we didn't expect you to come back so soon, so we didn't prepare anything to eat at home. Can we just have something to eat tonight? Henry looked at Aris nervously. It was his fault for not preparing everything in advance. It doesn't matter, as long as I can fill my stomach, Aris said with a smile. He was not a person who liked to waste money, not to mention that he was alone. Including the servants, there were only Henry and Shirley, and 2 elf castles. There was actually not much inside, so there's no need to have a lavish dinner. Okay, Master, I'll ask Snoopy and the others to prepare dinner. As he said that, Henry trotted into the castle, and Shirley took the luggage from Alex and followed slowly behind him. He looked at the young master walking in front of him and secretly made a comparison in his mind. It seemed that over such a period of time, the young master had grown taller, and his appearance and temperament had become more masculine and less childish. At this time, Aris was nearly 1.5 meters tall, which was quite good for a 12-year-old. Seeing Aris acting more and more like a little adult, Shirley's eyebrows curved into a smile, and she seemed very happy. Shirley, has anyone come to visit the castle during this period? Aris suddenly asked. Yes, Master, Shirley said without thinking. Lucius Malfoy often comes to report on his work. Although the Master is not here, he will report these things to Henry. Also, an old wizard has visited our house recently, but he seemed to know that the young master was not at home, so he just asked a question at the door and left every time. Old wizard, a figure flashed through Aris' mind. Is it Grindelwald? What does he look like? Alex stopped, turned around, and looked at Zuelia in a daze and asked. Well, short silver-white hair, eyes that are a bit strange, occasionally flashing silver light, and a very good temperament, looks like someone who has been in a high position for a long time, and is very polite. Zuelia recalled for a moment, and quickly gave her general impression and appearance of the teacher. It's Grindelwald after all. Aris was sure that based on Shalia's description, the image looked too much like Grindelwald. Didn't he say what it was specifically about? Aris asked again. No, every time he just asked, is the young master here? And then he left after knowing that you were not there. Zuelia said affirmatively. I understand. Alex nodded slightly and fell in a deep thought. In fact, he had thought about why Grindelwald escaped from the Nurmengard Tower. Was it really just because of him? But because there was too little information, he was never able to come to any conclusion. There is very little mention of Grindelwald in the original Harry Potter series, and Alex can only roughly know some of the character traits of this great devil from the Fantastic Beasts series. He was an extremely confident and ambitious man. He said that he would break his promise and even give up his self-esteem for one person. Aris found it a little hard to believe, but after meeting Grindelwald last time, he could feel that most of what the old wizard said was true, and he was not lying. It's a wonderful feeling. It was as if, at the moment their prophetic visions intersected, he could sense Grindelwald's deepest emotions and thoughts. In fact, this is also what Aris is confused about. Would such a confident and ambitious person really be willing to submit to another person? We need to look into this matter later. Master, you seem to be worried about something? Shirley had noticed that Aris seemed to be in a bad mood. It's okay, let's go eat. Aris smiled and then walked briskly into the castle. Yes, Master. Shirley also smiled. As a maid, she knew very well what she should and should not do. Since the young master didn't continue this topic, he must not want to continue discussing it. So, she shouldn't continue. A moment later, Aris came to the restaurant. Looking at the table full of food, he looked at Henry puzzledly. Is this what you said? No food prepared? Alex was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The food is enough for at least 10 people, and it has a wide variety of dishes, very rich. According to family tradition, the standard meal for the host at home is 20 different foods, which may include but are not limited to desserts, snacks, staple foods, special dishes, etc. But there are less than 15 kinds here, so there must be some missing. Henry explained to Aris with a smile. This is too much. How can I eat so much by myself? Aris shook his head helplessly. Okay, come and eat with us. He waved to Henry and Shirley. Master, according to the regulations, we cannot. Henry was about to refuse when he was interrupted by Huangzi. I have the final say here. If I tell you to eat together, then eat together. Don't talk nonsense. Having said that, he sat down at the dining table and started to enjoy the delicious dinner. Seeing this scene, Henry and Shuity looked at each other and had no choice but to sit at the dining table and eat with Aris. About half an hour later, dinner was over and Aris came outside the castle. He looked in the direction of the castle gate and muttered thoughtfully, "It feels like there are guests visiting. Are there guests?" Henry looked towards the castle gate in confusion. He did not hear the doorbell or any other sound. Well, I'm pretty sure someone is. Aris walked towards the castle gate and waved to Henry. You don't have to follow me. That old guy is here to see me. I think you may need to go out for a while. I will take care of it. Yes, young master. Henry bowed slightly and nodded without much hesitation. He knew Aris's strength. Ordinary wizards were no match for him, not to mention the existence of the dark red dragon Aris. There are probably not many people in the entire wizarding world who can pose a threat to Aris. Watching the boy's back gradually disappear into the night, Henry turned and returned to the castle. At the castle gate, at this time, a figure in a black gentleman's suit was standing there quietly. He had half-long silver hair that just covered his ears. He looked quite old, but his posture was still upright, revealing a confident and self-deprecating aura. Grindelwald. Aris looked at the figure standing outside through the castle gate and exclaimed in surprise, "Long time no see, Aris." Grindelwald smiled, then looked at the boy kindly and gently and said, "I really can't wait any longer. Do you remember the 2 surprises I told you about? I thought you might be of some interest." "What on earth are you playing? I don't think you're the type to enjoy surprises." Aris looked at Grindelwald with confusion in her eyes. "You'll know in a moment. Come with me." Grindelwald didn't explain much, but just stretched out his hand, as if he wanted Aris to apparate with him. Aris hesitated for a moment, then took Grindelwald's hand and said, "I just got home. I didn't want to make such a fuss, but I'm really curious about what you call a surprise. I promise you will like it very much." Grindelwald blinked, and the next second, a crisp, crackling sound was heard, and the 2 disappeared on the spot. When they appeared again, they were already outside an old house. Judging from the surrounding buildings, it should still be in England, but this place is quite remote, surrounded by wilderness, and there is no June 17th smoke. "Where is this?" Aris turned around and asked. "It's in a little-known town. No one has been to this house for a long time. I once stayed here for a while." Grindelwald explained, and then walked straight to the old house. "Have you been there before?" Aris looked at the old house in front of him. The house had a history of at least 100 years. The past he mentioned couldn't be decades ago, before he was imprisoned in the Nurmengard Tower. Thinking of this, Aris took a deep breath. What on earth has this guy been doing all this time? Why did he return to the place he had been before? Could he be? Are you planning to do something big again? At this moment, Aris was actually a little nervous, mainly because what this old man had done was so worrying. Hurry up and catch up. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Aris was still standing there, Grindelwald turned around and urged. Aris had no choice but to follow. "Sir, you're back." A voice came as soon as I walked into the old house. The voice was obviously a bit old, and it seemed that the person who was speaking was already very old. "This is Cyree Sheriff, one of my former followers. He came here after hearing that I had returned." There was a hint of pride in Grindelwald's tone, and Aris even heard a hint of complacency in it, as if he was showing off something. He didn't understand what was there to brag about. This Mr. Sheriff must be in his 70s or 80s. Now that he has come back to follow you, what else can he do? Should he be sent to fight those young wizards? Aris couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he did not attack Grindelwald directly. To be honest, he still had no idea what this person was trying to do. "Have everyone been notified?" Grindelwald looked at Sheriff and asked. "I've already notified them, sir. They'll be here soon." Sheriff replied respectfully. "Them? Are there others coming?" Aris couldn't help but wonder, did this old man gather other people? Does he really want to go back to his old ways and turn the current world upside down again? Regardless of whether he has the ability or not, Dumbledore will not just watch him fool around like this, right? Aris recalled what Dumbledore said to him before leaving school, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Will these two happy enemies continue to fight each other at this age? That would be really interesting. Aris, come in. Let's have some tea first. Grindelwald waved his wand gently, and the tea set in the living room began to brew tea automatically. Then a cup of black tea slowly floated in front of Alex, with some tea leaves floating on it. The quality of this tea may not be very good. The old man's life is not going well. He even uses such low-quality tea. Grindelwald obviously didn't know what Aris was thinking. He picked up the tea and took a sip with a comfortable smile on his face. Aris also picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he was surprised to find that although the tea did not look very good, it tasted quite fragrant. Mr. Grindelwald, what exactly do you want to do? Aris had lost her patience and asked directly. I want to give you a gift. This gift will definitely satisfy you. I believe that with this gift, you will be more at home in the entire wizarding world. Grindelwald still kept it a secret and didn't answer Aris directly. The gift you mentioned isn't to introduce your former followers to me, right? Aris asked tentatively, frowning. In fact, ever since he walked into the house and saw Sheriff, he already had a vague guess in his mind, but he was just not quite sure. Why, you don't like this gift? Grindelwald asked thoughtfully. Really? Aris shook his head helplessly and said, those followers of yours should be quite old now, right? You are gathering them together and introducing them to me now. I don't quite understand what your intention is. Do you think they're useless? Grindelwald looked at Aris with a smile. That's not what I meant. Aris shrugged. I just think they're so old now, they shouldn't be tossed around like this anymore. It's not good for them, isn't it? They all followed me voluntarily. No one forced them. So what you said about tossing and turning is actually not accurate. We just came together for common goals and ideals. If not, my current status and power might not be enough to convince them. Grindelwald is indeed a master of bewitching people and a very charismatic leader. As soon as he opened his mouth, he used high-end PUA words. Just look at the way Sheriff looked at him. This old man's infectiousness is still 0.4, which is as good as before. Mr. Shafik, you are the one that Mr. Grindelwald mentioned, the one who can change the future of the wizarding world, right? At this time, Sheriff on the side suddenly spoke while secretly hitting Aris. Change the future of the wizarding world. Aris raised her eyebrows and looked at Grindelwald. Is this how you introduce me to your followers? I think that's fine. Grindelwald shrugged. We all saw that future, didn't we? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of crackling sounds outside the house, as if many people were disappearing at the same time. Then, the door of the house was pushed open again, and figures walked in one after another. After seeing those people, Aris's gaze paused slightly, and then his expression became solemn. These people don't seem to be simple. Anton Vogel, Abernathy, Rogier, Alanis Brack. The people in front of him were not simple. Among them, there were at least 3 people Aris knew who were still working in the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, they were all highly qualified and had a say in the Ministry of Magic in various fields. Especially Anton Vogel, the Minister of Magic during Grindelwald's time, who still has many supporters even now, and he has a very large and complex network of relationships within the Ministry of Magic. For example, the current Minister of Magic Fudge once benefited from this person, and the two should have a very good relationship in private. Not to mention that most of the pureblood families in the wizarding world have intermarriages, especially those that have continued to this day. Once these people go out, they have their own means and connections and should not be underestimated. Aris also didn't expect that Grindelwald's so-called followers would be these people. He originally thought that they were just some unknown people, like Voldemort's followers, a group of brainless people. If these were the people Grindelwald was going to introduce, it would indeed be a big surprise. With these people's network, it will be much easier for Aris to act in the Wizard Festival in the future, and it's not just cause and effect. The same is true for France and the United States. 30 because these are influential people in the ministries of magic of various countries. Welcome, everyone. After everyone entered the room, Grindelwald stood up and stretched out his hands to hug everyone. Those people all had smiles on their faces, and it was obvious that they had already known the news of Grindelwald's return. And to be able to come here, they must have already talked to Grindelwald. And a certain consensus was reached. I think you have all met Aris. He is the only heir of the Shafik family, and a very outstanding little wizard. Grindelwald turned sideways and let Aris behind to be seen by everyone. This little wizard, is he the one Mr. Grindelwald was talking about? Is this a mistake? He looks like he just started magic school. The little guy looks quite energetic, but are you kidding me if you say he can change the future of the wizarding world? Mr. Grindelwald, I think we all need an explanation. When the group of people saw Aris, their brows slightly furrowed. It was obvious that Aris was completely different from the person they had imagined to be the one who would stir up the future of the wizarding world. How could they possibly believe that a little wizard who was only 12 years old could influence the future of the entire wizarding world? Everyone, please be patient. Grindelwald spoke calmly. His eyes swept across the crowd, and he said with great certainty, "You are not mistaken. He is the man, the one who can change the future of the wizarding world, or even the entire world. I can tell you responsibly that in the future I predict, he will stand at the top of the world, recreate the rules of this world, and bring about an unprecedented revolution. You may not know that although he is young now, even I don't dare to say that I can beat him with my experience." After saying that, Grindelwald looked at Aris and blinked gently. Aris knew that it was time for him to make his debut, but he didn't know what to say. Facing these old monsters who had turned into human spirits, he felt that no matter how much he said, it would be meaningless. If they are sure that they are not capable of it, or if they do not approve of themselves, then no matter how much you say, it will be in vain. In this case, Aris chuckled and then said to the old wizards, "I don't like the way you look at me, with arrogance and knowledge. In fact, I didn't even think about asking you to believe me, because before this, I didn't even know that I would meet you today. The reason I came here was just because of Grindelwald's invitation. In the spirit of respecting the old and loving the young, I will not pursue your rude discussion and attitude just now. Now please move aside. I'm leaving." After saying that, Alex took a calm step and walked out of the house. "Wait, what do you mean?" A voice called Aris, with a slightly questioning tone. "You said we are arrogant and ignorant? Then do you know the identities of these people present? How dare you, a little brat, say such a thing?" The former Minister of Magic Anton Vogel spoke in a stiff tone and stretched out his hand to stop Alex, who was about to leave. "You have no manners at all, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm afraid you've made a mistake this time. How can a little wizard who hasn't even grown all his hair lead us to change the landscape of the wizarding world? It's ridiculous. I think this trip was in vain. Mr. Grindelwald, we respect you because you are ambitious and capable, but now it seems that decades of imprisonment in the Nurmengard Tower have made you lose too much." One voice after another came out from the mouths of those wizards, carrying a hint of arrogance and ridicule. Even Alex did not expect that these people were not completely loyal to Grindelwald, but seemed to be in a cooperative relationship. It is understandable if you think about it. Even if these people were once followers of Grindelwald, their attitudes may have changed after so many years. Especially since most of these people have been in high positions for a long time, they have probably almost forgotten the horror of Grindelwald. "Shut up." At this time, Sheriff suddenly roared, and his old body seemed to burst out with some amazing power, glaring at the old wizards with mocking faces. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Mr. Grindelwald? Have you forgotten the purpose of coming here? Or do you want to try the fear of being dominated by the Master again?" At this time, Grindelwald reached out to stop Sheriff from continuing to speak, shook his head, and said, "Don't be angry. They are right. I have indeed been imprisoned in the Nurmengard Tower for too long. So much so that I'm afraid very few people in this world know my name. However, it's okay for you to look down on me, but you shouldn't insult this boy." As soon as his voice fell, An invisible force suddenly arose in the room. The force indiscriminately tore the furniture in the house, and in an instant the whole house became a ruin. "Don't get excited, Mr. Grindelwald." A group of old wizards quickly raised their wands and set up protective shields in front of them. Flying debris hit the protective shield, creating ripples. "We don't mean to look down on this boy, but up to now, he really hasn't shown any talent or ability, right?" Anton Vogel spoke up quickly. After hearing this, Grindelwald's breath slowly calmed down, and the invisible force around him also slowly subsided. The torn furniture began to be pieced together again and returned to its original state. "Aris, are you really going to just watch them insult and ignore you?" Grindelwald frowned slightly as he looked at the boy. As far as he knew, the boy was not the type to just accept things as they came. It is impossible for someone that Grindelwald likes to be so temperless. "Of course not. I'm just a little disappointed. Senior, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Aris slowly turned his head and looked at the old wizards who were frightened and a little shaken with a smile. "And, Senior, after all these years of not doing anything, you seem to have become more merciful. Little guy, what do you mean by this?" Anton Vogel asked with a somewhat unhappy tone. "You are so young, but you are so arrogant. You even dare to lecture Mr. Grindelwald. For some reason, I always feel uncomfortable listening to this little guy talking." As Aris spoke, all the old wizards looked over again. They all looked a little unfriendly. What I mean is actually very simple. Alex looked at those old wizards, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. The next second, he gently stretched out his hand and pressed down, and then a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and directly enveloped the entire room. The powerful magic seemed to have the power of rules, which made all the old wizards' legs go weak, and they knelt on the ground. At this moment, Alex's eyes became sharper, and he looked at the group of old wizards indifferently. "That's what I mean." His tone was emotionless and indifferent. "You were all followers of our predecessors. Now you heard the news that our predecessors had returned and chose to come here. But your attitude shows that you don't take our seniors seriously at all. This is not the territory of your Ministry of Magic, but the place of our seniors. Do you think that the senior has no deterrent power now? Or do you think that he is old and you can ignore his words? What annoys me the most is, do I know you? Why do you say such things about me? Why do you treat me like that?" Aris's eyes slowly swept across the group of old wizards and finally landed on Anton Vogel. "Especially you. Do you still think you are the once invincible Minister of Magic? Even if you once controlled the entire Ministry of Magic, you are still just a follower of Senior Grindelwald. What qualifications do you have to talk to Senior Grindelwald like this?" As he spoke, Aris pressed his palms again, and the huge magical power surged again, pressing the kneeling bodies of the old wizards straight to the ground, unable to move. Stop it now." Anton Vogel tried hard to raise his head, and his throat made a hoarse sound. "Apologize," Alex said lightly, with no intention of letting them go. "I'm sorry. It's our attitude that's wrong. I apologize. We apologize. It was our fault. We took it for granted and didn't see your great power. Please forgive us and give us another chance. Mr. Shafik, we were wrong." The old wizards trembled slightly under the intimidation of Aris's powerful strength. The last time they felt this kind of power was perhaps in Voldemort, or perhaps in the young Grindelwald. The magic power that Aris exploded at this time deeply stimulated them, making them realize that they were wrong, and extremely wrong. The boy in front of me is not just an 11-year-old boy, but a powerful being like Grindelwald in his youth, or even Voldemort. Just the riot of this magical power made these old wizards tremble in their hearts. "I no longer have the urge to resist. You should apologize to your predecessors." Faced with the old wizard's compromise, Aris did not let them go and spoke again. "Mr. Grindelwald, we were wrong. Please forgive us and give us another chance." "Excuse me, sir. We were wrong, so wrong." The old wizards reacted quickly and looked in the direction of Grindelwald with all their strength, their voices filled with panic. How could they dare to look down on Grindelwald or the 11-year-old boy in front of them at this moment? Oh, that's not right. Alex is already 12 years old. Let them go. Grindelwald looked at Aris and spoke slowly. At this moment, his eyes were full of admiration. Looking at Aris, he seemed to see himself when he was young, so high-spirited, so talented, and so outstanding. At this moment, he was even more certain that he had not misjudged the person, nor had he made the wrong decision. This boy was the one he was looking for, the one who could lead the wizarding world into the future and even create a perfect world where wizards and muggles could coexist in his ideal world. Over the years, on the Tower of Nurmengard, he thought a lot and gradually figured out some things. It is simply impossible to eliminate muggles or become the master of this world by relying solely on the power of the wizarding world. In the past, he was too arrogant and underestimated the power of muggles. That was the original sin of his failure. If you want to truly change the world and allow wizards to live a better life in the future, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished by provoking a war. This is the stupidest way. He had never thought of it at the time. Fortunately, he has figured out now, and has found someone who can realize his vision for the future. The boy in front of him is his future, and the future of the entire wizarding world. Senior, I'm leaving now. You can handle these people yourself. Aris slowly withdrew his right hand, nodded to Grindelwald, and walked out of the room. Then, a crackling sound was heard, and Aris disappeared completely outside the house. Only then did the old wizards in the room stand up with lingering fear. They looked in the direction Aris left, with a hint of fear in their eyes. At the same time, more shocking, an 11-year-old boy possesses such powerful magic that he can make them lie prone on the ground without any resistance. He can also easily use apparition, a magic that only students in the 5th grade and above at Hogwarts can start learning. This boy is not simple at all. What's funny is that they actually insulted the boy like that before and thought Grindelwald had a problem with his vision. They thought it was a joke. Now it seems that these people are a joke. After living to such an old age, their vision of people has become so bad. Do you have anything else to say now? Aris looked at the old wizard present and asked lightly. Old wizards, you looked at me. I looked at you and lowered your heads, not daring to speak. Do you think this is the boy's full strength? Grindelwald looked at those old wizards and couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. Seeing Aris's performance in front of these old wizards, he actually felt particularly comfortable, as if his own child had made progress. Maybe you need to get to know him again, if you still have that chance. Having said that, Grindelwald did not say anything else and turned and walked out of the living room. A group of old wizards were left looking. It was already late at night when we returned to Shafik Castle. Zuelio was still waiting for him. She helped him wash up, watched him walk into the room, and then left. This little girl is growing better and better. We can't let her help me take a bath in the future. Aris didn't let out a sigh of relief until Shirley left the room. He almost made a mistake when he was taking a shower, just now. Or rather, if conditions had permitted, he might have already made the mistake. The contrast between Shirley's figure and appearance is so strong. Her pure and enchanting allure is so deadly. Although Aris' body is just that of a 12-year-old boy now, his soul has lived 2 lifetimes, and he naturally has the thoughts that an adult man should have. Wait a little longer. When this body grows a little bigger, I will definitely not treat little Aris badly. Taking a deep breath, Aris turned his gaze to the bookshelf in the room. He would read for a while every day, as usual, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for a whole night. Of course, most of the time Aris would make sure to get enough sleep. After all, his body couldn't afford it. He also didn't want his body to become as fragile as in his previous life. Although his physical fitness has been greatly improved after being tempered by dragon blood, that is 430 full vats of dragon blood Dumbledore has in stock. Now thinking about it, Aristotle couldn't help but sigh that this old man was really a good person. Unfortunately, although the dragon blood can improve physical fitness, it is not particularly obvious. It is obviously just wishful thinking to hope that the bodies will become like human-shaped beasts after being tempered with dragon blood in novels. As long as I can improve, it's always good. Just as Aris was reading, there was a sound of flapping wings outside the window. It was an owl. Perhaps it saw Aris's window was open and flew in directly. It looks like the Hogwarts owl. Aris stretched out his hand, and the owl landed on the desk and stretched out its claws. Is this a letter from Hermione? Aris opened the envelope and read it. There was a lot of content in the letter, but it mainly consisted of Hermione's small complaints about Aris leaving school early and the results of the House Cup. As Aris expected, the winner of the Hogwarts House Cup this school year is still Gryffindor, followed by Ravenclaw, Slytherin in third place, and finally Hufflepuff. The reason why Gryffindor was able to win the House Cup was naturally due to the outstanding performance of the three saviors and Dumbledore's slight favoritism. You know, he was originally from Gryffindor, so he naturally hopes that Gryffindor can win the House Cup. This old man is actually a protective person, especially towards Gryffindor students. The fact that Ravenclaw was able to take second place was purely due to Aris's efforts. The news of his successful defeat of Professor Quirrell and Voldemort had spread throughout the school, and everyone knew that he had saved the entire school. Therefore, his actions earned Ravenclaw 100 points when the house was settled. Even though Gryffindor added 160 points, it was only a narrow win of 5 points. Slytherin was even worse off, as they were only 5 points lower than Ravenclaw, which made all Slytherin students very upset and angry. The points difference between the three colleges is only 5 points, which is a rare situation in previous college cups. Therefore, the auditorium was particularly lively tonight. Unfortunately, Aris did not see any of this with his own eyes, but just from reading Hermione's letter, he could feel the excitement like riding a roller coaster. At last, Hermione wrote in her letter, "I will go to Diagon Alley the second week after the holiday. I hope to see you there. I will miss you all summer long." At the last sentence, Aris saw a slight pause on the note, and even some ink spread there. Obviously, when writing that sentence, Hermione might have been a little shy or perhaps a little hesitant. After seeing this, Aris smiled slightly. He could even imagine that when the little witch wrote this sentence, her face must have been slightly flushed, daff, which was very cute. The results of the College Cup were somewhat biased, after all. This is because of the butterfly effect caused by my existence. After putting the letter down, Aris's expression became a little serious. He looked at the envelope in front of him thoughtfully. Not only this time, but also the previous advance of Voldemort's action, it is also possible that the butterfly effect was caused by something he did. This made Aris realize that what he had been worried about had happened. In the original book, Voldemort's soul was not exiled, but escaped from the basement. Since then, he lingered on for several years, until he was resurrected in his 4th year by collecting Harry Potter's blood through the Triwizard Tournament. But now that Voldemort's remaining soul has been exiled by Aris, the trajectory of everything has changed, and the way Voldemort returns will also change. Now Aris doesn't even know if Voldemort will come back. The only thing that is certain is that he still has several Horcruxes, so there must be a way for him to come back. But even Aris couldn't guess how that guy would return to the wizarding world in the end. The trajectory of the original work has been changed. Now it will become more difficult for Aris to control the overall situation. Of course, all this is just the worst outcome. The reason why Aris exiled Voldemort's remaining soul was because he wanted to take a gamble. I bet that guy will never come back, and will be torn to pieces by the rift between time and space and the powerful force, leaving no trace. In this case, all they need to do is find the remaining Horcruxes and then destroy them, and Voldemort will completely disappear from this world. But is everything really that simple? Aris sighed softly. It seems like I made a wrong decision. I shouldn't have exiled Voldemort so easily. At least I have to make sure he is completely gone before I can rest assured. In fact, Aris had thought carefully about how to deal with the remnant soul. He had studied many ways to deal with souls. Soul exile was just one of them, but it was also the safest way. Voldemort's soul is no different from that of an ordinary wizard. It is more powerful and more mysterious. Otherwise, he would not have been able to occupy Voldemort's body for so long without being discovered by Dumbledore. One has to admit that he is a very powerful opponent, and there are probably few people in the entire wizarding world who can fight against him. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Now we can only make some preparations in advance. Well, having a housekeeper live in the garden is a good idea. Thinking of this, Aris made a decision in his heart. There is something that must be done during this summer vacation. Promote the Butler Manor to the entire wizarding world and install the surveillance system in every courtyard of every wizarding family. Although this is a bit unfair, if you just filter certain keywords and monitor those keywords, like Voldemort's name. The next morning, Aris was woken up by Shirlea. This was the first time Aris slept in since he came into this world. It's so comfortable to be able to sleep in peacefully without having to go to class or research. At this time, Aris suddenly felt a little resentful. Why didn't his system have to rely on learning and reading to become stronger? The King of Volumes system. I am so tired. After stretching gently, Aris looked at Zuelia and asked, "You usually don't bother me. What's going on today?" "Master, someone is already waiting for you in the hall," Shirlea said respectfully. She bent slightly, revealing a large area of white skin in front of Aris, without any shyness. Or perhaps she was not aware of the problem at all. Aris retracted his gaze, raised his head silently, and looked at the girl's face. It's simply a sin. However, Aris was a little confused at this time and asked, "Who is it that comes to visit so early?" "Mr. Fudge, Minister of Magic." Helia raised her head and said calmly. It seemed that she was used to seeing too many people of status come into Shafik Castle, so she now looked at this kind of thing very calmly. "It's him. Why is he here?" Aris frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought for a moment. He was very sure that he had not had any contact with the Minister of Magic during this period, and the two had not exchanged any letters. Going back further, they had met once before at Christmas, which was a long time ago. Did he say why he came to visit? Aris asked again. "No. I heard that you're still sleeping, and he is not in a hurry. He is sitting in the living room drinking tea now," said Shirlea. "I understand. I'll be there right away." Aris nodded slightly and stood up to wash up. "Let me help you, young master." Shirlea hurriedly prepared toiletries. Half an hour later, Aris arrived at the living room and saw Minister of Magic Fudge from afar. He was sitting there drinking tea and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Aris was even more puzzled. This man was a well-known busy man, responsible for most of the affairs of the Ministry of Magic. How could he have the leisure to drink tea here so leisurely? "Mr. Minister, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming in advance and couldn't greet you. I'm really sorry for making you wait for so long." Aris walked forward quickly and spoke apologetically. "Oh, it's Mr. Shafik. It's nice to see you. I hope my presumptuous visit didn't disturb you." Fudge seemed to be in a very good mood. After waiting for so long, he still had a smile on his face. "Mr. Minister, what brings you here today?" Aris was even more confused at this time and had no idea why the minister came. "Mr. Shafik, since you asked me, I won't beat around the bush." Fudge's eyes became serious and his tone became heavier. "Do you still remember the manor steward you gave me last time?" Fudge's eyes gleamed as he said this. "Of course, I would like to visit you in person during this period to ask about your experience." Aris said sincerely. No. How can I trouble you to come here in person? I came here just to discuss this matter with you. This is definitely a good thing for the Shafik family and for you." Fudge became more and more excited as he spoke, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. "I don't quite understand what you mean." Aris frowned slightly. He suddenly felt something strange. The Minister of Magic's behavior seems a little abnormal. It seems he wants to ask me to do something. This is too exaggerated. This is the Minister of Magic in the wizarding world. Is there anything he can't do? If he came to do business with me, maybe there's a possibility. Wait, he doesn't really want to do business with me, does he? "Master Aris, to be honest, I came here this time to inquire about the promotion of manor housekeepers in the wizarding world. You said earlier that this product can be mass-produced and popularized in the wizarding world. Is that true?" "That's right." Aris nodded gently. "But this may take some time. After all, the production process of the Manor Butler is very complicated involving alchemy, spell reinforcement, and various production processes. Although I have been constantly improving and researching and have made considerable progress, it may take some time for mass production. I understand. This is a genius work. It is absolutely subversive. It is perfect. For such a perfect product, it is worth spending as much time as you can on researching it, and it is not too much. As long as we are sure that the Manor Steward can be mass-produced and promoted to the entire magic world, that will be enough. We can wait. Fudge said this with some excitement, waving his hands constantly, looking very excited. So what I want to know is, how are you going to sell such a perfect product? Fudge suddenly changed the subject, looking at Aris with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Does the minister have any suggestions? Aris looked at Fudge with a half-smile. He now understood that the Minister of Magic really wanted to take over the Manor Steward, and his ambition seemed quite big. It seems that the minister really liked the gift I gave him last time. Aris herself had not expected that the manor butler made by Moss would be so powerful and be so highly praised by the Minister of Magic. Master Aris, I've been thinking about this problem for some time. In fact, if you can cooperate with the Ministry of Magic, I can ensure that the Manor Butler can be popularized throughout the wizarding world at the fastest speed. Of course, the final popularity depends on the price of this thing, which is very important. You have to know that many people in the magic world are still struggling to make ends meet. If this thing is sold too expensively, the market will definitely be small. Fudge's tone was dead serious. After trying out for a while, he already had a very comprehensive understanding of the performance and function of the Manor Steward, and he was well aware that this thing was not simple. To take the simplest example, every Manor Steward can communicate with each other. In other words, as long as this thing becomes popular, some orders and measures of the Ministry of Magic can be issued in real time through the Manor Steward. Not only that, the Manor Butler also has an image retention function. Even if the owner of the manor is not at home, the image retention function can clearly know who has approached the manor. This feature is extremely convenient for people like Fudge, as he no longer has to worry about people with ulterior motives lingering outside his house. You don't have to worry about someone breaking into your home illegally after you leave. Everything becomes quick and convenient, safe and secure. So, Master Alex, what do you think of my proposal? I think the minister's proposal is very good, Aris said without any hesitation. I have been wondering what channels the Manor Steward will use to sell it. If I only promote it through the businesses under my Shafik family, it will probably take a lot of time. For businessmen, time is equal to wealth. After the Manor Steward is released, it is natural that the sooner it is recognized by the market, the better. If the Ministry of Magic endorses this product, I think Manor Butler will definitely become popular in the entire wizarding world at the fastest speed. Aris' eyes also lit up. Fudge's proposal really touched his heart. He had no reason to refuse. Although in this way, the profits from the sale of the Manor Steward will inevitably be divided. But having the Ministry of Magic promote this product is equivalent to having an official department endorse 607. This will surely allow manor butlers to spread to every corner of the magic world at the fastest speed without any hindrance. This is what Aris wants most. He didn't have that much time to do this, because Voldemort could come back at any time. Yesterday, he was still thinking about how to send the Manor Steward out. I didn't expect that Fudge would send me good news today. It's true that when I feel sleepy, someone will send me a pillow. Since Master Aris agrees so much, can we finalize our cooperation? It can be seen that Fudge was also very excited at this moment, and the smile on his face never stopped. That's great. Aris nodded affirmatively. If you agree, we can even sign the contract right away. Of course, this is a win-win situation, isn't it? Ambush nodded affirmatively. Then, now, there's one last question. When can a Manor Steward be put into mass production? You thought about it and raised a finger. 1 year, Fudge asked tentatively. 1 month, Aris said affirmatively. Give me another month, and I can provide you with 10,000 sets of manor house keepers. I just wonder if the minister will think this number is too small. 10,000 sets a month. Ambush's eyes widened, his tone full of surprise. Before this, he was even prepared. If Aris said it would take a year to mass-produce the Manor Butler, he would be able to accept it. Unexpectedly, Alex could provide 10,000 sets in just 1 month. These 10,000 sets of manor housekeepers are probably enough for every family in the entire wizarding world to use, of course. That's if those people can afford it. In other words, Aris already has the ability to mass-produce manor housekeepers. That's great. 10,000 sets will be enough. Fudge nodded excitedly. So how much are you going to sell it for? Aris thought about it, combined with the cost of materials produced by the manor housekeeper, and gave a number. How do you think about 100 gold galleons per set? 100 gold galleons? So cheap. Fudge showed a surprised expression. How is this possible? Such a perfect product only costs 100 gold galleons. Fudge's face was full of disbelief. 100 gold galleons is actually equivalent to a family's monthly income, or for those with better conditions, half a month's income is enough to afford it. Aris sold such a perfect product at such a low price, which was totally unexpected by Fuji. The production cost of the manor steward is about 50 gold galleons. Adding the promotion fee and sales channel fee, our net profit is about 30 to 40 gold galleons. I know that if it is a normal business, this is actually not profitable, but I understand your thoughts very well, Mr. Fudge. To you, a manor steward should not only be a commodity, but also a project to improve the infrastructure of the entire wizarding world. I feel very honored to be able to contribute to the wizarding world. What does it matter if I earn less? The last thing the Shafik family lacks is money, right? Aris smiled and expressed his thoughts. In fact, whether the manor steward could make money or not really didn't matter to him. This is just a little gadget made by the magic light brain moss. He can make something like this anytime he wants. His goal was to spread manor stewards throughout the wizarding world as quickly as possible, so as to monitor any signs of Voldemort's possible return. This is why he wants to cooperate with Fudge. If it is just to make money, there is no need to have anything to do with Fudge and the Ministry of Magic. Relying on the Shafik family sales channels is enough to sell this product well. It just takes a little longer. After hearing what Aris said, Ambush immediately stood in awe. Master Aris, this is definitely a blessing for the entire wizarding world. Your contribution cannot be expressed in words. I will definitely inform the Merlin Knights of this matter. I think they will be happy to give you another medal. You're too kind. Alex shook his head calmly. After all, I did make a lot of money from it, didn't I? In that case, I should also make some preparations. Master Alex, when will your first batch of goods be ready? About a week later, Aris answered after calculating the time. Great, great. I'll go back and think about how to move this matter forward. Fudge said excitedly. Master Aris, I'll wait for your good news. Having said that, Fudge couldn't wait to say goodbye to Alex and left the castle. Then I should take action. Aris murmured softly, a faint smile appearing on her face. The production of a manor steward is actually very simple. You only need to prepare enough materials and then add some special spells. The most important and troublesome thing is actually to engrave magic circles in those materials, but this step can be completely left to Moss. Aris simply calculated that he could make about 2,000 sets in a week. Of course, he would need a lot of helpers. But the Shafik family has such a large business, and the last thing they lack is people. Surely, please ask Uncle Henry to come back. I have something to tell him. Alex turned around and said something to the maid behind him, then walked towards his laboratory in the castle. Yes, master. Shirley was also a person of action, and she immediately wrote a letter to Henry. At the same time, most of the young wizards at Hogwarts will leave school and return home today, and Harry Potter's miserable life will continue from this day. But because of some things Alex did, the original plot of this world deviated slightly, and everything gradually deviated from the original track. Malfoy Manor. The gate that Aris had previously crumpled into a ball of scrap iron has now been replaced with an ordinary large iron gate, without any magical fluctuations. Obviously, Lucius chose to compromise in order to save money. Since the last incident at Malfoy Manor, all the pure-blood wizards who participated in the kidnapping of Luna have received the punishment they deserve. Not only did their pure-blood family fail to gain any benefit from Aris, but they also lost the entire family's property. These pure-blood wizards usually act high and mighty, always looking down on others, but now they have to do the lowest level of work in the world. Even Lucius only got a small supervisor position in Aris' family industry chain. But even so, he was already very fortunate. At least he lived much better than those other pure-blood wizards. Draco, are you having a good time at school for the second half of the semester? Lucius, who had just returned from get off work, saw that his son was already back and a smile appeared on his face. Did Master Aris give you any trouble? He asked with some concern. I'm fine, Draco whispered, with no other expression on his face. Life at school was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that after his father became an employee of Aris, he would be targeted and even insulted by Aris. But it turned out that Aris was not that idle. He had not even come to me specifically to show off his superiority as the master. This made Draco feel somewhat fortunate. If Alex really did something insulting to him in school, he actually had no right to resist and could only endure it silently. That's good. Seeing that his son seemed to be in a bad mood, Shochi didn't know what to say. He knew that the current fate of the Malfoy family was entirely his own fault, and he even implicated his own son, who suffered with him. He smiled awkwardly and was about to say something comforting when Draco's voice rang out again. Father, it turns out that your choice is correct, Draco said without thinking. What? Lucius obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. We shouldn't be enemies with Aris, because we are no match for her. Draco looked serious and spoke in a heavy tone. Did you know? A big thing happened in the school sometime before the final exams at the end of the school year. Our defense against the dark arts professor Quirrell did something unbelievable. He went to Hogwarts just to steal something. Oh, is there such a thing? Lucius became interested. This is actually not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Professor Quirrell is not alone. There is another soul hidden in his body. As for the owner of that soul, don't be too surprised after hearing this. It's the residual soul of the mysterious man. Draco took a deep breath and said slowly, the remaining soul of the mysterious man possessed Professor Quirrell in some unknown way and sneaked into Hogwarts. For an entire school year, no one noticed anything unusual. Do you know who ruined his plan in the end? In fact, when Lucius heard a few words from the mysterious man's remnant soul, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up anxiously. Plan? What plan? How is it possible that the you-know-who appears in Hogwarts? Is Dumbledore just a freeloader? Are all the professors at Hogwarts also freeloaders? How come no one noticed? Merlin's beard. Draco, you didn't come into contact with him? I mean, you'd better never get involved with him. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Of course I didn't. In fact, in the whole school, only Potter and his friends and Master Alex have come into contact with the residual soul of the mysterious man, and it was Alex who defeated him. There was still a trace of lingering fear in Draco's eyes. Aris, he defeated the mysterious man? Lucius' eyes widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. I didn't dare to believe it at first, but Dumbledore has made it clear that they did do something in that basement. Draco said affirmatively. So I think all this is true. Aris really had a head-on collision with the mysterious man, and he survived. It even seems that Aris won this battle, and the soul of the mysterious man was once again exiled to a certain space. I heard all this from those big-mouthed little wizards in Gryffindor. Draco's tone became more and more serious, and his expression became more and more nervous. He was now very grateful that Aris did not attack them at the beginning. The mysterious man appears again. Lucius muttered to himself, as if he recalled something, with deep fear in his eyes. At that moment, I watched my father walking back and forth in the living room, looking a little absent-minded, and I remained silent. This matter was indeed unbelievable. He believed that no matter who it was, they would not be able to calm down after hearing it, especially since his father had once been a subordinate of that person. Draco, are there any other details? For example, Is that person dead or not? Is there any possibility of him coming back? Lucius stopped suddenly, then turned to look at Dracomar. I don't know much about this matter. The school hasn't disclosed much of the truth. The only things I know are what I heard from Gryffindor. Perhaps only Master Adams and Potter know what happened in that basement. Draco said honestly, Father, what are you thinking about? You look very nervous. Nothing. He just shook his head quickly, and without saying anything else, he quickly walked into the study. Looking at his weird father, Draco frowned, thought for a moment, and decided not to chase him. Instead, he went back to his room. In the study, after Lucius sat down, he took out a tattered diary from the drawer. The diary looked quite old. There was a simple English letter written on the cover. The notes were a little blurry, but one could roughly make out that it was the opinion of Tom Riddle. He looked at the diary with some fear, thinking for a long time in silence. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, put the diary into a bag, tucked it under his arm, and walked out of the study quickly. Let's leave this matter to him. With that boy's ability, he might be able to find a better solution. Master Aris, everything you asked me to do has been arranged. I have asked people to collect the materials you need as quickly as possible. Based on the current situation, the Manor Steward should be able to officially start production within 3 days. But our workers don't know the production process of this thing, so we will need the young master to personally guide us. Inside the Shafik castle, Henry bent his body slightly and reported to Aris. Well, you did a good job. You should keep a close eye on this matter. It is very important to me. Aris nodded calmly, and then continued. I will sort out the production process of the Manor Butler later, and then divide it into assembly lines. The early stages are relatively simple, and the most complicated is the last step of the process. I will complete this step myself when the time comes. Understand, Master. I'll ask them to speed up. Henry nodded slightly. Then he glanced outside and spoke again. Lucius just came to the manor and said he wanted to see you. What do you think? Did you say anything? Aris asked. He didn't say anything specific, but he looked a little nervous, and I felt like something big was going on. Henry frowned slightly, thinking back to Lucius's expression just now. He always felt that something was wrong with this guy today. Then let him in, Aris said without much concern. Yes, sir. Henry nodded, then turned and walked out of the living room. Master Alex, Dobby thinks we should leave now. Will Dobby come back to collect these things later? The elf who was cleaning the place nearby suddenly spoke and looked at Aris hesitantly. Are you so scared of seeing your former master? Aris asked Dobby. Not really. I just feel a little weird and don't want to see Mr. Lucius. Dobby shook his head with a complicated expression. Okay, you go down first. Aris waved his hand and said gently, It is understandable that he doesn't want to see his previous owner. After all, Lucius was not very friendly to Dobby, the house elf. Master, Lucius is here. At this time, Henry's voice came from the door again, and then the two of them walked into the living room. Master Aris, hello. Lucius Malfoy bowed to Aris and greeted him. Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy. What brings you here today? Aris asked straight to the point. He was very busy and didn't want to waste too much time with Lucius. Yes, something happened, and it's very important. Lucius' tone suddenly became tense, and then he glanced at Henry. Master Aris, can I talk to you alone? Oh, you want to talk to me alone? At this time, Binglis's eye finally showed a hint of interest. If it were a small matter, Lucius would not have made such a request. After all, Henry was now his superior. He asked Henry to leave and talk to Aris alone, which would obviously make Henry uncomfortable. This matter is related to a mysterious man. Lucius glanced at Henry, then gritted his teeth and said, Mysterious man? Voldemort. Henry and Aris' voices sounded at the same time, and when the boy read out the name, Lucius and Henry trembled noticeably. Obviously, Voldemort's influence on the wizarding world is still very great, so that most people still dare not mention that name, and even feel uncomfortable when they hear that name. Lucius, do you know what you're talking about? Henry asked in a deep voice. Of course I know what I'm talking about. In fact, if the young master hadn't had an encounter with the mysterious man in school, I wouldn't have told him about this, Lucius said, not caring that Henry was right beside him, and tremblingly took out the worn diary from the black bag under his arm and handed it to Aris. "What is this?" Henry stood in front of Lucius vigilantly. "There seems to be a soul hidden in this diary, and that soul is very likely." Lucius looked at Aris and didn't say anything else. Tom Riddle's diary. After taking the diary, Aris' eyes brightened up. He was originally wondering how to find Tom Riddle's diary. He remembered that the diary was placed in the cauldron of Golden Lady Wesley by Lucius in Diagon Alley at the beginning of the second year of school. But that was the original plot. Now Lucius is no longer the original Lucius, but has become an employee of the Shafik family. Therefore, Aris is not too sure whether the original plot will appear again. Who knows how much the flapping of his butterfly wings will change the original trajectory of this world. Alex actually doesn't like this feeling very much, but things have already happened. There is no way if you don't like it. What he didn't expect was that Lucius actually came to him and gave him a surprise by giving him Tom Riddle's diary. That is Voldemort's first Horcrux. "Henry, it's okay. Just give me the diary." Aris took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Master, I can feel that this diary is very dangerous. I don't know how much black magic is contained in it." Henry was a little anxious. "Yes, Master Alex, you should be able to imagine that this is something that belongs to a mysterious person. There are many advanced magics cast on it. Even I don't know the reason." Lucius also quickly reminded. But this reminder made Henry feel that he had no sincerity at all. If he was really worried about Aris, he wouldn't have sent this thing here. Henry's eyes became more and more unfriendly. "It's okay. Give me the diary." Aris said again, "Yes, young master." Although Henry was worried, he could only nod helplessly at this time. Then Lucius stepped forward and handed Tom Riddle's diary to Alex. Aris took the diary and gently stroked the cover, feeling the magical fluctuations on it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Very subtle magic. Although a long time has passed, the remaining magical aura and magical fluctuations are still very clear and powerful. It is worthy of being Voldemort's Horcrux. Aris took a deep breath, then said nothing, turned around and went upstairs. "Master, what are you doing?" Henry became more nervous and worried. "Master Aris, I may need to remind you again that this diary is very dangerous, so you must be careful." Lucius spoke again to remind Dalion. "Shut up." Henry glared at Lucius unhappily. He really hated this guy now. How could he bring such a dangerous thing to the castle and put the young master in danger? If Aris hadn't walked far away, he would have even taught this guy a lesson. "Uncle Henry, don't be nervous. I'll be fine." Alex's voice came from not far away. By the way, Lucius performed well this time. You can consider raising his salary or giving him a promotion or something. After he finished speaking, Aris' figure had completely disappeared around the corner of the corridor. "Thank you, young master." After hearing this, Lucius back in the lab, Aris put the diary on the table. He stared quietly at the tattered and strange-looking diary, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. The aura of black magic is very strong. It can read minds and bewitch people, and it can absorb. Voldemort is indeed a genius. He was able to make something like this while still studying. Opening the diary, Aris could clearly feel some strange, even twisted soul aura in it. "Is this a Horcrux?" Aris muttered to himself. Suddenly, a line of words appeared on the open diary. Those words appeared one by one, as if written by an invisible person. It looked very strange and magical. "Hello, I'm Tom Riddle." This was the first line of words that appeared in the diary, followed by another line of words below. "Who are you?" Seeing this, Aris felt a little weird. He actually felt like he was chatting with someone online. It was like seeing a ghost. Come to think of it, it's a bit like that. When chatting online, the only thing separating you from your friends is the network cable, and on the other side of this notebook is a fragment of the soul of a great demon. Come to think of it, isn't it the same as chatting online? "I'm Aris Shafik." Aris wrote in Diary 583. At this moment, he keenly felt that his magic power was being absorbed bit by the diary through the pen in his hand. This was some kind of very secret black magic. No wonder in the original book Ginny was controlled by Voldemort, and her power was taken away. This kind of black magic is indeed not something that an ordinary little wizard can detect. Very tricky and very dangerous. Hello, Shafik. Then, another line of words appeared in the diary, tempting Aris to continue chatting with him. I can feel that you are a very talented little wizard. Wizard? What's that? Aris smiled, and then started to reply to the messages he had read. At the same time, he cast a protective spell on himself, which could protect him from being eroded by the power of black magic. The black magic in the diary could no longer affect him. That kind of spell that absorbs people's magic power naturally has no effect on Aris. 3 question marks appeared on the diary, as if the author did not understand Aris's reply. You don't know what a wizard is? Yeah, I've never heard of a wizard. Oh, maybe there's an evil wizard mentioned in some fairy tale. The smile on Aris's face grew wider. How is this possible? I clearly sense your magic power just now. How could you not be a wizard? The tone in the diary became more and more confused and seemed to be a little angry. Aris didn't know why he was angry, or why he felt that he had entrusted his trust to the wrong person. Originally, this diary was bound to be handed over to a little wizard, as could be seen from the plot of the original book. In the end, the diary was handed over to Ginny Weasley by Lucius. This should be the task that Voldemort originally assigned to Lucius, but because of Lucius's betrayal, the diary is now in Aris' hands. Therefore, Tom Riddle now not only felt a little confused, but also perhaps angry because Lucius did not complete his task well. I just think it's amazing that this diary can actually speak for itself. Aris began to perform and continued to write in the diary. Are you a wizard? Are wizards the people in the rumors who have powerful magical powers and are very mysterious and hidden in unknown corners of the world? Faced with Aris's series of questions, Voldemort seemed a little dazed. At this time, he should have sensed that the diary could no longer absorb Aris's magic. Or maybe he was also thinking about the possibility that Aris was a muggle. No, you must be a wizard. When you wrote the first sentence just now, I clearly felt the magic power. So, you discover my secret. The words Voldemort wrote began to become a little sloppy, and it was obvious that his emotions were fluctuating, and the fluctuations were very large. Tom Riddle, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Aris had had enough fun and didn't continue to play dumb. He went straight to the point and said, So you feel a little scared now. This feeling of being out of control is not good, right? Who are you? Do you know me? Tom Riddle's handwriting appeared in the diary almost instantly. It can't be considered as acquaintance. After all, we have never met before. What I have seen is just another part of your soul, and I have banished the other part of your soul to an unknown space. It is very likely that it will never come back. Aris wrote slowly in the diary. Another soul? Yes, there should be others, but to do this. Tom Riddle paused, seeming hesitant. So at the age of 17, you had already decided to split your soul into several pieces, right? Aris continued writing in her diary. Have you ever thought that after your soul is divided into several pieces, you are still yourself? At this time, Tom Riddle seemed to become anxious and anxious. If not, how can I show my powerful magical talent and make others pay more attention to me? You don't understand. Even if a person is very talented, if no one appreciates him, he will still be lonely and meaningless. The handwriting in the diary became faster and more urgent. If you want the whole world to see you, you must become extremely powerful, so powerful that everyone is afraid of you, or even terrified of you. Only in this way can they not ignore you and listen to you carefully. And no one can resist the temptation of eternal life. Right? Mr. Shafik, if you're also interested in eternal life, perhaps we can cooperate. Not interested. Aris sneered and wrote in his diary. If it is immortality without any side effects, Aris is certainly interested. But if the price is to become a half-human, half-ghost like Voldemort, Aris really has no interest in such immortality. Even felt a little disgusted. Perhaps you want to have more powerful power? The tempting words appeared in the diary again. If you know me, you will know how powerful I am. You just need to listen to me, and I will give you everything you want. How is it, Mr. Shaffy? Looking at the handwriting in the diary, Alex suddenly laughed out loud. More powerful strength? Everything I want? Sorry, even I don't know what I want. Aris shook his head helplessly. Want money? The Shafiq family has tons of money. Want strength? There are probably few people in the entire wizarding world who can defeat Aris. What's more, he has a pet, a dark red dragon with super powerful strength. In this world, he can almost walk sideways. Or a woman, with money and great power. What kind of woman can he not get if he wants? Therefore, Tom Riddle's words really have no appeal to Aris. Do you want to be resurrected? Seeing that Tom Riddle's diary fell silent, Aris suddenly wrote in the diary. A string of ellipses appeared on the diary, and no one knew what Tom Riddle meant, but Aris guessed that she was not in a good mood. I know you are different from Voldemort. Aris continued to write in the diary. You are ambitious, but you won't become a perverted murderer like Voldemort. If you want to be resurrected, I can help you. I can even help you collect all the remaining soul fragments and make you complete. What? Tom was obviously a little surprised, but he couldn't help asking. Aris thought for a moment and continued writing in his diary. Actually, there is no specific reason. I just think you should be different from Voldemort. And I have always had a question. I wonder what will happen if the owner of a Horcrux destroys it. Another string of ellipses appeared in the diary. You haven't answered me yet. Do you want to be resurrected? Aris asked. If you want, I can really help you. So what do you want to do? Tom Riddle's handwriting appeared again. I will collect all your Horcruxes, and then you can devour them one by one. Of course, before that, you must destroy the Horcruxes first to release the souls inside. Destroy the Horcrux, and the soul will be destroyed. If Tom Riddle could express his emotions now, he would definitely be extremely angry, even roaring. Oh, really? Aris said unimpressively. I thought if I destroyed the Horcrux, the soul inside would come out, and you could devour it. So, when you said you wanted to help me, you actually just wanted to see what would happen if I destroyed my Horcrux. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Tom Riddle was obviously a little broken. Don't be so irritable, Aris said earnestly. Your soul is not very stable to begin with. If you are still so irritable, it will have an impact on your soul. Maybe one day, your soul will go crazy. What will happen then? Get out! Tom Riddle angrily spelled out a single bite, followed by 3 big exclamation marks. Okay, think about it carefully first. Anyway, until you figure out, you can only stay here by yourself. Having said that, Aris threw the notebook directly into the system space. He just didn't believe that he, with such sincerity, would not be able to convince a mere diary. At noon, Aris received a letter from an owl. Minister of Magic Fudge invited him to the dinner and specifically mentioned that some important people would be there. What does this guy want to do again? Aris muttered. Could it be because of the manor steward's matter? Henry on the side guessed. It's possible. Aris nodded gently. Anyway, let's go there tonight. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Henry nodded slightly, then left quickly. In the evening, with a crackling sound, 2 figures appeared outside Fudge Manor. At this time, the place was also decorated with some small gadgets to enhance the atmosphere. There were some balloons and a big banner hung at the gate of the manor. It says, "Welcome to the Fudge Manor Banquet. Have a pleasant evening." It looked like the scene of some large-scale event, and Aris was both amused and confused. Master, there seems to be someone waiting for you at the door. Henry whispered in Aris' ear. That should be the projection of the manor's steward. Aris smiled. In fact, this is very easy to distinguish. The projection of the manor housekeeper does not have any magical fluctuations. Every other wizard has their own unique magical fluctuations. As long as you distinguish based on this difference, it is easy to tell them apart. Welcome, Mr. Shafiq. As Aris and Henry approached, the projection of the manor's butler greeted them warmly. This is a projection of Fudge himself, and it looks very real. Aris's gift to the Minister of Magic was not perfunctory. As the sound of the projection sounded, 2 figures walked out of the manor. Mr. Shafiq, welcome. This time it was Fudge who came to greet him personally. "Hello, Mr. Minister." Alex nodded gently and bowed slightly to the visitor. "Mr. Shafik, please don't be so polite. We are all family, and we come here to treat it as your own home. Don't be restrained." Fudge quickly held Aris's shoulders, and then the two walked into the manor together. "There are a lot of people coming today, and they will all see the powerful functions of the manor steward. Asterisk, Mr. Shafik, did you see the projection at the door?" Fudge was obviously a little excited. All the guests who came today praised this projection function. They didn't even recognize that it wasn't the real me. "Mr. Shafik, I can't even imagine how much benefit it will bring if the manor steward can be successfully mass-produced and cover the entire wizarding world. All this is thanks to your generosity and talent. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Minister. This is what I should do." Aris smiled gently. "Come on, let me introduce someone to you first." As soon as they walked into the living room, Fudge took Aris' hand and walked towards a figure standing by the window. This is Anton Vogel, a famous figure in the U.S. Ministry of Magic. The current U.S. Minister of Magic often consults him on political issues. "Mr. Shafik, I was thinking that if Mr. Vogel could support us, it would be much easier for the manor steward to enter the American wizarding world. In addition, many important people will be attending the dinner tonight. These people will be of great help to our products in entering the world." While Fudge was still introducing himself, Aris's eyes had already turned to the figure by the window, and that person quickly turned around and looked at Aris. "It's true that we meet everywhere in life." Unexpectedly, he saw the old man here again, and a smile appeared on Alex's lips. "Hello, Mr. Shafik. Nice to see you again." What surprised Aris was that Anton Vogel's attitude at this time was completely different from the last time they met. "Hello, Mr. Vogel." And Reese also smiled. "Do you know each other?" Now, it was Fudge's turn to be surprised. He really didn't expect that Aris and Vogel had known each other before. Of course, Master Shafik is young and promising. He inherited the entire Shafik family at the age of 12. He is also very powerful and should not be underestimated. Vogel said seriously, and there seemed to be a hint of respect in his tone. Yes, respect. Fudge was a little confused at this time and really couldn't understand the situation in front of him. He looked at Aris with a hint of doubt in his eyes. How many things did he not know about this guy? The Shafik family actually had connections in the American Ministry of Magic? "Mr. Vogel, you're too kind." Aris smiled and shook his head. "Shafik's strength is the result of the accumulation of dozens of generations, not because of my ability. My strength is just average. Mr. Shafik is too modest." Vogel's expression remained serious. "I have heard of your name in the United States. When it comes to handling certain things, you are more experienced than many adult wizards, and most importantly, you are very decisive." Fudge's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally knew what Vogel was talking about. A few months ago, what happened in Malfoy Manor caused a great shock in the British wizarding world and attracted the attention of many people. Vogel was also a big shot in the U.S. Ministry of Magic, so naturally he would have heard about these things. "It seems that Mr. Vogel knows me very well." Aris looked at the old man in front of him with a smile on his face, sneering in his heart. Obviously, after leaving Grindelwald last time, the old man 893 must have investigated himself carefully, but for some reason, his attitude has changed so much now. Could it be because Grindelwald put pressure on them again? But with Grindelwald's current power, his restraint on them should be much smaller, or even almost non-existent, right? "Mr. Shafik, I was the one who offended you last time because of my preconceived notions. Today, I solemnly apologize to you and make a promise. From now on, you can come to me directly if you have anything, as long as I can help." Vogel said sincerely. "Mr. Vogel, did you have any misunderstanding with Mr. Shafik before?" Fudge gradually understood at this time. From the conversation between the two, it is obvious that there should have been some contradictions between them. "It's my problem." Vogel was still sincere, with a hint of guilt in his tone. This attitude made Fudge more and more surprised, and Aris became more mysterious in his heart. You know, the Vogel in front of him is a man who can call the wind and rain in the American Ministry of Magic. Such a person could actually put aside his pride and apologize to a 12-year-old boy so sincerely and in such a humble manner. This action alone can prove a lot of things. At this time, Fudge is very glad that he chose to cooperate with Aris. Well, Mr. Vogel, let's put the past behind us. Aris had no intention of bringing up the past, and seeing Vogel's good attitude, his anger had already mostly dissipated. Thank you, Mr. Shafik, for your generosity. Vogel finally smiled. Then he winked at Aris and said, 10 old friends asked me to bring you the good message. He has also come to England and will probably meet you soon. Hearing this, Aris instantly understood that Vogel must be talking about Grindelwald. After all, the only person they both knew in common was the old man. Oh, what's he doing here? Aris asked curiously. He couldn't understand a lot of things Grindelwald did. First, he gathered his former followers to introduce them to him, and now he came to England. He didn't know what he was going to do. Does this ambitious man really not want to do something? It seems like he doesn't want to drag him along. I'm not in a position to ask about your affairs, sir, but it sounds like it has something to do with you. Vogel explained vaguely. Forget it, forget about him. Aris shook his head, and then asked, what is the reason you are here today? Oh, I can answer this question for Mr. Vogel, Fudge said quickly. He is also very interested in the Manor Steward, especially after hearing that it was Master Aris's masterpiece. He became even more interested. Mr. Vogel came here mainly to discuss the issue of the Manor Steward entering the American magic world. He is willing to give his full support. That's right. Vogel nodded affirmatively. Of course, there is no problem with that. Aris nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, as a businessman, I naturally hope that Manor Steward can be sold all over the world. That's great. Fudge clapped his hands. If there are no other questions, we can even sign the contract tonight. Based on the current situation, it is probably only a matter of time before Manor Butler is sold all over the world. I am really looking forward to it more and more. By the way, Master Shafik, how is the problem of mass production of manor housekeepers being solved? We have already started production and should be able to deliver the goods in a week. Aris thought for a moment and said, if we want to supply it to the American wizarding world, we will have to wait for a while. No problem, I can wait. Vogel said quickly. However, I would like to talk to Master Shafik about the Manor Butler product alone. Is this all right with you, Minister Fudge? Vogel turned to look at Fudge. Of course, no problem. Have a good chat. I also need to go greet the other guests. Fudge said quickly, 0. Thank you. Vogel bowed slightly. After Fudge left, Vogel took Aris to a corner and sat down. Master Shafik, Mr. Grindelwald also asked me to bring you a message. Vogel's expression became a little serious. He said, time is a very wonderful thing. It can hide many truths, but it can also reveal many truths. He told you to be careful because it's not easy to control time. Hearing this, Aris frowned slightly. Anything else? No, those are his exact words, Vogel said affirmatively. Aris fell into deep thought. Time? Hiding the truth? Find the truth? And control time? He didn't know what Grindelwald meant by what he said. This mute's fight is really inexplicable and has no beginning or end. After thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Aris's mind. Is it because of that? Time anchor and time travel? He knows that I have the ability to travel through time and space. Aris was secretly surprised, but he soon reacted. Grindelwald has the power of prophecy and can see certain fragments of the future. This ability is very wonderful and can often bring some unexpected gains. Perhaps he saw something from the future fragments and deduced that 4.0 himself had the ability to travel through time and space. If that was true, it made sense for him to say these things. Time is a strange and dangerous thing. It is not so easy to control it. He was probably worried that he would abuse this ability, so he gave a reminder. Understand. Aris nodded slightly and smiled at Vogel. As for the Manor Steward, Master Shafik, please let me know if you have any instructions. Vogel also smiled. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. Mr. Vogel, There's actually something I don't understand. Aris looked at the old man in front of him thoughtfully and asked, "Why did you suddenly change your attitude towards me?" Hearing this, Vogel's expression changed slightly, and then he laughed awkwardly. "Well, please keep this a secret for now. But, Master Shafik, you can rest assured that I have absolutely no ill will towards you. Mr. Shafik, I am looking forward to working with you. The Manor Butler product is simply revolutionary and will definitely be a big hit around the world. I have never seen such a smart and affordable product. It can even replace complex estate defense work, and it is very affordable. Master Shafik, I am the chairman of the Egyptian Wizard Magic Association. If you're willing, we can also reach a strategic cooperation with you. Master Shafik, I am the director of the International Cooperation Department of the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. I would like to talk to you in detail about the possibility of popularizing manor housekeepers in Bulgaria. Do you have time? As more and more people came to Fudge Manor. After the introduction, everyone surrounded Aris and was very enthusiastic. The performance and protective ability of the manor housekeeper amazed the officials of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. They never knew that a small alchemical product could have such a powerful effect. The most important thing is that the price of the Manor Butler is cheaper than some ordinary flying brooms. It is simply the best choice for manor protection, no doubt about it. You know, any wizard family that owns an independent manor will spend a lot of money on the protection of the manor. For example, the gate of Malfoy Manor cost at least tens of thousands of gold galleons to build, although that was just an example. Even an ordinary wizard family would have to spend at least 1,000 galleons on home protection to ensure the safety of their home. Not all wizards are good at protective spells and concealment spells. Even if some wizards know the spells, they can't cast effective protective spells at all. Everyone, thank you very much for your support. I would like to announce to you that Manor Butler is the latest product of the Shafik family. It is not only launched in England. If you're interested, you can discuss it with my butler. Aris' voice rang out among the crowd. He winked at Henry, who walked towards the wizards and introduced the specific roles and effects of the manor steward. Fudge tugged at Aris's clothes, looking a little excited. Master Shafik, looking at the current situation, it is not difficult to popularize manor housekeepers around the world. I think as long as the product can be supplied within 2 months, everyone in the teaching community will probably know about this product. Thank you for your good wishes. Aris smiled and nodded slightly with an indifferent expression. This result was naturally what he wanted to see. He had never thought that popularizing manor housekeepers would be so simple and easy. This also means that his monitoring system will soon be able to spread across the globe. In this way, he is invincible in terms of information channels. If Voldemort shows up, he will be able to get the news quickly. The dinner went very smoothly. Henry was busy all night negotiating and communicating with dignitaries from various countries, while also recording some information. Aris was busy dealing with people looking for him, and he hardly stopped all night. After coming into this world, he felt the pain of socializing for the first time. But compared with the huge gains tonight, it is still worth it. Late at night, Aris returned to the castle. A red light suddenly flashed outside the window, and then the figure of the dark red dragon, Aris, appeared in the room. "Master, Luna will be here tomorrow. She asked me to tell you in advance." Aris rubbed against Aris's arms like a spoiled child, flapping her wings gently. This little girl finally couldn't help herself and came here early? That's fine, though. Hermione said earlier that she wanted to go to Diagon Alley in the second week after the holiday. It just so happens that we can go together and buy Luna's school supplies. Aris patted the little red dragon's head and said lovingly, "Are you having fun playing with Luna during this time?" Ever since Luna's accident, Aris has stepped up his protection of the little girl. When Iris is free, she usually stays with Luna, so she can play with her and protect her at the same time. Anyway, with Aris' current strength, there are probably few people in the entire wizarding world who can be his rival. Only with the little red dragon protecting Luna can he be completely relieved. "I'm happy. Luna often takes me out to play," Iris said excitedly. "Do you guys still go out often?" Aris frowned slightly. Where did you go? Then there are so many places to go. Iris puffed out her chest proudly, not noticing Aris' frown at all. For example, the Magical Congress of the United States and the Kingdom of Bhutan, which is known as the Holy Land of Magic. We even went to the ancient East and saw the different magical heritage there. I can guarantee that the distance Luna and I have walked during this period is definitely longer than the distance you have walked in your entire life. You look very proud of yourself. Alex frowned even more. Of course. Apart from me, I'm afraid no other dragon can travel around the world in such a short time. Aris, you really should go to the east. There are beautiful scenery and vast plains there, and there's also a completely different magic system from here. It is said that system is called Taoism. When Iris talked about this, her eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Taoism. Aris was stunned and looked at the little red dragon in surprise. The magic system in the East is different from here. It is actually a Taoist tradition. Aris really didn't know this. Yes, there is a Taoist tradition in the East, which is different from the magic here, but there is also a spell system, but we haven't found much relevant information. They hit it so well. Luna is still just a little girl after all, and that land is still a bit chaotic right now, so we didn't stay too long. Elise explained, if there's a chance, I'd like to go see it. Aris Yasha's heart was moved, and she took a breath. Then explained first, the mission I gave you was to protect Luna. Why did you take her running around? There is no conflict between protecting her and taking her out to play. Iris blinked innocently. You've learned to quibble, haven't you? Aris glared at the little red dragon. There is no conflict. The little red dragon curled his lips in grievance. Okay, you've worked hard during this period. As long as Luna is happy, that's enough. Aris shook his head helplessly. But when you have time, can you take me out for a walk? Of course, Master. If you want to go, we can set off now. When Iris heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Forget it. There's no time for that yet. Aris shook his head, although he also wanted to go to the east, or to the Kingdom of Bhutan, the place known as the Magical Holy Land. But now he has a lot of things to do. The crisis with Voldemort has not been resolved yet, so I really don't have much mood to go out for fun. However, Aris secretly made up his mind to go to the land in the east to have a look. The next day, early morning, elder brother. As soon as Aris opened his eyes, he saw a pair of golden hair swaying in front of him, and a cute and pretty face appeared in front of him. Luna. Aris pulled the quilt subconsciously, looked at the girl in surprise, and asked, Why are you here so early? Didn't I ask Iris to tell you? Luna said as if it was a matter of course. I said I would come today, but I didn't say it would be this early. Aris smiled helplessly. Because the weather's been a bit hot and humid recently, he has developed the habit of sleeping naked. Now he is wearing nothing under the quilt. Who knew Luna would come so early? Brother, aren't you happy that I came early? Luna looked at Aris with some confusion. No, Aris didn't know how to explain it this time, so he could only comfort her. You go out and play for a while, I'll get dressed and wash up, and then I'll take you to Diagon Alley. Okay. At this time, Luna seemed to have guessed something. She glanced at the quilt that Aris was holding tightly against his chest and smiled softly. Then I'll go out first. You get up quickly. Okay. Aris held his forehead speechlessly. An hour later, the two of them finished their breakfast and arrived at Diagon Alley. Brother, have you heard? Luna and Aris were walking on the streets of Diagon Alley. The girl suddenly looked at Aris and asked, There's a very popular product in Diagon Alley recently. Even my father was full of praise for the product and was very interested in it. You know, normally he doesn't have much interest in anything other than the content of the Quibbler magazine. Oh, what's so popular? Aris asked casually. I think it's called Manor Steward. Luna thought for a moment and answered. Manor Steward? Aris was stunned. He hadn't expected that Fudge would act so quickly, and that he must have put a lot of effort into publicity. Even Luna had heard about it. As far as I know, this thing shouldn't be on sale yet, right? Reese said, Yes, that's why I said it's popular. Luna looked up at a magic supplies store in front of her. Look over there, there's a promotion for the manor housekeeper. Aris looked up and saw a huge poster at a glance. It says, one of the greatest inventions in the wizarding world. Do you want to make your manor house safer? The manor butler will meet all your needs. The huge promotional poster almost covered the entire front of the magic supplies store. Not only that, there were a lot of models of manor housekeepers in various shapes placed in front of the magic prop store. Although they had no practical effect, they also attracted a large number of people to stop and look. This is a bit too exaggerated. Aris looked at the magic supply store and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. That's not an exaggeration. When the manor steward is released, the number of people here will probably be several times greater. The line of wizards who want to experience it alone will probably stretch to the end of the street. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract my father's attention. Luna said seriously while looking at the magic supply store not far away. According to the time, it seems that today is the day when the manor's steward will appear. The Daily Prophet has put out several rounds of advertisements. Now, there are probably not many people in the entire wizarding world who don't know about it. Yes, today. Aris nodded subconsciously. The first wave of finished manor butlers on the assembly line can indeed be released for sale today, thanks to advanced preparations and Fudge's full support. The time to market has been greatly advanced. Let's go over and take a look, Luna said suddenly excitedly. Even if you don't buy it, at least take a look at it. It must be very interesting. Actually, if you want to see it, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Aris had just said half of his words when he was pulled by Luna and walked towards the magic supply store in front. Brother, let's talk later. Let's go join in the fun first. The two soon arrived outside the magic supply store. At this time, many people were queuing up to buy the manor butler. There's a main spot on the window of the magic supplies store, which should be used to display the real manor butler. But now it is empty, which means that the product has not been officially launched yet. How long will it take? I can't wait any longer. It's only 100 gold galleons each, and it can effectively protect your home. It's really worth it. I've already inquired about it. The Ministry of Magic is now fully promoting this product. You won't lose money if you buy it. Moreover, there are discounts for Ministry of Magic employees. This time, the Ministry of Magic has invested a lot of money. I've never seen Minister Fudge praise a product so highly. Aris raised his eyebrows as he could hear the discussions around him. It seems that Fudge really puts his heart into this matter. Otherwise, the effect wouldn't be so good. You know, the Ministry of Magic has probably never recommended any product so strongly. This is probably the first time in more than a decade. Last time, the thing they strongly recommended was probably the wizard robe, the kind of cloak-like robe that not many people wore before. If we go further, we will probably find a magic wand. The magic wand, which is like a short stick, was not a hot seller when it first came out. Later, it was through the promotion of the Ministry of Magic that it gradually became popular and gained its current popularity. Wizards used to prefer to use crystal balls and long-handled wands to cast spells. Of course, this happened a very long time ago. Aris, it's really you. At this time, a voice came from behind. Hermione quickly squeezed next to Aris and greeted Luna again. I didn't expect you to really come today. I thought Aris was so busy and would cancel the appointment. How could that be? Brother is always very punctual. Luna smiled. Are you here to see this steward of the manor as well? Hermione asked. Yeah, that thing is really popular lately. Luna nodded. Actually, I really want to buy one to protect my parents. Mana Oz thing is really powerful. I don't know who invented it, but it's very practical and not expensive. What a pity. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Gringotts can only exchange a limited number of gold galleons for Muggle currency each year. If I buy a manor butler, I won't be able to buy school supplies. If you are short of money, you can ask Aris to borrow it. Luna winked at Hermione. The thing he lacks the most is probably the gold galleons. Aris looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. Actually, I've always wanted to say, if you want a manor housekeeper, you don't have to squeeze in here. I'll give it to you. You're sending us? Luna and Hermione both looked puzzled. I heard this thing is very hard to buy, and the sales quantity is limited. You can tell by the long queue here. Could it be that the Shafik family has other channels? It's not that the Shafik family has other channels. This thing was made by the young master. This is just one of the family's channels. If the two young ladies want it, I'll have someone send a set over right away. Before Aris could explain, a voice came from the side. Henry came to the side of the group without knowing when. He bowed slightly to Aris and then looked at the two girls with a smile on his face. Hermione and Luna's eyes widened when they heard this. "Brother, did you create the Manor Steward? You actually made this thing?" The two of them shouted out almost at the same time, their faces full of surprise. They knew that Aris was very capable and that the Shafik family was very powerful. However, no one would have thought that the Manor Steward, who has been so popular recently that almost everyone in the entire wizarding world knows about it, would be created by Aris. It feels like when you're praising a spell for being very useful, you don't know that the inventor of the spell is right next to you. That feeling is so weird and unexpected. "Brother," Luna suddenly became a little resentful. "Why didn't you tell us just now? We're like two fools squeezing here. It's just, I never thought that Aris would be such a person with such a bad taste." Hermione's tone was also a little strange, and both girls looked at Aris dimly. This scene made Aris feel helpless. "I've been wanting to tell you guys just now, but you guys were too excited and didn't give me a chance to speak." "Really?" Hermione looked at Luna. Luna shook her head decisively. "No." Aris looked at the two of them, feeling a little amused. These two little girls are actually telling lies with their eyes open. "Forget it. If you say there is no need, then there is no need." Aris was too lazy to argue with the two little girls, so he turned to look at Henry and ordered, "Prepare a complete set of manor housekeepers for each of these two little girls. Full version." Hermione's eyes lit up slightly. "Are there different versions of this thing?" "Of course." Aris nodded gently. "The full version has more complete functions and stronger protection capabilities, especially in terms of privacy protection. It is more reliable. The full version of Manor Butler is an upgraded version specially developed by Aris. On the basis of strengthening protection and various functions, it also removes the monitoring backdoor of the magic energy system. However, Aris has no intention of selling this version. He usually only gives it as a gift to friends he trusts. The two sets given to Luna and Hermione are the only ones currently available. But I don't have that many gold galleons." Hermione was very happy just now, but in the blink of an eye, her brows frowned slightly again. "This is a gift from a friend, and you still want to give me money?" Aris looked at Hermione with amusement, feeling a little helpless. This little girl, it seems that she still doesn't completely regard him as her own. "Really?" Hermione's eyes lit up again after hearing Aris' words. "Of course it's true." Aris nodded. "Great. Thank you, Aris." "Thank you, brother." Both girls had crescent-shaped smiles on their faces. Each of them took Aris' arm and pushed their way out of the crowd. Since we already know that this thing is Aris' masterpiece, there is naturally no need to continue to squeeze with these people. If you want to see the function of the manor housekeeper, just go home and study it slowly. "Next, are we going to the bookstore?" Hermione asked. "That's right, but before that, we need to go to Ollivander's wand shop." Aris glanced at Luna, a smile in his eyes. He prepared a special gift for Luna. The little girl will definitely like it. "Oh, I almost forgot." Hermione seemed to have just remembered something. "Luna will go to school with us next semester, right?" "I almost forgot." "Yes, I look forward to it every day now." Luna nodded. "That's great. I really hope we can be in the same college so that we can study together more often." Hermione took Luna's hand and talked about school. "I heard from my brother about the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts." "Hermione, you're in Gryffindor, right? I heard that the college represents courage and fearlessness. It must be very interesting there." Luna's eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed, the guys in our school are all very good at causing trouble, like Harry and Ronald. Well, after staying there for a long time, I found that I also like adventure more and more." Hermione shrugged helplessly. "I heard that you did something big last semester, but your brother didn't have time to tell me the details." "Hermione, can you tell me about it in detail?" "Of course, no one should know this better than me." After the two little girls got together, they quickly started chatting. We talked about the customs and culture of Hogwarts and the interesting things that happened last semester. We also talked about the relationship between the 4 major colleges and the interesting things that happened among the students. Before I knew it, Aris was left behind. Aris was somewhat helpless about this. I could only follow them and head towards Ollivander's wand shop. Soon, the somewhat shabby wand shop that looked very historic appeared not far in front of the 3 people. It was not very conspicuous on the busy street. It stands quietly beside the street, like an old scholar who has witnessed the vicissitudes of history. Although it is inconspicuous, it gives people a very ancient and remote feeling. 013904130 Felu 230431291. We're here, Aris spoke, interrupting the 2 girls who were still chatting in front. Wand shop. Luna clenched her fists lightly, seeming a little nervous. Finally, I'm going to have my own magic wand. The little girl looked at Hermione beside her with excitement on her face. When I first walked into here, I must have felt the same as you do now, Hermione suddenly said with some emotion. At that time, I knew nothing about the wizarding world. To me, this world is full of novelty and mystery. For us, the first magic wand may mean more than just a weapon. It is also a spiritual sustenance and a symbol of the identity of a wizard. That's right. Aris also nodded slightly. From today on, you will become a real witch. Let's go. I prepared a little surprise for you. I hope you'll like it. As he spoke, Aris took Luna's hand, looked at the girl with a smile, and walked into the store. Surprise. Luna's face showed a hint of anticipation. Then, the smiling face became even brighter. Welcome. A voice came from inside as the few people walked into Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's eyes first swept over Aris. Then he nodded slightly and greeted him. Hello, Master Shafik. Then he looked at Hermione, thought for a moment, and said, Of course there is also you, Miss Granger. If I remember correctly, it should be Dragon Nerve, Vine Wood, 9 3/4 inches, a very talented little witch. Finally, his eyes fixed on Luna. Oh, I think Miss Lovegood should go to school this year, right? I think you'll need a wand of your own. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. Luna glanced at Aris and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Aris also nodded to Ollivander with a smile on his face. Of course, I understand. I'm prepared. For some reason, Ollivander suddenly winked at Aris. Just when Luna was a little confused, he took out a silver-white box from a shelf behind him. The box was obviously stored separately from other wands. Ollivander was very serious, holding the box in his hand as if he was holding a holy object. I'm ready, little girl. Give it a try. Ollivander opened the silver box and took out a gray-black wand. This wand didn't look special, but Ollivander's words shocked Luna. The wand is made of a 1,000-year-old world tree with a unicorn feather as the core. It's 12 inches long, extremely tough, and sacred. I named it Elf's Words. This wand is specially made for you. Specially customized for me. Luna looked at the magic wand in front of her that seemed to have some kind of magical resonance with her, and she couldn't help but reach out and take it. The next second, a feeling of blessing emerged from Luna's heart from the inside out, and a beam of sacred light emerged from the wand and lasted for several seconds. It's amazing. This wand is indeed tailor-made for you. Very few people can have this kind of wonderful feeling. This shows that you and the wand are very compatible. Ollivander looked at Luna and the wand in her hand with admiration. Master Aris, it seems that your hard work has not been in vain. This wand was custom-made for me by my brother. Luna finally realized what was going on and looked at Aris in surprise. So, this is the surprise you mentioned? Of course, Master Aris is able to find such a rare material as the Millennium World Tree, and he knows you so well that he has selected the most suitable unicorn feather wand core for you. Who else? Ollivander explained with a smile. When I first came here, I promised you that I would tailor a wand for you. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Aris blinked at Luna. Of course not. Luna's face suddenly flushed, and then she hugged Aris's arms. I just didn't expect my brother to remember it so clearly. I thought he had forgotten it. Silly girl, how could I forget? Aris reached out and rubbed Luna's hair as usual, smiling. On the side, Hermione watched this scene and suddenly felt inexplicably lost. Although she still had a smile on her face, for some reason she felt a sour and indescribable feeling in her heart, which made her feel very blocked. Luna, congratulations on getting the wand that suits you best. Even though she felt a little uncomfortable, the little which still congratulated sincerely. She really liked Luna from the bottom of her heart, so naturally she wouldn't feel any alienation in her heart because of this little bit of discomfort. Perhaps at this moment, she still didn't know what that inexplicable feeling of loss meant. After all, at this time, they're still in the stage of being ignorant about feelings. Thank you, Hermione. Luna turned around and hugged Hermione again, her face full of joy. Miss Luna, if you don't mind, would you like to try the power of this wand? Ollivander looked at the little girl expectantly and asked tentatively. Although he knew clearly that this wand must be extremely powerful, just like Aris's wand, he made this wand and naturally wanted to know its full performance. It would also provide him with valuable data for making his wand, and such opportunities were rare. Of course, Luna was also eager to try, with a gleam in her eyes. Is it okay? Master Aris. Ollivander looked at Aris again. After all, Aris paid for this custom-made wand, so his opinion is of course very important. As long as Luna has no objection, I certainly have no objection. Aris shrugged. Then please come this way. Ollivander made a gesture of invitation and led the few people into the shelves. Inside the shelf is a large studio, which contains some facilities for making magic wands, as well as a small practice scene with magic targets ready. Alex's wand was also tested here before. Well, let's try its power first. Ollivander waved his wand lightly, and a magic target was placed in the center of the studio. It's up to you now, Miss Luna. No problem. Luna nodded, then raised her right hand, and the tip of the wand emitted a light blue light. Wind whirl. Along with a loud shout, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew into the studio. The humanoid puppet that was used as a target was torn into pieces in an instant. This terrifying power made Ollivander's eyes widen and Hermione look surprised. It's so powerful. It's almost as powerful as Master Aris's wand. Ollivander's eyes sparkled. Maybe this has something to do with the power of magic itself. Hermione muttered softly. Compared to Ollivander, he was more surprised that Luna's whirlwind was so proficient. She hasn't even started school yet, but she's already so strong. If she starts school, will she be able to catch up with me soon? Hermione secretly gasped. Those who are with Quirrell and Alex are all geniuses. No, they're all monsters. Hermione suddenly felt unhappy again. If I take the initiative and spend every day with Aris, will my strength improve faster? Thinking of this possibility, Hermione secretly made a decision. Very good, keep up the pace. Ollivander quickly recorded the data and then found a magic target. Next is the test of magic properties and magic power amplification. Miss Luna, thank you for your hard work. It doesn't matter. I just want to try out the limits of this magic wand. Luna's eyes sparkled. Then, accompanied by a series of exclamations, the magic light once again lit up in the studio. Half an hour later, Aris, Luna, and the others left Ollivander's wand shop. Thank you, brother. I like this one very much. Luna looked at Aris with a smile on her face. As long as you like it. Aris also smiled. By the way, do you have any news about Harry? Hermione suddenly asked at this time. Harry Potter? Luna looked at Aris and shook her head slightly. I've been quite busy lately, so I'm not too sure. What happened? Aris thought about it and shook his head. In fact, he could probably guess what happened to Harry Potter. He must have been grounded again by the Dursleys. I wrote to him, but never received a reply. I wonder if he's in some trouble. Hermione said worriedly. Didn't receive a reply? Aris frowned slightly. How could it be 823 ? In the original book, in the summer before Harry Potter's second year, Dobby was indeed isolated from the outside world for a period of time, and even the letters written to him by Hermione and Ronald were intercepted. But now, Dobby has returned to Shafik Castle with him and is no longer with the Lucius family. Moreover, The diary of Tom Riddle, the villain in the second grade, was also in his hands. Logically speaking, Dobby shouldn't look for Harry Potter again, right? What happened in this incident? Aris, how about we go see Harry? Hermione suggested again. I think it's okay. We don't have anything to do right now anyway. Luna also nodded and looked at Aris. The boy thought about it and finally nodded. Okay, but before that, we'd better contact Ronald and see if he has any news. At the same time, he also needs to think carefully about the Savior's rescue plan. No problem. I'll write him a letter right now, and I should receive a reply this afternoon. Hermione nodded quickly. Then let's go buy Luna some other things she needs for school. The Weasley family. Ronald and the Weasley twins were standing in front of an old Ford car, looking at it carefully. I guess this car can fly at over 300 horsepower per hour. Cool. My dad actually brought him home. That's incredible. It will be nice to take it for a spin. Ronald reached out and touched the hood of the Ford, then pressed his face against it with an exaggerated expression. Do you feel it? I seem to hear it roaring. Come on. It hasn't started yet. Fred rolled his eyes. If you really want to feel its speed and roar, you can actually... He exchanged a glance with George and continued with temptation in his eyes. Drive it and give it a try? How can this be possible? Ronald shook his head in confusion. If Dad and Mom knew about this, they would definitely skin us alive. Dad has gone to work, and Mom is not at home today. As long as we don't tell her, she will come back before dark. Who knows? George's tone was also full of temptation. But Ronald was still a little hesitant. At this moment, an owl suddenly flew over from a distance. Ronald, it looks like your letter. My letter. Ronald stretched out his hand, and the owl just threw a letter into his hand. It's a letter from Hermione. Ronald opened the letter directly. Our Miss Know-It-All, is there anything I can help you with? George and Fred also came over. Soon, Ronald finished reading all the contents of the letter. She asked me about Harry's news, saying that he hadn't received a reply for the whole summer, and she was going to go to Harry's house with Aris to see what happened. Ronald frowned slightly. Come to think of it, we haven't received any reply to the letter we wrote to Harry. Did something really happen to Harry? How about we go to Harry's house as well? Suaji suggested. Yes, he's your best friend, Ronald. Fred patted Ronald on the shoulder. But how do we get there? Ronald looked at his two brothers. Need I say more? Fred and George said in unison, looking at the Ford F-17 nearby in tacit understanding. Of course I drove it. This is not a good idea. Ronald looked at George and the others with suspicion. He highly suspected that these two guys didn't want to go see Harry at all, but simply wanted to drive the car out for a spin. Aren't you worried about Harry's current situation? He may be being abused by his uncle, locked up in a small house, not allowed to go out, and not allowed to receive letters. Think about it. George patted Ronald's shoulder earnestly. Zero. Do you really want to watch Harry continue to suffer? Of course not, Ronald shouted without thinking. Let's go, let's get him out of bed. He patted the Ford flying car, his expression firm and decisive. Just drive it. Aren't you afraid that Mom will find out? Fred asked jokingly. Let's talk about it after you figure it out, Ronald said as he sat in the passenger seat of the speeding car. You'd better write a letter back to Hermione. Otherwise, she won't know you are going to do such an earth-shattering thing. George reminded her friendly with a smile. Yes, that's right. Ronald finally realized. Maybe we can run into him when we get over there. Aris will surely be able to think of a better way to rescue Harry. With a roar, the Ford car flew over the burrow and soon disappeared. This car has a built-in cloaking function so that muggles can't see it. Ronald obviously knows this, otherwise he would not drive it around in the city. Afternoon. For Privet Drive, Little Whinging. A bus with a unique shape suddenly stopped on the side of the road. No one saw where the bus came from or where it was going. It appeared so suddenly, and then disappeared just as suddenly. Only 3 little wizards were left with pale faces, looking as if they were about to vomit at any time. I swear, I will never ride the night bus again in my life. 0.1. Aris gritted his teeth and spoke, trying to suppress the churning feeling in his stomach. This is definitely the most unrestrained bus I have ever taken. Hermione had just opened her mouth when she couldn't help but ran to the side and vomited. But I feel this is also a good experience. Only Luna remained calm at this time, although her face was obviously pale. It's indeed a very novel experience. Aris rubbed his forehead and looked at Luna helplessly. Anyway, this is the first and last time I'll ride this car, I promise. Okay, let me see. This should be where Uncle Harry lives, right? Aris's eyes swept around and finally landed on a house opposite. The house number reads, Number 4. I checked it out. It's indeed Harry's uncle's house. A moment later, Hermione returned to where Aris was. I just knocked on their door, pretending to ask for directions, and it was Harry's uncle who opened the door. You may not be able to imagine, I was so nervous that I almost turned around and ran away. Harry's uncle seems really difficult to get along with. The little witch patted her chest with lingering fear. Well done. Aris praised generously, and then continued to ask, What happened next? Did you see Harry? No. Hermione shook her head. Harry is not in their living room. I think if he has not gone out, he is in a room in this building. He may be locked up, because I deliberately amplified the sound because I wanted Harry to hear it. If he heard it, it's impossible for him to have no reaction at all. So I guess he should be in a room on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to use magic outside of school during the summer vacation. Otherwise, we could easily locate Harry with a Pathfinder and Apparition spell. Hermione sighed somewhat regretfully. It's true that it's not very convenient for us to use magic, but that doesn't mean Luna can't do it, Aris said with a smile. In fact, his wand had not been registered with the Ministry of Magic, and no trace had been planted in it. This was thanks to his strong money ability, but Luna had not yet started formal school, so the wand had not been planted with traces. Aris now also wants to see Luna's true strength. Oh, that's right. Luna hasn't officially started school yet. Hermione quickly reacted. How about it, Luna? Can you? Reese asked. Luna nodded without hesitation. Of course. After saying that, she smiled slightly, then drew out her wand and whispered a spell. Revelation of the True Form. This spell actually has many functions. It can display the surrounding environment and terrain. It can also use magic to recreate things that have happened around it. And it can also mark the people and objects you want to find within a certain direction. At this time, Luna was using the 3rd method. She was going to be in the house in front. I went to Harry's specific location. Almost instantly, when Luna's magic power was released, there was immediate feedback. Found him. He's in the room on the 2nd floor of this house, on the outside. Luna looked up at a room facing the street and pointed. Is it here? Aris murmured, then smiled and said, Now that the location is determined, things will be relatively simple. He glanced at the 2 girls and said, I'll go over there and see if I can bring him out directly. Having said that, Bianci took a step forward. The next second, a crackling sound was heard. He had disapparated from where he was. This is... Hermione stared at the place where Aris disappeared with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Apparate. It should be. Luna nodded slightly, not too surprised. Luna, this is... apparition. Hermione still felt it was outrageous. This is a magic that can only be learned by students in the 5th grade and above, and it needs to be strictly supervised by the Ministry of Magic. Aris can actually be used now. Don't you think this is outrageous? If it's my brother, it should be normal. Luna smiled and didn't care at all. At this moment, Luna seemed to be completely conquered by Aris's strength and talent, and did not think there was anything strange about it. Come to think of it, if there is anyone in this world who knows Aris best, it must be Luna. She has been watching Aris grow up since he came into this world. It can be said that she knows a little bit about everything about Aris. So, it was just a small apparition, so Luna didn't find it strange at all. The other side, Harry Potter had been feeling that something was a little unusual this afternoon. He first saw from the window that there seemed to be a strange bus parked on Privet Drive, but when he looked carefully, it had completely disappeared. At this time, he didn't know the existence of the night bus, so he didn't know that it was a bus belonging to the magical world. Then, Harry Potter seemed to hear a familiar voice, but he was not sure because he did not dare to think about it. How come it appear here? When he listened carefully, The voice disappeared again. Everything seems like an illusion. He was almost going crazy. Everything went wrong since his cousin Dudley insulted his father last time, calling him a wild child without a father, and he accidentally threw a piece of cake in his face. He is under house arrest. I was locked in a room on the second floor. Every day, except for going to the toilet, even meals were brought to me by my aunt. There is no freedom at all, but unfortunately, he had no other choice. He could neither send any letters nor receive any letters from his friends. No, he seemed to have seen owls come in a privet drive, but those owls always flew around and then disappeared as if they didn't find their target. Or maybe the letters they sent were withheld by someone. Just then, a crackling sound suddenly rang out in his room. This familiar voice made Harry's eyes tighten instantly, and then, when he saw the person who operat, his face suddenly showed ecstasy. "Aris, it's you." Harry stood up and looked in disbelief at the boy who had just appeared in the room. "What you just did was apparition, right? It's hard to believe that you have mastered such advanced magic." "No, Aris, how come you are here?" Harry asked countless questions in one breath. When he came to his senses, he saw that Aris did not speak immediately. Instead, he came to the door of the room and put his ear to it, seeming to listen to the movement outside. "And Jing, your uncle seems to be coming." Aris waved his hand and cast an incarnation spell on himself. Then, he quietly retreated to the corner of the room. Hearing this, Harry's face suddenly showed tension. But after seeing Aris's perfect disillusionment spell, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the door of the room. "What are you doing, you little brat? Are you destroying the house?" Harry's uncle, Dudley, slammed the door and yelled, "I'm sure there was a very harsh sound coming from here just now. You'd better be quiet." "Okay, I understand," Harry replied reluctantly. In order to prevent Aris from being discovered, he could only temporarily suppress his anger and cater to Dudley. Sure enough, as soon as Harry finished speaking, there was no movement outside the room. Obviously, Dudley was confident in his protective measures and did not think Harry could jump out. "Aris, it looks like he's gone." Harry listened at the door for a while, then looked to the corner of the room and whispered. Although there seemed to be nothing there, he was sure that Aris had not left. "Well, it seems like you haven't had a good time these days." Aris lifted the disillusionment charm and looked at Harry Potter with a smile. "It's nothing, actually. It's just because of some coincidences, my uncle put me in solitary confinement. So, as you can see, I basically spent this summer vacation in this room." Harry Potter shrugged helplessly. Aris took a look at the room and could tell that Harry hadn't been out for quite a while. The room was a bit messy and had a not-so-pleasant smell. Aris shook his head and said helplessly, "In your case, you can just call the police and arrest them." "Call the police?" Harry was stunned. He had never thought of calling the police to arrest his uncle and aunt. This kind of thing sounds so exciting. But if he really did it, Harry still felt a little weird. He is a wizard, so he called the police in the Muggle world and asked the police to help him solve the problem. There's always a feeling of having no face. "Forget it." Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Actually, I was also wrong in this matter. I shouldn't have burned Dudley's eyebrows, and that piece of cake shouldn't have been wasted on his head." Aris instantly became interested. "Is there any other wonderful story among them? What on earth happened?" Aris couldn't help but ask again. Harry sighed, sat on the bed, and then slowly said, "My uncle's friends were coming that day, and they told me to hide upstairs and not go downstairs. I actually didn't want to get involved with them at all. Dudley shouldn't insult my father and mother. He shouldn't say that. Don't get excited, calm down." "What did he say?" Aris comforted and continued to ask. "He said my parents were freaks, and I was freaked too." Harry suppressed his anger and clenched his hands. Then, you can probably imagine what happened next. Because of extreme anger, my magic power rioted. The magic burned off Dudley's eyebrows, leaving his brow bone bald. Also, the cake that was originally used to celebrate was smashed on the head of the lovely girl who had just walked in and hadn't had time to sit down yet. Harry touched his nose awkwardly. "So, actually, I was wrong too. I shouldn't be so impulsive." After saying that, Harry lowered his head and shook his head helplessly. After hearing the whole story, Aris frowned slightly. He originally thought that without Dobby's interference, the Dursleys' banquet should not have any problems. But now it seems that what was supposed to happen has still happened. There seems to be some kind of power in the dark that makes everything proceed according to a certain trajectory, like the power to repair the rules of this world. Aris didn't know whether the situation was good or bad, but he knew very well that this force should not be completely unstoppable. Just like before, the diary that was supposed to be delivered to Ginny Weasley is now lying in his system space. If the mysterious repair power is strong enough, this diary shouldn't be here with him. In other words, even if it appeared in his hands, it would eventually return to Ginny Weasley's hands. Now, he was more curious about the extent to which this power to repair the world's rules could be achieved. Also, under what circumstances will the power of repair appear? One question after another kept popping up in Aris' mind. He looked at Harry Potter and suddenly smiled. Okay, stop worrying about it. Now I give you two choices. Either you stay here or follow me. Aris stood up and looked out the window. From here, he could see Hermione and the others on the other side of the street, observing carefully. However, the view from a street through the window is not very clear. That's why they didn't realize that Harry Potter was imprisoned here at the beginning. Of course I want to leave, Harry said almost without thinking. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a moment. But how are we going to leave? Harry closed his mouth subconsciously as soon as he opened his mouth. Just ignore me. Since you can apparate here, you must have a way to take me away, right? Of course there is a way. Aris nodded slightly. In fact, he had more than one way to get Harry out of here. The easiest way was to use apparition to take Harry away with him. But if our savior wants to try something exciting, it's not impossible. Do you want to walk out in front of your uncle, or leave secretly? Aris said in a slightly bewitching tone with a smile on his lips. Harry hesitated slightly. Forget it. They are your relatives, after all. Aris thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Besides, this place still has the power to protect you. You will come back eventually. Let's just leave quietly and don't cause any more trouble. What do you think? Aris asked, looking at Harry. Yeah. Harry nodded. Then you clean up first. Aris said as he came to the door of the room and listened to the noise outside. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs suddenly sounded. Aris looked at Harry and reminded him. It seems your uncle is here again. I'll speed up. Harry didn't stop and kept putting the clothes in the closet into a large suitcase and swept all the textbooks on the bed into it. It seems a little too late. Aris shook his head helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a lock being unlocked was heard outside the room. Apparently, Harry's uncle wanted to call it quits. What on earth does he want to do? Harry frowned, and his hands moved faster. No matter what he wants to do, you'd better hurry up. Aris reminded again. It will be ready soon. Harry's forehead was already covered with sweat. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the door. You be asterisk, 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 D. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Do you want to escape? Don't even think about it. I felt something was wrong since this morning. Is that girl freak like you? How dare you team up to deceive me? Do you really think I know nothing? The roar sounded like King Chien's, and it made the whole house tremble. Aris was a little surprised that Harry's uncle actually knew Hermione's identity. And I guess that they were here to rescue Harry. This old man doesn't seem that stupid. This is interesting. Harry threw the last of his clothes into the suitcase and looked anxiously at Aris. Aris, hurry up and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the room was violently slammed open. Aris smiled and looked at the fat man who rushed in and waved gently. Hello, Mr. Dursley. Dursley was obviously stunned when he saw the stranger who appeared in the room at some point. By the time he reacted, Aris had already grabbed Harry's shoulders. Then crackle. After a sound, the two figures in the room disappeared. Dursley stood there with his eyes wide open, and after a while he held his head and screamed. It seems that he has been greatly stimulated. Harry Potter. As soon as Aris and Harry's figures apparat, two voices were heard. Hermione looked at Harry Potter, who was carrying a large suitcase, and looked a little embarrassed, and said with a look of understanding on her face, "You are really locked up by them, right?" "Hermione, Luna." Harry greeted the two girls, and then said helplessly, "It seems that you all already know. Yes, that's the fact. I knew it." Hermione glanced at the Dursleys angrily. "Why do I keep writing to you, but never receive a reply? Have I even deprived you of your right to communicate? Don't mention it." Harry shook his head. "Obviously, there is nothing that can be done about this. You should sue them for abuse." Hermione pouted angrily. "That's what I advised him to." Aris shrugged. "But the fact is, Dumbledore told me to stay here. He said that besides Hogwarts, this is the safest place." Harry smiled bitterly. "Well, he is not wrong." Aris nodded. "Why?" Hermione frowned in confusion. "I actually think that they're the safest place. Isn't Aris's castle safe? Even Ronald's house is safer than here." Hermione didn't know that the protective spell that Harry's mother cast for him required the protection of blood relatives to be effective, so she didn't quite understand what Dumbledore and Aris said. "I'll tell you about this in detail next time I have the chance." Aris looked up at the other side of the road. His eyes moved slightly, as if he discovered something. Harry didn't know much about the Guardian spell, so he didn't say anything at this time. Hermione could only suppress her curiosity. "Is there something coming?" At this time, Luna's voice sounded. "You noticed it too?" Aris looked at the girl approvingly. "I heard the sound, but why?" Luna's eyes were puzzled. Obviously, there were some things she still didn't understand, such as why she clearly heard a sound similar to that of a car running, but didn't see any vehicles around. "Because it's invisible." Aris smiled and shook his head. As his voice fell, an old Ford car suddenly appeared at the corner of the street and drove straight towards this side. "Huh, night taxi." Luna looked at the old Ford oddly. "Does the wizarding world have this kind of transportation?" Aris was stunned. "No." Luna shook her head. 11. Harry and Hermione were speechless. The two looked at the approaching old Ford with curiosity in their eyes. "It seems to be Ronald in the car." Harry's eyesight was pretty good with his glasses on, and he immediately spotted the red-haired boy who was peeking out from the passenger seat. "Yes, and Fred too." Hermione nodded affirmatively. "Are they here to see me too?" Harry's eyes lit up. "I wrote to him before, mentioning that I came to look for you, so their purpose should be the same as ours. But the timing of their arrival is really coincidental. If they came a little later, we might have left." Hermione shrugged. She didn't feel surprised by Ronald's appearance. She was just a little curious about the car. The Weasleys, a wizarding family, actually use Muggle transportation? Soon, Ronald and the others also spotted Harry and his friends standing on the street corner. In order to avoid the sight of the Dursleys, they deliberately stayed away from number 4 Privet Drive. However, there were fewer people on this street, so Harry and his friends were still quite conspicuous when they stood together. "Harry!" Before the vehicle stopped, Ronald had already stuck his head out of the car and started shouting. "Ronald!" Harry also waved his hands excitedly. Are they really not afraid of being discovered?" Hermione looked at Aris and muttered softly, then glanced at the Dursleys' house with concern. "It's okay. It doesn't matter if they find out. The Dursleys probably won't dare to come out at this time." Aris smiled and did not stop Ronald and Harry's high-profile greetings. It was exactly as Aris said. At this moment, the Dursleys were standing by the window on the second floor, looking at the corner of the street. There was fear and confusion in Dursley's eyes, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he had not yet recovered from the previous shock. Harry's aunt folded her arms and watched coldly. His eyes were full of disgust and disdain, but there seemed to be an inexplicable envy in her eyes. But that trace of envy was only fleeting and did not last more than 10 seconds. "Are we really going to let him go like this?" Dursley was obviously unwilling, his shaking fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to rush out and have a big fight with those little wizards. "What? You dare to stop those guys?" This time, he is not alone. His friends are here too, Harry's Aunt Petunia said coldly. Dursley shrank back, looking at the group of little wizards on the street. He said nothing more. Of course he didn't dare. Harry Potter alone was enough to give him a headache. So how could he dare to provoke other community teachers. Besides, if other people on the street saw him hanging out with these freaks, how could he continue to live here? Just like that, the two of them watched in silence as Harry got into Ronald's car from distance. Nothing more was said. On the other side, Hermione couldn't help but speak again. Aris, are you sure they can get this car back? Don't worry, dear Miss Granger. We will make sure to safely deliver the customers in the car to their destination. A head suddenly popped up from the back seat of the car that had just started. George waved his hand at Hermione. Don't underestimate us or this car. After saying that, the Ford car sped out quickly and then flew up suddenly. Oh my God, that's a flying car. Hermione's eyes widened. These guys are finished. Aris held his forehead in silence. Don't they know that they need to reactivate the stealth function? There must be at least a dozen people on this street watching this car fly into the sky, right? Luna stared blankly at the Weasley twins' extraordinary actions. They definitely did it on purpose, just to show off. Hermione held her forehead in her hand speechlessly. What now? Both girls looked at Aris. Aris turned around and looked at the situation on the street. Fortunately, Fred activated the cloaking device just after the car took off, so the car was only flying in the air in an invisible form for a few seconds. Therefore, the Muggles who were able to see the car take off within these few seconds should be within 100 meters radius. As long as we deal with these Muggles, there should be no problem. In the end, I still have to clean up their mess. Aris shook his head helplessly, then drew out his wand and pointed it at the sky. Everything is forgotten. A bright blue light suddenly flew towards Bancom. This light attracted all the Muggles who had just seen the flying car and were still in doubt and shock. Then, the Muggles' eyes gradually became dull. In the end, it was as if nothing had happened. Everyone returned to their normal life. Of course, there is only one family as an exception. Aris did not erase the Dursleys' memory. Okay, let's go. I'll take you home. Aris looked at Hermione and said, I remember your home is also near here, right? It's only 2 blocks away. I can go back by myself. Hermione shrugged. It's okay, we'll take you back. Aris smiled, and the 3 figures gradually disappeared at the end of the street. An hour later, Reese and Luna returned to the castle. Brother, I will study with you here before school starts. Is that okay? Luna seemed to have made up her mind long ago and even packed her luggage. Don't worry, I've already asked my father for permission, and he agrees. The little girl stuck out her tongue, as if she was embarrassed for acting without consulting her boss. Of course. Aris smiled, couldn't help but reach out and ruffle the little girl's hair, and said gently, I have a lot of books here. You can read whatever you want. I also have first-grade textbooks here. If you want a preview in advance, you can take my notes and read them. By the way, the things you need for school will be delivered soon. Check to see if you have missed anything. If you have, ask Uncle Henry to buy it for you. I got it, brother. Luna smiled sweetly, then walked back to her room happily. That's right, Luna now has her own room. After all, it's not a good idea to always live in Aris' room. That room is right next to Aris' room. After watching the little girl leave, Reese turned and walked towards the laboratory. The castle's laboratory was specially built by Aris. It is fully functional and has very good protection capabilities. Although it is not as good as the protection of Hogwarts, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary wizards to break in. Even for someone of Voldemort's level, it would take a lot of effort to enter the laboratory. This process was enough for Aris to respond. Moss, are the results of the Philosopher's Stone's analysis out? Aris came to the control console in the center of the laboratory and opened a notebook. There are a lot of data densely recorded on it, and some of them are specially marked by Aris in red pen. The first page of the notebook reads, Philosopher's Stone Analysis Notes. Master, I have conducted a comprehensive analysis of the Philosopher's Stone and have currently extracted about 40% of the information. This stone is essentially a power stone, but with the use of wonderful alchemy, it has the power of immortality. According to the current progress, if we want to fully analyze this Philosopher's Stone, it will probably take about 2 months. As Moss's voice fell, a smile appeared on Reese's face. That means in 2 months, we can start mass-producing the Philosopher's Stone, right? That's not accurate. Moss's voice suddenly became serious. The power of immortality is very mysterious. If you want to mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone with this power, you need not only the corresponding materials, but also some other things, such as Nicholas Flamel. We can't mass-produce it even after the analysis is completed. Aris frowned, a little puzzled. Why is it so? Moss has already explained that immortality is an extremely mysterious power. Guangguangno's voice echoed in the laboratory. Aris fell silent, and finally sighed deeply. I see. It seems that I underestimated this stone. His eyes swept to the other side where there was another diary. It was Tom Riddle's diary. I'm in a bad mood, so I'll go play with Tom. Suburbs of London. Some remote town. This is a very gorgeous house. From the outside, it seems that the owner is very particular and has spent a lot of effort on this house. The standard British style, every piece of wood is made of the best materials, and the design of the house also reveals the style of a nobleman. Of course, if there are house designers in the wizarding world. Sir, it has been taken care of. Sheriff, wearing a black robe, bowed slightly. The old man who was handing out the shawl nodded slightly and looked at the letter in his hand seriously. This is an invitation letter, a very formal invitation. The content of the invitation letter is an invitation from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart to serve as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Grindelwald put away the invitation letter with a smile and then looked at another letter on the table. That was the letter Lockhart wrote to Hogwarts, expressing his willingness to go there to serve as a professor. Please send this letter. I, Green, handed the reply letter to Sheriff. Sir, do you want to? Sheriff looked at the reply letter in his hand with some confusion. Next semester, I will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Grindelwald patted Sheriff on the shoulder and said with a smile, so you can call me Professor Grindelwald from now on. Sir, are you serious? Sheriff widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The famous dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald actually wants to be a teacher at Hogwarts? No matter how you think about it. This is just like a fairy tale. What's the problem? Grindelwald shrugged nonchalantly. That's Dumbledore's school. Will you be in trouble if the white wizard finds out your identity? Sheriff frowned worriedly. 0. Let's wait until he finds out. Grindelwald smiled confidently. He was very confident in his transfiguration skills. After all, he had been undercover in the American Ministry of Magic for so long, and no one noticed anything unusual in his identity. This was a surprise he had promised a boy, and he couldn't go back on his word. Understand, sir. Seeing that Grindelwald had made up his mind, Sheriff didn't know what to say. He turned his head and looked towards the corner of the room, where Lockhart had fainted, lying on the ground like a dead dog. What about him? Eliminate his memory and throw him into the African savannah. Grindelwald said casually, if he can come back alive, it means he is not doomed. How could such a swindler actually receive an invitation to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Grindelwald sneered. It seems that Albus is getting more and more confused. But it's better this way. I will feel less guilty. He glanced at Lockhart. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes and shook his head slightly. Yes, sir, I understand. Sheriff didn't ask any more questions, mentioned Lockhart, and left with a teleportation. Grindelwald was the only one left in the huge house. He took out the invitation letter and looked at it with a smile. He muttered to himself, I wonder what that kid's reaction will be when he sees me at school. Will he be able to recognize me? I'm really looking forward to it. The holiday time passed quickly. Aris spent almost all his time and energy on analyzing the Philosopher's Stone and conducting in-depth research on magic circles. He would only occasionally find time to get together with Luna, Harry, and the others at the burrow. As time goes by, the day when school starts is getting closer. On this day, Aris was packing his luggage, preparing to go to Hogwarts in 2 days. Suddenly, an owl hovered in front of his window and left a letter. This letter is from Hagrid. Hagrid actually wrote to me at this time. Aris felt a little strange and frowned slightly. Throughout the summer vacation, Hagrid occasionally wrote to him, telling him about the situation in school and the situation of the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. But now that school is about to start, he still wrote to him. In such a situation, either something very important is about to happen, or maybe something has already happened. Aris opened the letter and read it. The letter said that some strange things had happened in the school and hoped that he could go to the school immediately to help investigate. Aris felt even more puzzled. Something happened at school, so let him help investigate? No matter how you look at it, this is a bit strange. Is Headmaster Dumbledore not at school? Is there anything he can't fix? Moreover, Hagrid's tone in his heart was so urgent. It looks like something really happened. Aris didn't hesitate too much and quickly made a decision. Set off immediately. He packed his luggage in a hurry, ready to set out immediately. At this time, Luna walked in from outside. "Brother, what happened?" The girl obviously noticed that something was wrong with Aris' expression. Aris quickly told Luna about Hagrid's letter. "I want to go with you too." Luna immediately expressed her desire to go to Hogwarts with Aris. "I can't let you risk it alone. Let's go to Hogwarts together." Aris hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, let's go together." Luna was supposed to go to Hogwarts this semester, just a matter of a few days, so it would be the same to take her there earlier, so Aris did not refuse. The two of them hurriedly packed their bags, and after they were ready, they left Shafik Castle together under the reluctant gaze of Henry and Shirley. Because it is not known whether the Hogwarts special train will depart, Aris does not plan to take the train to Hogwarts, but directly summons the dark red dragon Iris. "Iris, please take us to Hogwarts. I think you are familiar with the route, right?" "Of course, no problem. Leave it to my master." Iris's body suddenly grew larger and turned into a giant dragon. She then slowly squatted down beside Aris and Luna, and then a breeze lifted the two of them onto the dragon's back. "Master, Miss Luna, please sit down. I am about to set off." Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Aris only felt his body shake, followed by a violent gust of wind. When they came to their senses again, they were already 1,000 meters in the air. Luna was obviously used to this level of flying. After all, she had traveled around the world with Iris before. There is still time to think about other issues. Should we tell Harry and Ronald about what happened at school? Luna asked suddenly. Aris thought about it, shook his head slightly, and then said, "Don't tell them yet. Let's see what happens." He always had a hunch that Hagrid's slightly odd invitation this time always felt very strange. "We are almost there. Master, be careful." As soon as Iris's voice rang out, Reese felt the dragon suddenly slam into him. The huge sense of drop made Aris feel like he was flying, which was very exciting. This is 10 or even 100 times more exciting than any other roller coaster. Luna. Aris was originally worried that Luna would not be able to bear it, but when he turned around, he found that the girl's eyes were shining brightly, and she opened her hands, looking very happy. "Woohoo!" The clear female voice flashed across the sky and into the distance. At this moment, Luna in front of him might be the freest and most unrestrained one. "Brother, I love Elise so much. I love flying so much, and I love you so much." Excited Luna screamed wildly and shouted at the vast sky. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Aris's face. He gently stroked the girl's hair and murmured, "I like Luna too. I like her very much." "What?" The girl suddenly turned her head. "Nothing." Aris quickly looked down. "I said get ready, it's time to land." After a fierce dive, Iris landed steadily in an open space on the edge of the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. It was very quiet around, without any sound. There was no light in Hagrid's cabin in the distance, and everything seemed unusual. "What the hell happened?" Aris muttered. Normally at this time, Hagrid should be in the cabin. It's not the time for patrolling the Forbidden Forest, right? "Brother, how about we go to the castle first?" Luna suggested. She glanced into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Okay, let's go back to the castle first." Aris nodded. He noticed Luna's gaze towards the Forbidden Forest and said with a smile, "I'll take you there when I have time. There's a centaur tribe deep in the Forbidden Forest that I have a good relationship with, and Iris is a treasure house there." "Really?" Luna's eyes lit up. "Of course." Aris nodded. Okay, thank you, brother. The two reached an agreement and walked quickly towards the castle. There was no student in the silent castle. Hogwarts had not officially started yet, and they had not arrived yet. The whole castle seemed quiet, with only the occasional ghosts passing by making some noise. But the appearance of ghosts made the castle look even more eerie. Brother, there seems to be no one here. Luna couldn't help but reach out and grab the corner of Aris' clothes. This weird and eerie atmosphere obviously frightened the little girl. She held Aris tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. Don't be afraid. It's safe inside the castle. These ghosts won't have any ill will towards the little wizard. At most, only the turtle will play some mischief. But with his brother here, he won't dare to act recklessly. Aris comforted Luna while observing the situation inside the castle. Well, with Aris's comfort, Luna was obviously more at ease. When he looked around the castle, he was no longer afraid, but instead had a hint of curiosity. Soon, the two arrived at the castle's auditorium. At this time, the entire auditorium was silent, and all the lights were off. Aris hardly encountered this kind of situation last semester. Most of the time, some lights are left on in the school auditorium, or at least not all of them are turned off. This is also an old tradition of Hogwarts. Provide lighting for some little wizards who wander around at night. But now all the lights in the auditorium are off. Not a single one was left. At this time, Aris felt that things might really be a little troublesome. Brother, what should we do now? Looking at the dark auditorium in front of her, Luna asked in a low voice. In the darkness, Aris's eyes flashed a light. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, wait till I turn on the light. Just as Aris finished speaking, a bright light suddenly flashed in front of the auditorium. Then, the candles in the auditorium were lit one by one, starting from the front and spreading to the main entrance. Dumbledore appeared in the center of the teacher's seat. Welcome back, Aris. The silver-haired old wizard smiled, maintaining an elegant and calm smile. Principal, what are you doing? Although Aris already had some guesses in his mind, he pretended nothing had happened and asked blankly. Well, it's a little surprise. Dumbledore shrugged. Then, colorful ribbons and sparks suddenly fell from the sky above the auditorium, and figures began to appear on both sides of the auditorium. Hagrid, Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Autumn, Anthony, and Terry, who were close friends of Aris and Ravenclaw, also showed up. Besides these 30, many of Aris's fans came from the 4 major colleges. He even saw Malfoy show up at Slytherin College. Happy birthday, Reese. Finally, Hagrid pushed out a huge cake from nowhere. The cake was more than 1 meter high and was placed on a cart, but it was still a little small under Hagrid's huge body. But for ordinary people, it was definitely a giant cake. Hagrid's 2 plates, Henry and Shirley's, arrived early without knowing when. Aris looked at it and felt it was outrageous. These 2 people clearly sent them out, but they were not faster than long, Faye. But soon, Aris felt relieved, because this is the magical world, and there are things like port keys. Judging from a situation today, they must have been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get so many people together. Aris suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This is his 2nd birthday since he came into this world. The last birthday was held in Luna's Black Building. Although there weren't many people, it was still very warm. Now, just 1 year has passed. The number of people celebrating his birthday has increased dozens of times. His feeling was really good. Looking at the smiling and blessing faces in front of him, Aris' eyes had turned slightly red without him even noticing. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Aris really wanted to know whose idea this was. He still doesn't know who arranged all this. Professor Dumbledore said that you are an orphan with no relatives, so you may feel lonely on your birthday. At this time, Hagrid suddenly leaned over to Aris's ear and whispered, So, he organized this birthday party. Of course, Harry and your friends have also come up with a lot of ideas. We originally wanted to go to Shaffy Castle together today, but Luna suggested that we give you a surprise, and it will definitely be more memorable to celebrate your birthday in the castle than in Hogwarts. Luna, Aris was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the little girl who had performed superbly from beginning to end. This little girl actually knew from the beginning that this was a surprise. But her performance along the way, she really deserves an Oscar. It's just perfect. Even he didn't see any flaws at all. If he hadn't sensed some strange atmosphere and a slight smell of cream after entering the auditorium, he really thought that something happened in Hogwarts. Thank you. Aris looked at everyone again and bowed deeply. Thank you all for giving me such a special birthday. At this time, all the little wizards came to Aris and excitedly told him about the interesting things that happened before preparing for the birthday party, such as Harry almost missed the departure time of the Hogwarts special train because yesterday's special train was temporarily open, so it was different from the usual school start time. Also, because of driving a speeding car, both Thorn and the Weasley twins were grounded for 10 months. However, they still sneaked out and attended the birthday party. Are you kidding? How could Fred and George miss such a meaningful and interesting thing? As for Ronald, since it was Aris' birthday, he certainly couldn't miss it. Aris, blow out the candles. Hermione and Cho parted the crowd and came to Aris with a smile on their faces. Behind them, a huge cake was taller than they were. Happy birthday, brother! Luna stuck out her tongue playfully. Well, let me blow out the candles. Aris touched the little girl's hair and then walked to the huge cake. Come on, everyone. This cake is too big. Aris' proposal was agreed by everyone. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, all the candles on the cake were blown out. Then let the wildness begin. Chaozu suddenly laughed, grabbed a piece of cake, and smeared it directly on Aris' face. F***K. You have no moral principles and are trying to sneak attack me. Aris subconsciously dodged backwards, but disappeared in an instant. Where are the people? George paused and looked around in surprise. This guy can even apparate? No, you can't apparate inside the castle. Damn it. Who cares about this now? Hurry up and find that guy. I will definitely smear this cake on his face. Aris, come out. A roar sounded in the auditorium. Soon after, more and more shouts spread around. 180 didn't know who started at first, but a piece of cake suddenly flew over and hit George in the face. This drove George completely crazy. He took 2 handfuls of cake and started an indiscriminate attack. The entire auditorium was immersed in a sea of joy. In a corner, Aris licked the cream on his hands, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. The cake that just hit George was naturally thrown by him. Otherwise, if these guys really found him, he would definitely turn into a human-shaped cake tonight. Then his character would be ruined. It's good like this now. They have fun, and I can escape. Very good. The brothers George and Fred are indeed natural targets of hatred. It's most appropriate for them to take the lead in this kind of occasion. Why don't you play with them? At this moment, a voice that sounded like a smile came from my ear. Dumbledore looked at Aris, who was watching the show on the side, and shook his head in amusement. Professor, I thought you wouldn't be interested in such childish play. Aris looked at the silver-haired old wizard helplessly. Well, I'm really not interested, so how about we talk somewhere else? Yeah. Aris nodded slightly. He looked at Dumbledore and felt that although the old wizard had a smile on his face, there was always a hint of, how is it? Did you have a good time this summer? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore waved his wand, made a cup of black tea for Aris, and asked with a smile. It's okay. I feel my life is quite fulfilling. Aris also smiled. I heard that the manor butler you developed has been launched on the market, and it's selling quite well. Dumbledore looked at the boy thoughtfully. Yes. Aris nodded slightly and did not deny it. My old friend Nicholas Flamel has praised your alchemical talent to me more than once, but it seems he wasn't really praising you. Dumbledore looked at Alex with some emotion and said with relief, although I have overestimated your talent as much as possible, it seems that your performance still surprises me now. Professor, you're too kind. Aris smiled and shook his head. Okay, that's enough of the compliments. Dumbledore's expression gradually became serious, and he looked at Aris and continued. After the end of last semester, you talked to me about some things about Voldemort, and I've always kept it in mind. Now it seems that perhaps you are right. Dumbledore waved his hand again, and the wand controlled a box to fly onto the table in front of Aris. What is this? Aris looked at the box in front of him, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This silver-haired old principal must have been busy during the summer vacation. He felt a strong scent of dark magic from the box in front of him. He was very familiar with that scent, which was exactly the same as the scent of dark magic in Tom Riddle's diary. It's a Horcrux, and it's Voldemort's Horcrux. But something seems wrong. Although the dark magic aura of this Horcrux is very strong, it does not contain the aura of Voldemort's soul, or it is not pure enough, like a fake one. Is this a fake Horcrux? Thinking of this, Aris's eyes involuntarily turned to Dumbledore's left hand. He remembered that there was a plot in the original book where Dumbledore's left hand was injured by a fake Horcrux, and it was the injury to his left hand that cost the life of this respected old wizard. But it shouldn't be the right time now, right? Aris frowned. He naturally didn't want Dumbledore to die for this reason. Frankly speaking, the old wizard was really protective of himself in school. So Alex definitely didn't want him to make such a miserable sacrifice like in the original novel. You should have felt it, right? Dumbledore looked at Aris seriously, then looked at the box on the table. This box is full of the breath of dark magic. Didn't you ask me about the Horcrux before? I can tell you with certainty. Dumbledore's tone became more and more serious. There is a Horcrux in this box, although this Horcrux is a fake. Where did you find this? Aris's brows were still tightly frowned. Whose Horcrux is this? Although he already had a guess in his mind, Yali still asked. He had just seen Dumbledore's left hand, and there was no sign of corrosion by dark magic as he expected. In other words, Dumbledore was still safe and not injured so far. This made him feel relieved, but also made him a little confused. Could it be that this box does not contain Voldemort's Horcrux? I found this box while investigating Voldemort's Horcruxes. Inside was a pendant. I thought it was Voldemort's Horcrux, but now it has been confirmed that it is just a fake. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for helping me better perceive the elements, so I was able to find the trap so quickly. Otherwise, I would have paid a heavy price to destroy this thing. Hearing this, Aris' eyes lit up slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. I see. Dumbledore's strength has improved a lot now. Even Aris is not sure what level this old wizard is now. What is certain is that he has definitely become much stronger. After he began to study elemental magic, Alex could clearly feel that Dumbledore's aura was becoming stronger day by day, and that kind of magical ability made him deeply afraid. Fortunately, because of this, he was able to avoid the trap of a fake wedding date, as in the original book, which is undoubtedly good news. I'm glad you're okay. It's actually not difficult to destroy this thing. There's no need to hurt yourself to destroy it. After hearing what Alex said, Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly and asked, Do you know how to destroy it? In fact, it's not a way to destroy this fake thing, but a way to destroy the real Horcrux. Aris said calmly, This box is just a fake Horcrux. There is no point in destroying it. You just need to find a safe place and seal it up if you really can't destroy it. As for the real Horcrux, since it involves the soul, it is very difficult to destroy it, but it is not impossible. Horcruxes have very powerful protective magic. Ordinary destruction methods are completely ineffective. Therefore, we must use extremely powerful weapons that are immune to most magical protections. As far as I know, the school has such a thing. He should belong in Gryffindor. Gryffindor? Dumbledore's eyes lit up as if he remembered something, and he said, Gryffindor sword? That's right. Aris nodded and said with a smile, It's the famous Gryffindor sword. Well, yes, this is indeed a good idea. Dumbledore nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. Very good. It seems you already know what I mean. That's right. Voldemort has a backup plan, and there is definitely more than one. This summer I sorted out a lot of previously forgotten information about the king, and finally came to a conclusion that the child Tom Reed, also known as Voldemort, left behind at least 7 Horcruxes. The creation of these Horcruxes spanned his entire life, so it would undoubtedly be very difficult to find them all. But we have to make the bow that way. Do you understand? Aris, the silver-haired old wizard looked at the boy very seriously, with solemnity and seriousness in his eyes. Understand. Aris nodded slightly, But soon a smile appeared on his face again. In fact, I had already anticipated this, and I already knew the whereabouts of a Horcrux. Speaking of which, this is quite interesting. Professor, are you interested in listening? Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. He walked quickly to Aris, with an anxious look in his eyes. Obviously, they take this matter very seriously. Brother, where have you been? When Aris came out of the principal's office, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. He had just returned to the Ravenclaw lounge when he saw Luna at the door. Luna has not been sorted yet, and is currently just temporarily living in the Ravenclaw lounge. Aris was the only one who knew that this little girl would eventually belong here. But looking at Luna's mood now, she seemed a little uneasy. Why haven't you rested yet? The professors should have arranged a room for you, right? Aris looked at the obviously nervous, or rather uneasy little girl, and asked softly, I'm a little worried. Luna lowered her head and said in a low voice, What are you worried about? Aris reached out and touched the little girl's hair, asking gently, What if I'm sorted into Slytherin? Luna finally looked up at Aris. That doesn't matter. Slytherin has produced many great wizards. Aris comforted her. When he saw that Luna still looked a little uneasy, he suddenly changed his tone. But if you really don't want to go there, the sorting hat will consider your opinion. Really? Of course it's true. When I was sorted, the hat hesitated for a long time about where to sort me. In the end, I chose Ravenclaw. Aris said with a smile. Hearing this, Luna's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile finally appeared on her face. 353. I know, brother. The little girl walked up to Aris and hugged him gently, then turned and hurried into the Ravenclaw lounge. I'm going to rest now, brother. You should go to bed early, too. Well, good night. Good night. The little girl quickly disappeared behind the eagle-shaped copper ring, and then Aris also walked into the lounge with a smile. Tomorrow is the official opening day of Hogwarts, and the first-year students will also arrive at the school on the Hogwarts special train tomorrow. Of course, there are other senior students. Alex never thought that he would come to Hogwarts before school started. It must be said that this was a very novel experience. Sitting in front of the window, looking at the watery night outside, the bright moonlight, the earth and the sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist full of unknown haziness. Aris watched quietly for a long time until he felt sleepy. No words were spoken that night. Aris, get up quickly. Let's go to the auditorium. Today is the first day of school. A faint sound came from outside the door, and Aris, who had slept until dawn, slowly opened his eyes. He slept very comfortably that night and didn't even have a dream. Maybe it was because of the safe atmosphere of the school, or maybe he was really tired this summer. The first day of school. Aris propped himself up with his hands and glanced at the dormitory door. The first day of school. Is there anything special? Why are they so excited? After getting up slowly and washing up, Aris walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the auditorium. Brother, good morning. Then he met Luna in the lounge. It was obvious that the little girl was waiting for him. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just came down too. Let's go to the Great Hall to eat. The breakfast at Hogwarts is very rich. Luna had a smile on her face and was obviously very happy, as if she was full of curiosity and anticipation for everything in the future. Brother, I'm wondering if I should go to the station to meet up with the other first-year wizards and walk around the Black Lake. Why? Aris was a little surprised. Luna actually had such an idea. I heard that this is a tradition for freshmen at Hogwarts. Every young wizard who comes here has to cross the Black Lake. It is said that the 4 founders of the school crossed this way. After hearing this, Aris understood a little bit. He smiled and said, If you want to go, of course you can. Well, I think it should be a good experience. The two of them walked through the corridor and soon arrived at the auditorium. There were not many people in the auditorium at this time. After all, most of the students had not arrived at school yet. Now, the people in the auditorium were basically those who attended the birthday party last night. They were the group that had the best relationship with Alex. Good morning, Aris. Good morning, Hermione. Dava. Good morning. Everyone said good morning to each other with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Aris suddenly felt that perhaps Hogwarts was his real home. Shaffy Castle was so deserted that he often felt that it was not a home, but just a place to stay. Have you heard? This year's defense against the dark arts professor is very famous. At this time, Fred, who was opposite Aris, suddenly said mysteriously, "Gilderoy Lockhart." Harry turned his head and asked curiously, "Yes, from this year's textbooks, everyone should be able to imagine what a narcissistic guy he is. He actually used the entire set of books he published as this year's textbooks. The most outrageous thing is these teaching materials, which are basically storybooks. What on earth is he thinking? I don't understand this operation at all." "I don't understand it either," Ronald shrugged. "But what is certain is that some people admire him very much." At this moment, his eyes involuntarily turned to Hermie, Chio, and other girls. When it mentioned Professor Lockhart, the girls started discussing with shining eyes. Most of the discussion was about Professor Lockhart's appearance and the winner of a certain award for the most charming smile reported in the Daily Prophet. Yes, the winner is Lockhart. It is said that he is also the object of admiration of many witches in the wizarding world, a true friend of women. My mother was particularly obsessed with him. When she talked about Professor Lockhart, her whole face turned red and her body was like crawling with bugs. She kept squirming. It was so strange. Ronald shook his head in confusion. Listening to everyone's discussion, Aris smiled and said, "I heard that there is a strange curse in Hogwarts. No professor of defense against the dark arts can be re-elected for more than 1 year. Is that true?" "There is indeed such a rumor, and it seems to be true." George nodded seriously. "So what do you want to say?" "Well, I wonder how Professor Quirrell will leave this school." Aris shrugged indifferently. "By the way, let's talk about the map later." Aris suddenly lowered his voice and winked at the Weasley twins. "I really figured it out." The twins' eyes lit up. They naturally knew what Aris was talking about. A new school year, a new place for students to live. Maps will definitely sell like hotcakes during the start of school. If Aris can really replicate the fire map, even if it is just a semi-finished product, there will definitely be a market for it. "Let's talk about it later," Aris said with a smile as everyone around him looked at him. "Clear." George and Fred nodded mysteriously, which made the people around them even more curious. They seemed to be doing something big. Ahem. Suddenly a cough came from behind the little wizards. Aris subconsciously stopped the topic, and like everyone else, turned to look in the direction where the coughing sound came from. The cough was obviously intentional. The man was trying to alert the little wizards of his arrival. "It's Professor Lockhart." Someone let out a low cry, and then all the little wizards stopped talking, and the entire garden table fell into an eerie silence. The professor they were discussing just now suddenly appeared behind them. The guilty feeling made all the young wizards afraid to speak, and they carefully looked at the suddenly appeared Gilderoy Lockhart. "I seem to hear someone discussing me just now. Was that right?" Gilderoy Lockhart's voice was a little oppressive, and his eyes slowly swept over the young wizards. At this moment, Aris's eyes moved slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes, as if he had discovered something. He felt that the Lockhart in front of him seemed different from what he had imagined, and also somewhat different from the character in the original book. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but facing the person in front of him, he had a vague feeling of familiarity. This feeling was very strange, as Aris had never met Professor Lockhart before. "Why aren't you talking? Are you scared by my appearance?" Lockhart looked at the young wizards indifferently. His tone became heavier, and the sense of oppression became more obvious. "Sorry, Professor Lockhart." Aris' voice suddenly rang out. "We were just discussing you because there's a new defense against the dark arts professor at the school, and we are all a little curious and wondering what kind of person you are." Aris looked at Gilderoy Lockhart, as if observing and as if testing. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at Aris, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Aris with interest and asked, "Who are you? Can you tell me your name?" "Of course, Professor." Aris still looked at Lockhart and smiled. "I'm Aris Shafik, a sophomore at Ravenclaw Academy." "Well, not bad." Gilderoy Lockhart looked at Aris meaningfully and said lightly, "I'll remember you. After saying that, he turned around and left the auditorium, leaving the stunned little wizards looking at each other in bewilderment. This professor's temperament. Why do I feel like I'm facing a combination of Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore? It's full of oppression and also gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. Ronald suddenly spoke and said in a low voice with a somewhat strange expression, I feel the same way, as if I'm facing an evil version of Professor Dumbledore. Hermione's voice followed. This feeling is so weird. Why did he suddenly appear? Shouldn't the professors be on the Hogwarts Express at this time? He arrived at school early? Does anyone know when he came to school? Yesterday. Strange. I didn't see him last night. Voices rang out again. The Weasley twins and Ronald and the others started chatting in low voices, and the topic was of course still about Lockhart. Only Aris looked thoughtfully at the direction where Lockhart left, with a slightly frowned brow. He always felt that something was wrong. This Professor Lockhart was completely different from the one he remembered as the one who loved to show off, act cool, and think of himself as a gentleman. This feeling unconsciously emerged in his heart the first time he saw Lockhart. He even wondered, could it be that the Lockhart in this world is not the same person as the Lockhart in the original book? Or is this a bug that is different from the character setting in the original work? Aris was secretly on guard in his heart. But since it was only their first meeting, he couldn't get much information. But he believed that things would eventually be figured out, and there would always be an answer to what was going on with this Lockhart, who was somewhat different from the original. Aris, are you going to the lab in the room of requirement? When Aris left the hall, Hermione chased after him. Well, what's the matter? Aris slowed down and let the little witch behind him catch up, with a hint of confusion on his face. Just now, they seemed to have agreed to go to the station to see this year's new students and the special way for the second graders to enter the school. After entering the second grade, Harry Potter and Ronald's mentality has completely changed. After all, they're old students of the school, and they also want to try the old students' way of entering the school. Although this matter is boring, Aris can understand it. As a senior, it is a wonderful feeling to see his juniors coming to this new magical world just like they did when they were young. But Hermione did not go with them to experience this novel feeling. I have a question for you. Hermione looked at Aris with a longing look, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. This expression and demeanor was so cute that Aris was slightly stunned. What's the problem? Aris coughed lightly, then turned around and continued walking forward. Hermione hurriedly followed. In fact, it should be very simple for you. It's about the fusion of elements. I always feel that when a master casts fire spells, the fire element can play a very important role. But every time I want to integrate the fire element into the fire spell, I always feel that it is not done thoroughly. It's like there's a force restricting me from completing this fusion. I think if I can solve this problem, my spellcasting ability will become stronger, and the power of magic will become stronger. Hermione quickly described her problem, then looked at Aris with a slightly frown. You know what's going on, right? Aris' eyes showed a hint of surprise. Then he stopped and looked at Hermione. Elemental fusion barrier? Hermione actually noticed this problem herself. She is indeed a top student in Hogwarts. In fact, Aris had realized this problem a long time ago. There's indeed some kind of integration bottleneck between elemental magic and the existing spell system, or it can be said that there is an incompatibility between the two systems. The elemental magic system and the spell magic system are two completely different magic systems. The spell magic system pays more attention to the power of idealism. The elemental magic system, on the other hand, places more emphasis on the perception and affinity of elements. The two have something in common, but they are also essentially different. Therefore, integrating elements into the spell system can indeed enhance the power of spell magic. But this kind of improvement also has bottlenecks. This was also a step that Dumbledore had never been able to take. If this bottleneck did not exist, with Dumbledore's strength and talent, he might have already comprehended the true power of elemental magic. Facing Hermione's expectant eyes, Reese smiled. He said, "This question is a bit complicated. If you really want to know, follow me." Having said that, Aris turned around again and continued walking towards the room of requirement. Element fusion barrier. In the laboratory of the room of requirement, Hermione looked at Aris in confusion. What is that? To put it simply, your elemental affinity is at a bottleneck. You can no longer break through it using ordinary meditation methods. You need time to accumulate experience to break through that bottleneck little by little. Before this, it was difficult for the power of the fusion of elements and spells to increase as quickly as before. Aris explained briefly. Then what should I do now? Is there a better way to break through this bottleneck? Hermione frowned slightly. There is still a way. Aris thought for a moment and said, we can use some external help, such as elemental energy crystals, but that kind of thing seems to be very rare in this world. Aris had only drawn some energy crystals during the system lottery, and it seemed that there was no such thing in this world. That is also the material needed for the eye and formation of the magic array. Aris has been looking for a replacement energy stone. However, up to now, there is still not much clue about replacement materials. In other words, if you want elemental energy crystals now, you can only draw them from the system. This results in a small quantity and non-mass production. This is also the biggest problem in promoting magic circles. Otherwise, according to Aris's idea, the magic circle would have been promoted long ago. At least the teleportation magic circle can be set up in more places, making long-distance travel more convenient. Power crystal, Hermione muttered. She naturally knew what energy crystals were. She had seen quite a few when Aris was setting up magic circles. Moreover, she had used energy crystals to practice her magic control before, so she was not unfamiliar with it. Aris, have you solved your element fusion problem? Hermione was silent for a moment and suddenly asked again. Me? Aris was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I don't have that problem. Why? Hermione's eyes widened. Because my method of practicing elemental magic is different from yours, and I have never thought of integrating elemental magic with spells. For me, there is no bottleneck between these two systems. If you must explain, you can think of it as dual cultivation. I have always been practicing both the elemental magic system and the spell system. Hermione looked at Aris with a confused look on her face, her brows still slightly furrowed, as if she understood a little, but also didn't quite understand. Okay, for now, you should just focus on improving your elemental perception. When your affinity with elemental energy changes from quantitative to qualitative, your problem will be solved naturally. At least this door has been opened to you, so you don't have to worry about it closing again. After saying that, Aris turned around and walked towards the magic circle research area at the innermost part of the laboratory. Hermione stood there, silent for a moment. Then, nothing more was said. He walked silently to the perception magic circle at the side and sat down cross-legged. Start to follow Aris's instructions and sense the elemental energy. Moss, how is the research on the Philosopher's Stone going? In the core research area of the magic circle, Aris turned on the magic circle's central control system, and then the surrounding magic circles suddenly emitted a faint light. On a platform in front of Aris, a three-dimensional projection of a castle structure also appeared. In 3 days at most, the analysis of the Philosopher's Stone will be completed. Soon, Moss's virtual projection appeared in front of Aris, and the pleasant voice seemed to come from all directions. The progress is still too slow. Aris sighed. Even Moss took nearly 2 months to analyze the Philosopher's Stone. If Aris hadn't obtained some information about the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel during this period, the time might have been even longer. It has to be said that this is the most advanced alchemical creation in the world, and its technical content and magical craftsmanship are top-notch. Still can't underestimate it. At this moment, Aris realized even more profoundly the strength of the alchemist master, Nick Flamel. Since the Philosopher's Stone has not been fully analyzed yet, let's take a look at the castle first. Since gaining control of Hogwarts Castle, Aris has not studied it carefully. I was away during the previous summer vacation and didn't have the chance. By this time, back at the castle, he had already had this idea. Looking at the three-dimensional projection of Hogwarts Castle in front of him, Aris waved his hands lightly, and a part of the projection began to enlarge as if controlled by a pair of big hands, and a very clear, three-dimensional composition of corridors and classrooms appeared. Just like the future black technology projection, it can only control the system. 0. Under Moss's improvement, the magic array here has been developed to the limit of what Aris can understand now. More than a dozen different magic arrays have formed one array core after another, forming an intelligent composite magic array system. It can be said that the magic matrix here at this moment is equivalent to the intelligent operating system of the future world. This is the potions classroom, charms classroom, Snape's office. Also, this place should be the freezing room with the basilisk in the original book, right? The castle's drainage channels are really complicated, like an underground maze. With today's construction technology, it is possible to build a huge castle with such complete facilities and countless secret rooms and hidden spaces. The 4 founders of Hogwarts. He is truly a talent. A low murmur came out of Aris's mouth. He kept studying the three-dimensional projection of the castle in front of him, looking for the secrets inside the castle. This feeling gives Aris a sense of excitement of solving puzzles and exploring, and he is a great fan of it. Time passes by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed without Aris even realizing it. Hey, this is the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and Lockhart's office. Aris stretched out his hand and zoomed in on a certain part of the castle, muttering as he looked at an area. However, at this moment, there was a hint of doubt in Aris' eyes. Why does something feel a little off in 4.0? Looking at the small office behind the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Aris couldn't help but put his hand on his chin and started thinking. There seems to be nothing wrong with this space, but something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. On this 3D projection model, information from other places can be clearly seen. Even Dumbledore's office is no exception. Even Dumbledore's aura in the office can be captured. But everything in this room seems to be blocked. Even the rules of Hogwarts can't detect this place. This is a huge problem. Who on earth is hiding the situation here? Aris's gaze gradually became serious, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. After learning that there was something wrong with the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office, Aris had been feeling curious and vaguely uneasy. He really didn't like this feeling of being out of control, so he decided to find out. The current Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is Lockhart. Does that mean the abnormality in that office is most likely caused by him? But according to the original book, that guy doesn't seem to have any special abilities. How did he manage to block off an entire area in Hogwarts? You have to know that even other professors at Hogwarts can't do this kind of thing. If there's anyone who can do it, it's probably only Dumbledore. Aris had previously wondered if Dumbledore had shielded the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and office, but now that seemed unlikely. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is the one that is most prone to problems in Hogwarts. In previous years, Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers could only serve for 1 academic year and would be unable to continue in the position due to various accidents. So it's normal for Dumbledore to pay special attention to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but it's impossible to block that office. You know, even 30 Aris couldn't check the situation there, but he had already controlled the power of the rules of the entire Hogwarts. In other words, no one in the entire Hogwarts can clearly know what is happening in that office. Even if Voldemort appeared there, no one would be able to detect it. In Dumbledore's opinion, this matter is definitely a huge security risk. So the person who blocked that office couldn't be him. Since it's not him, there can only be another possibility. Voldemort entered this school in another way, or maybe it was really Lockhart. Because there are too few clues, Aris has no way to confirm it now. But it is not difficult to confirm this matter. At this time, Aris already had an idea in mind and was walking towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Aris, where are you going? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was Harry and Ronald. What's up? I'm on my way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Aris replied with a smile. Look, didn't we form a Defense Against the Dark Arts club last year? This year, Hermione felt it was necessary to expand the scale, so she let us serve as deputy ministers. We are discussing the time for the first event. It just so happens that a new defense against the dark arts professor has arrived at the school, and we're going to invite him to join us. And we have come up with a very good idea. If we combine magic teaching and dueling together, it will definitely interest all the students in the school. This idea has also been approved by Professor McGonagall, and perhaps Hermione has also agreed. We will arrange it right away. Harry quickly explained the situation to Aris. So, what do you need me to do? Aris looked at Harry in confusion. He talked to Ronald for a long time, but it seemed that he didn't get to the point. Defense against the Dark Arts Club. Although he was temporarily the head of the club, Hermione was in charge of all these matters. From the moment the club was formed, he said that he would only attend specific affairs from time to time and would not participate. This club requires too much energy, and Aris doesn't want to waste time on it. Besides, he also felt that it was really boring to play with these kids all day. With this time, he might as well study more elemental magic in magic circles. However, since it has been decided to promote elemental magic in Hogwarts, and this club plays a very important role, Aris usually will not refuse to participate if Hermione has any activities. We want you to attend the first event because you are famous enough and you are the only one who could dominate the place. Harry finally told Aris the purpose of their visit, and both of them looked a little embarrassed, but still looked at Aris firmly. It's just this matter, so there shouldn't be any problem. Alex thought about it and nodded slightly. At the end of last semester, he held 2 events and spread the basic concepts of the elemental magic system. The effects of those 2 activities were much better than he expected. If there were more such activities, magic would be able to spread faster in Hogwarts. By then, he will be one step closer to his goal. The time when elemental magic will regain its glory in this world is getting closer and closer. In fact, we have another request. At this time, Harry seemed to have mustered up the courage and said quickly, "Anything else?" Aris looked at Harry Potter and asked with a frown, "You don't have to be too nervous. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Aris was a little helpless. He found that, after a summer vacation, Harry Potter and runes seemed to be in awe of him. The feeling of getting along with a few people is completely different from that in the first grade. It's as if these guys have grown up and matured after a summer vacation, so they have some concerns. But to Aris, their attitude made them uncomfortable. This may be a little difficult for you, so we are a little embarrassed. Harry mustered up his courage, looked up at Aris, and continued. We would like to invite you to a duel with Professor Lockhart. This duel will be watched by many people. It will be a huge challenge for both you and Professor Lockhart. Especially if you want to deal with a professor in public, this is not an easy task, so you must think it over carefully. If you really can't do it, Harry was thinking about how to convince her when Bingley's voice suddenly rang out. No problem. Just make the arrangements. Of course, if you refuse, I won't. Harry Potter spoke subconsciously, but realized something was wrong the next second. You agree? He stared at Aris with eyes wide open in surprise, seemingly unable to believe it. You are dealing with a professor. Are you sure? We originally thought of inviting Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart to a duel, but Hermione said that the effect would be better if you were there, so I came to you with a tried attitude. Harry obviously didn't hold out much hope, but now, Aris actually agreed. Not only him, Ronald also found it a little unbelievable. So, Aris is still the strongest. If you are strong enough, you will be fearless. The two watched Aris slowly become relieved from his initial surprise, with smiles appearing on their faces. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go to Professor Lockhart first. Aris shrugged and didn't take the flattery from the 2 people seriously. One more thing. If it's not too much trouble, please tell Professor Lockhart about the duel. I don't think he will refuse. Harry added quickly. Aris just turned around, paused slightly, and then waved behind him. No! He didn't know whether Lockhart would accept this, but if the event was to go on, a professor had to be present. This is a good opportunity to test out some of the weird professors around me. Boom, boom, boom. Aris raised his hand and knocked on the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom office. It was very quiet inside, without any sound coming out, until Aris knocked for the third time, and then a voice came out from inside. "Come in." The voice was very flat, with an indescribable feeling like indifference. Then the office door opened automatically, and a figure stood behind the door, looking at Aris quietly. After seeing the boy clearly, Lockhart was obviously stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. "It's you. What are you doing here?" He looked a little surprised. "I want to talk to the professor about something. Do you have time?" Aris said with a smile on his face and a calm tone. Now he was becoming more and more curious about Professor Lockhart in front of him. The feeling this person gave him was completely different from the feeling he had for the defense against the dark arts professor in the original book. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that they are two completely different people. However, after Lockhart saw Aris, a smile inexplicably appeared on his face, and then he enthusiastically invited the boy into the office. "We just got here and haven't had time to decorate yet. Please sit down first. I'll make you a cup of tea." Lockhart pulled out his wand and waved it gently, and the tea set on the table naturally floated up. Some tea leaves floated out of the tea can next to it and entered the teapot. Then the kettle on the other side automatically emitted flames and began to boil water. This set of movements was smooth, and there was no pause. Then a teacup floated in front of Aris, who had just sat down in front of the only 10 desks in the office. The teacup just fell in front of him, and it could be seen that the teacup had been specially cleaned and was very clean. Alex was somewhat surprised by this magical control, and his eyes became thoughtful. This Professor Lockhart seems quite strong. Aris often saw Dumbledore doing this. The old wizard did this every time he made tea. He just waved his wand lightly, and everything was done by himself. Aris often uses magic to make tea when she is at home, including some housework. But it is difficult for ordinary wizards to complete these spells so easily, and to release spells including levitation spell, cleansing spell, fire spell, etc. in an instant. To achieve this requires profound skills. He didn't think that a liar professor who was only good at the oblivion spell could do this. He remembered that in the original book, when Lockhart treated Harry Potter's arm, he ended up crippling Harry's hand. If he was really so proficient in spells, there was no way he would do that in public. This made him even more confused. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully at the person in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. "Okay, this black tea is good. You can try it. You should like it." The water in the kettle soon boiled, and Lockhart waved his wand gently again, and the hot water poured into the teapot, and a rich aroma of black tea immediately wafted out. The smell startled Aris again, and then he looked at Lockhart with an even stranger gaze. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Lockhart seemed to notice that something was wrong with the boy's expression and asked. His tone was still calm, and it looked like he was just asking casually, "Have you eaten?" There was absolutely no panic or subconscious vigilance that one should have when being questioned. "I was thinking that the aroma of this black tea seems very special. I seem to have smelled it somewhere." Aris picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then suddenly paused. "Well, you've had this kind of tea before." "Where?" Lockhart looked at the boy with interest, still smiling. It looked like he was watching a good show and was very interested in Reese's actions and expressions. "You're not pretending at all." Aris suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he was already 80% sure in his heart that the person in front of him was definitely not Gilderoy Lockhart in the original book. As for who it was, a figure had already emerged in his mind, but he felt that this matter was too unbelievable and absurd. He couldn't believe it. How could that person be here? This is the territory of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard alive today, Dumbledore, and the two were once mortal enemies. It stands to reason that he absolutely cannot be here, so Aris was not sure for a moment. "It seems you have discovered it after all. What should I do? Are you going to report me?" Lockhart leaned back, crossed his legs, and looked at the boy in front of him with a smile. "Senior Grindelwald, you shouldn't be here. If Professor Dumbledore finds out, you might be in big trouble." Aris said speechlessly. At this point, he was certain that the man in front of him was Grindelwald, and there would be no surprises. This can be proven from his expression, movements, spellcasting ability, and just now. the black tea. What Aris is curious about now is how this big man, whose magic ability is second only to Dumbledore, is here. What is his purpose here? How did he trick Dumbledore into coming here in Lockhart's place? Also, he pretended to be Lockhart. So where was the real Lockhart? One question after another suddenly emerged in Aris' mind and kept circling. How did you find out? Grindelwald simply stopped pretending and waved his hand, removing the human body deformation spell on his face, restoring his original appearance. It's you. Aris shook his head and looked at the old man in front of him speechlessly. Gellert Grindelwald, the former Dark Lord. You came to Hogwarts to be a teacher? No matter how you look at it, this matter is absurd and unbelievable. However, the facts before Aris told him that he was not wrong. Is there a problem? With my ability, am I not qualified to teach those brats? Or do you think I don't dare to come here? Grindelwald looked at Aris. There was still a smile on her face, but her tone became a little arrogant. First, let me answer your previous question. Your disguise is really poor or even non-existent. You should at least pretend to be Lockhart. How can you be so sly as you are? Aris looked at the old man in front of him tiredly and continued. Then, I don't think you are unqualified to teach us. On the contrary, I think that with your ability, you are more than qualified to be a professor at Hogwarts. It can even be said that you are overqualified. But you should know what Hogwarts is. Professor Dumbledore will not allow you to stay here, and the parents of those students will definitely not allow you to stay here, right? Yes, then what? Grindelwald still looked at Aris and smiled faintly. So what? When do I need their permission to do something? Aris. Okay, you're awesome. You're not afraid of anyone. You're the super devil. You have the final say. Alex didn't want to continue to worry about these issues. Whatever Grindelwald did was none of his business. If something really happened, with his abilities, he would definitely be able to escape from here safely. When will it be his turn to worry? So, I'm actually still curious. What is your purpose in coming here? Now, Aris was only curious about this question, and he quickly thought in his mind, with the appearance of Grindelwald. Remember the surprise I told you about before? One of them is to introduce you to my former followers. As for the second one, Grindelwald smiled at Alex. Being a professor at Hogwarts is the second surprise you mentioned? Aris widened his eyes, looking speechless. Why? Isn't this a surprise? Grindelwald frowned slightly. This is clearly a shock. Alex held his forehead speechlessly. You should know that countless people wanted to become my apprentice and learn magic from me. They all coveted my power, but at the same time, they were in awe of me. Grindelwald's expression gradually became serious, and he looked at Aris and said, Perhaps you think that I am old and not as strong as before, so there is nothing I can teach you, right? That's not what I meant. Aris thought for a moment and sighed. I just couldn't accept it for the moment. What's more, if Professor Dumbledore knew about this and knew that you came here for me, he would definitely be furious. Why? You seem to even respect Dumbledore. Grindelwald frowned again, and there seemed to be some inexplicable dissatisfaction in his eyes. Of course, Professor Dumbledore helped me a lot at school, and he is a respectable man, isn't he? Aris knew that Grindelwald might not like to hear these words, but he still told the truth. He didn't want to say bad things about Dumbledore because of Grindelwald. He is indeed a respectable person, as proven by many things in the past. On the contrary, I am a negative example. Grindelwald seemed to have thought of something and shook his head in self-mockery. But don't worry, my decision to come here was made after careful consideration. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I believe you should be able to understand. What on earth are you? Aris frowned, looking at the old man in front of him, feeling a little uncomfortable suddenly. He naturally knew that the reason why Grindelwald came to Hogwarts was probably largely because of him, otherwise he would never have given this to him as a surprise. Don't think too much. I'm not here entirely because of you. At this time, Grindelwald smiled and shook his head. You should know that my ability to predict the future is pretty good. I'm here because I saw it, and I need to be here. Grindelwald's tone was somewhat mysterious, and even his expression became unfathomable at this moment. You see, you need to come here? Aris frowned, carefully considering the meaning of this sentence. Yes, with your intelligence, you should be able to guess what I mean. The world is about to change, and it all starts here. It starts at Hogwarts, so I came here. I can tell you for sure that these things have nothing to do with you. So there's no need for you to be so resistant to my existence. I said that I came to you to help you. Although I have selfish motives, our goals are the same. Grindelwald spoke very seriously and looked at Aris with a serious expression. Understand. After a long while, Aris let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Grindelwald deeply and then smiled. Welcome, Professor Grindelwald. Oh no, from now on, I think I should call you Professor Lockhart. Yes, my current identity is Gilderoy Lockhart. Grindelwald also showed a smile on his face. But to be honest, your acting skills are really not that good. Aris looked at Grindelwald seriously and said, If you don't want Dumbledore to find out something unusual tomorrow, you'd better restrain your subconscious behavior a little bit. And the most important thing is your eyes. Boy, do you really think I can't act? Grindelwald looked at Aris with interest and said meaningfully, The reason I exposed myself in front of you was just because I wanted to have a good talk with you. I didn't want to hide my identity in front of you. Do you think you can find me so quickly? Of course, I know you did it on purpose. Aris shrugged. In fact, he had figured out the matter since Grindelwald casually revealed his identity just now. Decades ago, Grindelwald hid in the U.S. Ministry of Magic and did so many great things without being discovered. It is conceivable how strong his ability to hide was. How could he be discovered so easily here? There is only one possibility. This old guy deliberately wanted to tell me his identity. I will keep your identity secret, Aris said helplessly. But you have to know that if Dumbledore finds anything unusual, just ask me directly. I won't lie to him. This is Aris' bottom line. You should know how much Professor Dumbledore values this school, and you should also know how much he feels about this place. If you do anything that is detrimental to the school, even I won't agree to it. Aris was determined. Grindelwald obviously saw it too, and smiled and shook his head. I think you are wrong. From the beginning to the end, I never came here to destroy or make trouble. I'm just trying to help you. That's all. Aris didn't say anything else. He looked at the old man in front of him with many thoughts in his mind. He could tell that Grindelwald was not lying, but he was still a little wary of the old man Aris in front of him. Don't dare to trust completely. Perhaps this slight wariness would gradually disappear as they spent more time together. But now Aris knew clearly that he could not completely trust the old man in front of him. Well, now that we know it's you, the abnormality in this room is not surprising. Aris drank the water in the teacup and stood up. You knew I cast a spell in a room? Grindelwald looked at the boy with some surprise and stood up. Well, Shueling may sound a little arrogant, but I know everything about this castle, without exception. Alice looked at Grindelwald deeply, then turned and walked towards the door. Well, it does sound arrogant. This is Hogwarts. Grindelwald looked a little emotional, but he looked at Aris's back with admiration, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth without knowing when. That's right. At this time, Aris suddenly turned around, as if he just remembered something. There will be an event in a few days for the Magic Club that Harry and I formed. You may be invited to attend. You should be free, right? Grindelwald looked at Aris and smiled. Of course, if it's your invitation, I will definitely be there. We may need to fight then, so don't show any flaws. Aris reminded, then waved his hand. Goodbye, Professor Lockhart. I hope you have a good sleep tonight. Goodbye. Grindelwald watched Aris walk out of the office, then stretched slightly, waved his wand, and everything in the room suddenly flew gently. This scene seemed to be just like his Aris. Just as I walked out of the defense against the dark arts classroom, a voice came from behind me. Aris turned around and saw the Weasley twins sneaking towards them. It looks like he is hiding from someone. What are you doing? The pressure was a bit strange. These two fearless people were now acting like thieves. This is unreasonable. We have found a market for the map you gave us. Those first-year students are at the train station right now. They just arrived at school. I talked to some of them. They were a little worried about the complicated routes in the castle and were afraid of getting lost. As long as most people have such concerns, our maps will definitely sell well. George and Fred started talking to each other, which made Aris laugh. These two guys are really serious about selling maps. Maybe they are born to do this job and are always interested in strange things. Opening a magic joke shop is the most suitable for them. Isn't this great? I will rush to produce a batch of maps for sale in the next 2 days. I'll leave it to you, Aris said with a smile. No problem, but on us, George and Fred said in unison. By the way, Aris, there's one thing I still don't understand. George suddenly asked tentatively. The Shafik family doesn't seem to be short of money, right? Why are you doing this to us? Yeah, I don't understand either. Fred also looked at Aris. Yes, I'm not short of money, but you are short of money, aren't you? Aris looked at the two with a smile and continued. Haven't you always dreamed of opening a store of your own? If this deal is successful, you should be able to accumulate some startup capital. But what good will it do you? George asked again. We are friends, aren't we? Aris winked at him. Is it just because of this? George and Fred were obviously a little unconvinced, with confusion in their eyes. Or do you think I have any other intentions? Aris looked at the two of them meaningfully. Maybe we are overthinking it. George shook his head. He really couldn't guess what Aris's purpose could be. If you really just want to help us, then we will definitely find a chance to repay you. George looked at Aris seriously. Yes, we will definitely repay you. Fred also looked at Aris. Okay, you two, stop being sentimental. Aris shook his head. If you really want to repay me, then please do it, King. I may invent some gadgets later. Of course, it would be best if you could participate. I always think you're all people with great ideas. Can you invent something more interesting? George and Fred's eyes lit up. It's too early to talk about this now. Aris shook his head and did not explain in detail. Naturally, he had some thoughts in mind when he helped these two people. This semester, he plans to make some magic technology products, similar to magic joke toys, but more sophisticated and more attractive. The most important thing is that these things are made with elemental alchemy and contain a lot of magical technology. Aris wanted to promote these magical products, but he didn't want to spend too much time on it, so he had to leave it to the two of them. The rise of magical technology and elemental magic cannot be achieved overnight. Since Aris chose Hogwarts as the birthplace, he would transform it into a real magical technology paradise. Naturally, there are those magic technologies and magic products that can be widely circulated. This was something he had decided at the beginning, and the appearance of George and Fred just happened to help him achieve this goal. He believed that with their abilities, they could definitely promote those things. Even the students of Hogwarts are fascinated by it. This replica of Marauder's map is your first project, and it's also my first project. We must do it well. I am currently developing another fun thing. I will show it to you once it is finished. I believe it will be a surprise. Aris kept it a secret and winked at George and Fred. What type is it about? Fred couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. You can think of it as a casual magic toy like international wizarding chess. Aris smiled. A toy like wizarding chess. George was stunned. 0 request flowers. It's not easy to complete a work like this. Can you really do it? Of course I won't say anything I'm not sure of. Aris nodded affirmatively. What's the name of your thing? You can at least tell us first. Fred couldn't help but speak. Well, I haven't thought of a specific name yet, but it can be called a card game. Aris patted the villain's shoulder, then turned and walked towards the auditorium. Okay, don't ask about this for now. Just focus on selling as many replica live point maps as possible. This way you can use the money to invest, and if you sell the things I develop later, I can give you a share of the profits. Really? You really want to take us with you? George and Fred's eyes lit up, and they quickly caught up with Aris in front. Certainly, but let's hurry to the auditorium now. The first-year nurses should all be there. I don't want to miss this year's sorting ceremony. Aris walked quickly. It was not very interested in the sorting of other little wizards, but it had not forgotten Luna and would sort them again. Although he already knew the result, he still wanted to witness that moment. He knew Luna would want him there. Then you go first, George and Fred suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and said, we need to make some preparations and go to the lounges of the 4 major colleges in a while. By the way, if you see Filch, don't tell him where we are. George and the other two weren't. Are you in trouble again? Alex turned around and glanced at the two of them. No, we just went to Filch's office again, and he happened to see us. We'd better hide now. It will be troublesome if we are caught by him. George and Fred looked at each other and quickly bought it. Isn't this considered getting into trouble? Aris looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. These two guys really won't die unless they seek death. But this is also due to their personality. Aris didn't say anything else. Walked quickly towards the auditorium. He had heard cheers coming from over there. Welcome to Hogwarts. You will have a pleasant 7 years of study here, and I believe that everyone will never forget it. When Aris walked into the hall, she just heard Dumbledore's familiar voice. Like in previous years, he stood in the middle of the teachers' seats in the auditorium, with his arms outstretched as if he was hugging the new students. There was a hint of authority in his gentle tone. Is that Professor Dumbledore? He is the greatest white wizard in the world and the most powerful wizard. I have always admired him. The ceilings here are so different. I'm so excited. This is my dream school, Hogwarts. I'm finally here. Did you see those candles? They were floating in the air, just like the stars twinkling in the night sky. It was amazing. When Aris walked past the front of the auditorium, he heard the young wizards discussing 107 in a low voice. In the crowd, Luna was looking at the teacher's seat curiously. However, when Aris looked over, she seemed to sense something and looked over as well, then smiled sweetly. Don't be nervous. The sorting will be just a small test. You should know that, right? Aris winked at Luna. The little girl nodded slightly, didn't say anything, just smiled. Aris also smiled. He felt that he might have thought too much. Luna didn't seem nervous at all and looked calmer than those professors. He didn't say anything else, but turned and walked towards Ravenclaw's table. Hey, Aris, where have you been? Terry saw Aris coming and quickly proved his location. Anthony, who was standing by, also looked over and asked, I heard that Aris's sister is one of the freshmen this year. Is that true? Yes, that's right. Alex nodded gently. I just want to talk to Professor Lockhart for a while, so I'm late. I didn't miss anything, did I? There's no party. It just started, and the sorting hat hasn't been brought up yet. Terry shrugged and pointed to the front. At this moment, Professor McGonagall was placing 10 worn-out hats on 10 tall stools at the front of the long table. Next, the 10th graders would come forward one by one to perform the separation ceremony. This is an old tradition of Hogwarts. It was also the first time for Aris to watch this ceremony from the perspective of an audience member, and she was quite interested. He remembered that at this time last year, Harry Potter caused quite a stir. But it seemed that the stir he caused was even bigger than Harry Potter's. Aris, it's Luna, right? Your sister. Anthony looked at the quiet, smiling girl among the freshmen. Anthony also attended the previous birthday party, so he had some impression of Luna. Yeah, that's right. Aris nodded slightly. Why are you so concerned about this matter? No. I'm just curious if the sister of the strongest genius freshman is also a genius. Anthony smiled awkwardly. I heard that Luna had learned a lot of magic before he entered school. He seemed to have demonstrated it at his birthday party. Terry noticed that Aris's gaze was a little strange, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, did Luna perform magic at the birthday party? At this time, even Aris was a little curious. Rue is not the type of person who likes to show off, so why would he cast a spell at a birthday party? In fact, it was very simple. We were playing a little crazy at the time and accidentally threw the cake at Luna. He casually used a cleansing spell and then bounced back the cakes thrown at him by the others. This song surprised many senior students. The precision and ease with which he cast spells are just like you. Hearing this, Aris smiled and shook his head slightly. So that's how it is. He had long known that Luna had good talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have learned elemental magic so easily and even progressed faster than Hermione and the others. In the original book, Luna has always been very low-key, but she has participated in several key battles and survived to the end. This is enough to prove her strength. When Aris heard someone praising Luna, he couldn't help but feel happy for some reason. Okay, that's difficult. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly sounded in the front, and the whole auditorium suddenly became quiet. The people whose names I'm going to read will come up and sit on this stool one by one and put on their hats for the sorting. After that, she opened her mouth and said a name, Luna Lovegood. What surprised Aris was that Luna's name was ranked first. Isn't this a bit strange? Alex glanced at Professor McGonagall and muttered softly, aren't the names of the branches arranged in alphabetical order? How could Luna's name be ranked first? He turned his gaze back to Dumbledore. At this moment, the silver-haired old wizard was holding up a goblet. He seemed to have noticed Aris's gaze, so he raised the goblet and gestured to Aris. Could this be what Dumbledore meant? Aris shook his head and immediately put the question aside. Although it is a bit strange, there is nothing to delve into. It is just a list of names. Maybe a professor made a mistake when compiling the list. At this moment, Aris glanced across the Gryffindor table and frowned slightly. From the beginning, he had been looking for Hermione, but he couldn't find her. This was strange. Hermione would never miss the sorting ceremony for freshmen, something she had been looking forward to during the day. But now that girl is not here. Harry, have you seen Hermione? Alex turned and patted Harry Potter, who was sitting at the next table. No, I thought he was with you. Harry was a little stunned. I haven't seen him since this afternoon. Wasn't he with you? Ronald next to Harry also spoke. Yes, she was training with me in a lab before, but I came out first and I didn't see her afterwards. Aris's frown deepened. Is she still there? Harry speculated. Probably not. Hermione said this morning that she wanted to attend the sorting ceremony tonight. After all, Luna will be there too, and she really wants to know which house Luna will be sorted into. Ronald said, That's strange. 0.1-inch Harry frowned slightly. Aris thought about it and looked at Luna, who was sitting on a high stool with the sorting hat on. At this time, the voice of the sorting hat just sounded. Well, a very smart girl, and she has great courage. She is full of curiosity about the unknown and has an extremely strong desire for knowledge. Then I declare, Ravenclaw. Just like in a novel, Luna was assigned to Ravenclaw Academy. Several Gryffindors nearby sighed with obvious regret, especially Harry and Ronald. They shook their heads helplessly. I knew she would choose Ravenclaw. Ronald shrugged, not at all surprised. After all, Aris is there. Harry smiled. They both turned around at the same time. At this time, Aris had already stood up. It seems that he is preparing to leave the auditorium. What is he going to do, brother? Luna, who had just come down from the sorting ceremony, saw Aris leaving the long table and couldn't help asking. Terry shrugged. I don't know, he was just eating. Maybe he went to find Hermione. Harry Potter suddenly interrupted at this time, and Ronald nodded thoughtfully. I'll go take a look. Luna left the table without hesitation and chased in the direction Aris left. Aren't you going to leave after the sorting ceremony? The freshmen are the protagonists today. Harry couldn't help but shout. What are they doing? At this time, Ronald's sister Ginny Weasley had also completed the sorting and walked to the Gryffindor side. Not surprisingly, she was sorted into Gryffindor like their brother. I don't understand. Ronald shook his head, somewhat confused. He felt that Aris and Luna's reactions were excessive. Perhaps Hermione just accidentally fell asleep in the dormitory. Is that possible? If I leave now, when the party isn't over yet and the professors find out, I might get scolded. Forget it. Ignore them. Harry shook his head and continued to look at the sorting ceremony for the freshmen. Luna chased out of the auditorium and quickly caught up with Aris. Of course, this was also because Aris deliberately waited for him. Why did you come out here? Don't you want to experience the freshman orientation? Aris looked at Luna, who had caught up with him with some confusion, and asked, Did something happen to Hermione? Luna immediately guessed the reason why Aris left. I don't know. I feel a little uneasy, so I want to go find her. Aris' tone turned a little serious. Logically speaking, the crisis in the second semester should not have occurred. After all, he had put away the diary that caused the trouble. Tom Reed would not look for Ginny again and release the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. But will things really happen as he thought? Aris is a little unsure. Because of his appearance, there have been changes in the plot before. Where was the last time you met? Luna asked. Laboratory, looking for a room. Then let's go there first. The two of them didn't waste any more time and walked quickly upstairs to the castle. The item of request is on the 8th floor of the castle, and the Great Hall is on the 1st floor. They need to go through the corridor and go up all the way. Dim lights shone on both sides of the corridor along the way, and soon a moving picture frame appeared, and the people inside looked at the two people walking in the corridor with some surprise. Where are these two little wizards going? Aren't the others in the Great Hall? Hey, little one, stop running around, or I'll tell Filch. They're already trying to stir up trouble on the first day of school. It seems like this year's freshmen are not very honest. Every time Alex and his companions walked past a picture frame, a sound would be heard from inside. Of course, there would be no sound coming from those landscape paintings and animal paintings. Otherwise, it would be considered a supernatural event. The two of them moved very quickly and ignored the sound coming from the frame. After a while, they arrived at the corridor outside the room of requirement. I've always wanted to come here, and now I finally have the chance. Luna couldn't help but speak, her eyes shining. I've always known that Aris has a laboratory in school, and it is very useful. She also knew that Hermione and Shio often practiced magic in the laboratory. He had always been looking forward to this place, but was too embarrassed to tell Aris. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe Hermione is still in there. If she's not there, it will be troublesome. Aris knew Hermione's character. She didn't go to the auditorium to attend the sorting ceremony, so it wouldn't be strange if she was in the laboratory. But if she wasn't in the laboratory, given her personality, she would never miss the sorting ceremony. Whether because of her character or her compliance with discipline, she should be in the auditorium. If you want to get in here, just think about your needs and walk down the corridor 3 times. Should I have told you this? Aris teaches Luna how to enter the room of requirement while demonstrating. I know. Luna nodded quickly. It seemed that she had thought about the scene of entering the room of requirement countless times in her mind. A door appeared on the wall of the corridor. As Aris pushed open the door, the whatever you ask for finally appeared before Luna's eyes. Max! As soon as he entered the laboratory, Aris shouted, but there was no response from inside. Hermione, are you there? Luna also shouted. The laboratory was still quiet, with no response. Soon, Aris and Luna checked the entire laboratory together, and, as expected, Hermione was not there. Where would she go? Luna asked softly, looking at Aris carefully. Aris frowned slightly and shook his head lightly. I don't know. Maybe it's really like Harry said. He has already returned to the dormitory. But I always have a bad feeling in my heart, as if something is going to happen. Aris turned his head and looked towards the center of the laboratory, where there was a huge, long table. He would usually be there whenever he needed to analyze data. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and walked quickly towards the long table. No, it's gone. Aris searched quickly, but after a moment, he rubbed his brows in annoyance. What's missing? Luna asked curiously. 107, a diary. I clearly put it here, but now it's gone. Is that diary important? It's not important, but it's dangerous. If Hermione takes it, we'll be in trouble. Why would you put such a dangerous thing on the table? Luna couldn't understand. I forgot to put it away because I was thinking of something else. When Aris left, he was so intent on finding out why the defense against the Dark Arts office was blocked that he forgot to put away Riddle's diary. Usually there are not many people coming to the laboratory. Hermione and Shio are both sensible people. They will not touch Aris's things casually. Even if they are curious, they will ask in advance. Now that the diary is missing, there is a high possibility that it was taken away by Hermione. That diary has the power to bewitch people. Even if it is not opened, if Tom Riddle wants to bewitch Hermione, he will have a way. Could it be that the power of plot revision has appeared again? Does Tom Riddle's diary have to come out to cause trouble? Thinking of this, Aris frowned again, and then walked quickly towards the door of the room of requirement. He had to find Hermione as soon as possible, before she was completely bewitched by Tom Riddle, or before she got into trouble. Luna, come with me to the Gryffindor common room. Good. Hall. After Aris appeared in the auditorium, many people looked over. Among them was Dumbledore, of course. Professor McGonagall also glanced at him unintentionally, and Professor Flitwick because he was forced to stay in the library for the entire summer, thinking about Aris's problem. So now he was really full of resentment towards Aris. A good summer vacation was wasted like this, and he felt that nothing could be worse than this. What is that guy going to do now? When Aris left the auditorium, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but tug at the corner of Hagrid's clothes. What? Hyge's attention was originally on the freshmen's sorting ceremony, but after Professor Flitwick pulled his clothes, he looked over with a warning look. Aris just came here, and now he's leaving again. Do you know what he's going to do? Flitwick always felt that the guy was not prepared to do anything good. How should I know? I'm not a worm in Aris' stomach. Hagrid rolled her eyes. Do you want to go and take a look? Professor Flitwick was still a little worried. Who cares what he does? There are not many people in this school who can beat him. What can happen? Hagrid didn't take it seriously. That's true. Professor Flitwick shook his head. Even if we are worried, we shouldn't worry about him, but some other unlucky guy. Shaking his head, Flitwick put the matter aside and focused on watching the sorting ceremony. He was still very concerned about which of this year's freshmen would enter Ravenclaw. Just as everyone was looking at the new students, a figure at the edge of the teacher's seat stood up silently and left his seat. No one noticed this scene. Even Dumbledore just glanced at it and didn't pay any more attention to it. But looking at the departing figure, he seemed a little confused, with his brows slightly furrowed. From that back, he seemed to think of someone, but after thinking about it, Dumbledore shook his head again, thinking it was impossible. How could that guy appear in Hogwarts? The corridor outside the House of Requests. Brother, is that diary really that dangerous? Luna couldn't help but ask. Well, it's dangerous. What on earth is that? Horcrux, Voldemort's Horcrux, Aris said with a serious expression. What? Luna was obviously shocked. Her eyes widened, and she showed an exaggerated expression. But how did that person's Horcrux appear here? Did you bring it here? Yeah. Aris nodded and did not hide it from Luna. What should we do now? What if Hermione is hurt by that Horcrux? It will surely alarm a lot of people, and the professors won't let it go. Brother, you won't be expelled from school, right? Luna suddenly panicked. If it was an ordinary matter, she would definitely not lose her composure like this. But when it came to Aris, her heart was suddenly in turmoil. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Aris touched the little girl's head and smiled comfortingly. As they were talking, the two had already walked through several corridors and arrived outside the Gryffindor common room. Before their eyes was a huge picture frame. This is a portrait of the fat lady. Password. Seeing someone coming, the fat man glanced at Aris and Luna and spoke slowly. Dragon scum, Aris said calmly. Then, the fat lady's portrait slowly opened, revealing the door leading to the Gryffindor common room. Brother, how do you know the password to the Gryffindor common room? After entering the lounge, Luna asked curiously. Every year on the day when new students register, their passwords are the same, as if they have never been changed. Aris shrugged. So that's how it is. Luna smiled and shook her head slightly. Well, actually Harry and Ronald told me that. At this time, Aris's eyes were already looking at the two stairs in front. There are two stairs, one leading to the girls' dormitory and the other leading to the boys' dormitory. He had been here before to look for Harry and Ronald, so he certainly knew which way to go. After just a slight hesitation, he walked towards the passage on the left without hesitation. The reason for the hesitation was not because I was unsure of the way, but because I felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was going to the girls' dormitory now, and no one knew what he would see. Luna, you go ahead. Aris glanced at the girl behind him. Well, if a girl leads the way, it shouldn't be a problem, right? As he was thinking this, Luna had already walked forward without asking the reason. Do you know which dormitory Hermione is in? A moment later, the two had arrived at the girls' dormitory, and several doors appeared in front of them. That should be it. Alex recalled that Hermione once complained to him that she couldn't see the Black Lake from her dormitory. It should be the dormitory on the left side of the corridor, and there are only two dormitories on the left side, one of which has a sign with a few names written on it. Hermione wasn't one of those names, so the remaining dormitory must be the one Hermione was in. Aris went up and knocked on the door. Soon, there was a hurried sound of dragging a stool from inside. Oh! Then, Hermione's voice came from inside. It's me, Aris. And Luna. Soon, The dormitory door opened, and Hermione looked at the two people at the door with some surprise. "Why are you here? We noticed that you didn't go to the auditorium, and we were a little worried, so we came to find you." Luna spoke first, then looked at Aris with a questioning look in her eyes. "Why didn't you go to the auditorium? Did you go back to the dormitory after coming out of the lab?" Aris asked. "Well, I'm a little tired, so I want to come back and rest for a while." There was something clearly wrong with Hermione's expression, with a hint of guilt. "Did you bring anything out of the lab?" Alice asked directly without beating around the bush. "Voldemort's Horcrux is too important. He must find it as soon as possible, without a moment's delay." "What?" Hermione looked up at Aris in confusion. "No, I left right after I came out of the magic circle." The little girl looked a little confused. "Really?" Aris frowned. It seems that things are not as simple as he thought. The diary was not brought out by Hermione? Really not. "I know that everything in the lab is very important to you, so I would never take it out without permission." Hermione nodded affirmatively. Aris frowned and said nothing, but couldn't help looking into Hermione's dormitory. Then he saw some clothes with very little fabric hanging inside, which looked a little cute. He quickly withdrew his gaze and stroked his forehead helplessly. "If you don't believe it, you can come in and take a look." Hermione seemed to notice Aris' gaze and opened the dormitory door and said, judging from her expression, it seemed that she really didn't take anything from the laboratory. "No, I just came here to ask. By the way, if you go to the auditorium now, you should still be able to have dinner." Aris smiled and said, "It's a long night. If you don't eat something, you will definitely be hungry." "Ah." Hermione was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Aris's change of topic was so sudden and quick that I was not prepared for it. In fact, Aris was secretly complaining in his heart at this time. If Hermione didn't take the diary, then things would become complicated. "Aris, what happened?" Hermione obviously noticed that Aris looked a little unhappy and frowned. She instinctively felt that what Aris was talking about was very important. If it was really lost from the laboratory, then she is undoubtedly the most suspicious, because this afternoon, only she and Aris had entered the laboratory of the Room of Requirement. "You don't look very good. You look a little serious." Hermione couldn't help but ask, after all. A very dangerous thing has been lost in the laboratory. If it can't be found as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Aris did not hide it from Hermione and spoke directly. "What is that? Maybe I've seen it before." Hermione also frowned. A diary, a very old one, was placed on the long table in the laboratory, and now it's gone. Aris said in a deep voice, "That thing is important to you. That is Voldemort's Horcrux. It has been cast with extremely advanced dark magic and has the power to bewitch people. It might even bring Voldemort back to life." Hearing this, Hermione showed a look of horror. Even Luna, who was standing by, showed surprise again. She didn't know before that the diary couldn't revive Voldemort. If 003 is really like that, leaving the diary in Hogwarts will definitely bring great danger. No wonder Aris, who is usually calm, showed a rare serious look today. Luna rarely sees Aris like this. "Hermione, think about it carefully. Besides you and your brother, has anyone else been to the Room of Requirement today?" Luna couldn't help but ask. "No, I'm sure of that. At least not when I was around," said Hermione. "When did you leave?" Aris asked suddenly. "Probably before the dinner starts." Hermione thought for a moment and said, "Has anyone been in there since you left?" "Everyone is in the auditorium today, watching the sorting ceremony. No one will be there at that time. This matter must be investigated thoroughly and quickly. Let's split up," Reese said, turning around first. "Luna, go back to the auditorium and see who is missing now. Hermione, gather everyone who can enter the laboratory and ask them if they have seen the diary. Then you should get together and exchange information to see if you can find any clues." Aris quickly arranged it. "What about you?" Luna and Hermione both looked at Aris. "I'll think of another way." "Hurry up. The day we don't find the diary will increase the danger." "Understood." Soon, the three of them took action separately. The girls' bathroom on the third floor of the castle. A figure was standing quietly in the bathroom at this moment, like a human puppet quietly looking at the wash basin in front of the mirror. Then, a strange sound came from somewhere. The hissing sound, like a snake sticking out its tongue, filled the entire bathroom, which was very strange. Some mysterious power seemed to be awakened in the huge bathroom. From the only light in the darkness, it seemed as if some huge creature was coming out from the underground temple. But soon, all the sounds disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Not long after, the entire bathroom became quiet, and the figure from before had long since disappeared. Strange, I clearly heard someone speaking snake language. Not long after, Aris appeared outside the bathroom. Oh, look who it is, the famous Aris, the new Hogwarts legend. Such an outstanding boy actually broke into the girls' bathroom. If this news gets out, I wonder what kind of sensation it will cause. Suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded in the bathroom. Then, a ghost suddenly appeared in front of Aris. "Are you Myrtle?" Aris asked subconsciously. "I'm so honored that the famous Aris actually knows me." The gold digger folded her hands in front of her chest, looked at Aris with peach blossom eyes, and spoke in a shy tone. "What happened here just now?" Aris asked in a deep voice, not paying attention to Myrtle's teasing. "What happened?" "No, nothing happened." Myrtle subconsciously glanced at the bathroom behind her and shook her head quickly, seeming a little guilty. "I just heard someone speaking snake language." Aris looked at Myrtle calmly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I really don't know. I just went to the boys' bathroom downstairs and saw a little boy." When she said this, Myrtle's face suddenly turned red. "You actually went to peek at such a critical moment." Aris looked at the ghost in front of him, speechlessly, almost cursing in his heart. "Don't tell anyone, or I'll be too embarrassed to see anyone." Myrtle quickly flew into the bathroom and hid in the toilet in a cubicle. Aris didn't ask any more questions and walked directly into the bathroom and came to the wash basins in the middle. He carefully observed the wash basins and found that some of them showed signs of movement, and those signs were very recent. It's obviously a recent occurrence. The girls' bathroom on the third floor is rarely visited because of Myrtle. Moreover, these wash basins are connected to the base, and the base is firmly embedded in the floor. It is impossible for anyone to move it away and move it back to its original position. There's clearly something wrong with these traces. Is it still too late? Aris frowned. The girls' bathroom on the third floor is the entrance to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Anyone who has read the original novel knows this, and Aris naturally knows it too. So, after Tom Riddle's diary was accidentally lost, he first thought of this place and then came here. And things turned out just as he expected. The door to the secret room has been opened. The basilisk inside must have been awakened. Soon, the basilisk will appear in the castle and kill people under the control of Tom Riddle. If the diary is not found as soon as possible, things will get worse and worse. Although in the original book, no one was killed after the basilisk appeared due to various unexpected reasons, Aris didn't want to take the risk. He was not sure that everything would go according to the original work. Because of his existence, the plot of this world had deviated from its original trajectory due to the butterfly effect, so the result might be different. Now he had to find the diary as soon as possible. I just don't know who got the diary. I don't know why things have become so troublesome. It would be nice if there was surveillance in the room of requests. Suddenly, Aris's eyes lit up slightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly walked towards a room of requirement on the 8th floor of the castle. How is it? Any clues? No. Everyone was basically in the auditorium, and nothing unusual was found. I asked Harry and the others. They didn't go to the lab today. After Luna and Hermione acted separately, they gathered together again and reported the situation respectively. Where's Chio? Luna asked suddenly. It seems that she didn't go to the lab today. I heard from Ronald that she went back to the dormitory. Not in the auditorium? Luna looked thoughtful. It shouldn't be him. He knows the importance of the laboratory, just like me. He won't take anything out unless he gets Air's permission. Did the diary just disappear out of thin air? Luna frowned slightly. What are you talking about? So mysterious. At this time, Harry and Ronald came over. So far, almost everyone who could enter the room of Requirement Laboratory was here. Hermione had already asked Harry and Ronald about this. They said with certainty that they had not been to the laboratory today. A very dangerous item was lost in the laboratory. Hermione briefly told Harry and Ronald what happened. Aris's stuff? A diary? Harry and Ronald looked at each other, their eyes and hands showing doubt. Where's Aris? Where did he go? The two looked around and didn't see Aris, so they asked. He should think of other ways. Hermione looked at Harry seriously. That diary is related to the you-know-who. It's very important. Aris told us to get the diary back as soon as possible. Is it about Voldemort? Harry's eyes flickered slightly. Ronald also showed a surprised look at this time. What happened? How did it get involved with the mysterious man for no apparent reason? I'm not very clear about this matter. Anyway, let's wait until Aris comes back before we can talk about it. Hermione shook her head. Last semester, it was Professor Quirrell, and this semester Voldemort actually showed up again. How many tricks does this guy have? Why does he seem to be everywhere? Harry frowned and muttered to himself. Look, is there one person missing from the teacher's desk? Luna suddenly asked. The three of them immediately looked over there. It's Professor Lockhart. He's not here. Hermione frowned again. Could this matter be related to Professor Lockhart? Harry couldn't help but ask. Last year, a professor was bewitched by Voldemort. Is it going to happen again this year? Ronald's face also looked a little strange. You can't say anything without evidence. Hermione shook her head. Don't you think Professor Lockhart is a little strange? Harry couldn't help but speak again. Come to think of it, he is completely different from what my mother described. Rue nodded in agreement. What's the difference? Hermione asked. In my mother's words, Professor Lockhart is a perfect person. He has great strength, impeccable appearance, and high intelligence. He is also the recipient of the Order of Merlin. But I've observed his appearance over the past 2 days, and I have to say he is indeed quite handsome. But his personality seems to have some room for improvement. Don't you think Professor Lockhart is a little cold? Ronald subconsciously lowered his voice. As a public figure, he should be able to adapt to crowded occasions. But Professor Lockhart doesn't seem to like being in crowded places. Doesn't this explain the problem? You were just guessing. There is no substantial evidence. Hermione rolled her eyes. If there's really something wrong with him, it will show up eventually. We still have a lot of time to observe it, don't we? Luna said, Yes, there is still a whole semester left. I am suddenly looking forward to tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class. What will he talk about? Harry shrugged. At this time, the freshman admission dinner was drawing to a close, and Professor Dumbledore organized a chorus without rules for the students, just like in previous years. After a burst of laughter and joy, the young wizards of Hogwarts, led by their class leaders, walked towards the lounges of their respective colleges. What should we do? Should we go look for Aris? Harry glanced at the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor students had already started to gather. You guys go back to the dormitory first. I will tell my brother about the situation here, Luna said, giving them a reassuring look. It's getting late. We can't go out at night on the first day of school. Hermione thought for a moment and nodded slightly. So if there are no further arrangements, let's go back first. Let's see tomorrow if Aris has any results. 0 request flowers. The 4 of them quickly separated and walked towards their respective college gathering points. At the same time, are you sure you didn't see anyone enter that door after Miss Granger left this afternoon? Aris was standing on the 8th floor of the castle at this time, responding to every request in the corridor outside the house. In front of him were the figures from several nearby picture frames, and even animals had gathered here. Aris has the gift of nature's language and can communicate with most animals. The animals in the frame are no exception. Dear Mr. Aris, I indeed did not see anyone else enter that room. I didn't see anyone coming to this corridor before the dinner. Roar, roar, roar. 0. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The people in the picture frames started to speak one after another, and even the small animals started to cry out in a very human way, with various animal sounds being heard. Aris listened carefully and then frowned more and more. No one has been here before. How come no one has been here before? Aris frowned in confusion. If no one entered the laboratory, did the diary disappear out of thin air? Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. You guys go ahead first. I'll come back to you if there's anything else. Alex waved his hand. The edges and small animals on the picture frame suddenly scattered away, and there was a feeling of being pardoned. Now Aris has mastered the core rules of the entire Hogwarts castle. In other words, he is already the true master of the castle. All the picture frames, and even the grass and trees in this castle, will naturally obey Aris's orders unconditionally. The dimly lit corridor was very quiet. Aris looked up at the ceiling, then at the walls on both sides of the corridor. An inexplicable feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart, and there seemed to be a voice in his mind that was getting louder and louder. Then his eyes suddenly gleamed with a bright light. Then he froze in place. The power of prophecy. At this time, Aris activated the power of vision without any warning. The pictures flashed through his mind like silhouettes of time. At the same time, a figure came silently behind him, just quietly looking at Aris. Did you see it clearly? A voice sounded behind him, and Aris frowned slightly, but did not exit the prophecy state. Obviously, he had noticed someone coming. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the auditorium at this time? Pictures kept flashing through his mind, and Aris responded subconsciously. As the last of the prophetic power faded, his eyes slowly returned to normal, and then he turned around. Mr. Grindelwald, wandering around the castle corridors at night, if you are discovered or seen by other professors, it may be harmful to you. Aris' tone was teasing. Yes, the person who came was Grindelwald, disguised as Professor Lockhart. I'm a professor, and you're just a student. If we're discovered by other professors, you should explain to the two of us why we're here, right? September 17th, Grindelwald smiled faintly, and the face of Lockhart on his head looked particularly handsome. Aris is always a little uncomfortable. This face has nothing in common with Grindelwald. It is exactly Lockhart's own face. This shows how advanced Grindelwald's human transformation skills are. Never mind, none of this matters. What did you just see? Grindelwald shook his head slightly, and then his tone became serious. A fateful meeting, an ending that cannot be changed. Even the power of prophecy cannot fathom this force. But what is certain is that everything is heading towards one result. Aris's words were somewhat nonsensical, or in other words, ordinary people simply couldn't understand them. But Grindelwald understood what he meant instantly, because they had the same logical thinking, and looking at things from the perspective of prophecy would make many things much simpler. So this is why I came here. Maybe you will need my help, right? Grindelwald smiled faintly. You're right. I took it too lightly before. I thought that as long as I put the diary away, nothing would happen. But now it seems that once the butterfly's wings flap, what is rolling up may not be ocean waves, it could also be a sandstorm. And it was the kind that destroyed the world. I suddenly feel a little regretful. Aris smiled bitterly and shook his head, seeming a little helpless. Nothing has been finalized yet. You still have a chance, and so do I, don't I? Grindelwald looked at Aris. The conversation between the two was like a puzzle. Even if there was someone standing nearby, they probably wouldn't understand. However, the tacit understanding between the two allowed them to clearly understand what the other meant. After a brief exchange, Grindel and I left. Judging from the direction he was going, he should be preparing to go back to sleep. Aris stood there for a moment. Then, he quickly turned and walked towards the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, it's so late. Why are you still writing in your diary? Patil asked curiously as he looked at the girl who was still writing furiously under the desk lamp. Well, just a simple record of my school life. I might need to show it to my parents during the holidays so that they can understand what I do at school. Hermione looked back at Parvati Patil and said with a smile, It's late. I'm going to bed first. Patil didn't ask any more questions, turned around, and got on the bed on the other side, separated by a curtain. Well, good night. Good night. After they said good night to each other, Hermione turned her attention back to the diary on the table. Then, he slowly wrote a line of words. Things are a little strange today. Aris is so nervous for some reason. Maybe it's because of some dangerous magic item. but I think there may be more secrets. Everything will come out. After writing this, he put down his quill, stretched himself, and went to bed to rest. What she didn't realize was that just as he put down the feather pen, the line of words he wrote slowly disappeared on the page of the diary, as if the ink was absorbed by something. It was very magical. Then, a line of words appeared on the page of the diary. The smell of fresh magic. I'm finally free. Aris, we'll see you later. The words appeared for just a second, then quickly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. If Hermione saw this, she would probably be shocked because Aris had previously told her about the characteristics of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and this situation seemed to be exactly the same as what Aris had said. If she saw this scene, she would probably guess that this notebook was definitely not as simple as he imagined, and might be the one Alex was looking for. Unfortunately, there aren't so many ifs. At this time, Hermione had already gone to bed and did not see the words that appeared at the back of the diary. And the strange thing is that this laptop is very new, like it was newly bought. In fact, Hermione did buy this notebook from Diagon Alley just a few days before school started, so there was no mistake. The notebook that Aris had been looking for was not only a little worn, but also had Tom Riddle's name written on the pages. The two diaries are obviously different, yet they seem to have some strange connection. Outside the Gryffindor common room, Aris stood in front of the lounge door, hesitated for a moment, but did not go in directly. Forget it, it's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He murmured and shook his head. Then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Luna just came from the opposite side. Brother, any progress? She came here specifically to find Aris. As it was already very late, Luna seemed a little sneaky at this moment, just like those little wizards who wander around at night, feeling very guilty. There are some clues, but it's not certain yet. Aris thought for a moment and said, What do you mean? Luna was a little confused. Isn't this matter very simple? All we have to do is find out who took the diary out and then take it back. That's how it was originally. Aris shook his head calmly. But now, something unexpected has happened, and there are some troubles. Are you sure who took the diary? Luna asked again. 1.6. I saw a figure from a fragment of the future, but the problem is not just with the person, but also with the diary. That diary seems to have undergone some unknown changes. It may also be a backup plan left by Voldemort. Anyway, I can't determine the exact location of the diary now. Aris said with a frown. I want to try to explain it to Luna, but obviously failed. At this moment, Luna was completely confused. She knew the meaning of each of the words Aris said, but when they were put together, she didn't quite understand. Forget it, you'll know later. Aris looked at the confused Luna and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid this matter can't be solved in a short time. We must take some countermeasures in advance to prevent a greater disaster. The door to the secret room is about to open.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.